so alive. We're going up, up, ready to fly. Make me feel so alive. We're staying up, 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 and it feels right, feels right. You make me feel so alive. Oh, you make me feel so alive. Oh, 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 oh. You know you take me higher. You take me up, 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 away. You take me higher. You take me up, 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 away. You make me feel so alive, so alive. You make me feel. You make me feel so alive. We're going low, ready to fly. Make me feel so alive. We're staying up, 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 and it feels right, feels right. You make me feel so alive. We're going low, ready to fly. Make me feel so alive. We're staying up, 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 and it feels right, feels right. She's unstoppable. You thought you'd take her down, but baby, she's stronger. Don't push the limits, cause nobody can stop her. Under pressure, she walked out with diamonds. And you can't touch her, cause her beauty is timeless. She's unstoppable. She's unstoppable. Can't take her down, she only gets stronger. She's unstoppable. She's
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이내믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Absol doing pretty decent so far, but now you're gonna get hit with all the flashes. Try and attempt at a TP, but it's just Absol to come in through a collapse.
Yeah, lovely. Kind of equalized the situation. Absol patient though. I'm gonna go get myself an opening pick, and the operator continuing to deliver. I think it's because you have the tour de force on Kelly S. Unfortunately, missed shot from Riveroo means that Jesse Bash goes down. Fring is coming alive in the middle of the map.
Relatively early off of it. Now Sylvan's turn to try to go peeking, but Fring is just picking them off bit by bit.
And Vector and Light Armor trying to cut Mako off at the heels.
This position completely covered though. May none the wiser, goes swinging in back through that wall. So protected. Ooh, must win for Akame. Where he's going to be coming from. The swing around, Kahlua able to get the adjustment just a little bit faster. Nightfall committed in, Akame back screen, strikes, finds the first, and gets the cleanup on this side.
Waiting to scan with the dart here. Jemkin may go unchecked in the corner if the drone gets dealt with. Nico goes forward.
And there he goes. Oh, instantly just collecting on top.
The drone gets dealt with, Nico goes forward. And there he goes.
Oh, instantly just collecting on top. Who had it 4 times played.
Yeah. Next shot. Looking to try to pick up the pace, but it's a C-Nade combo. Will end him on the spot. This is falling apart, Quack.
Are we for real? The Unotan's gone off peeking. They're just trying to pick their timings into these fights. Gen.G want to be able to dig deep and fight their way out of it, but it's not happening.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's go.
Your team is accused of being all aim, no brain.
편하게 해도 되는 거죠, 답변?
Yeah, I thought the judge was kind of toxic.
Guards, this man over here.
Objection, Your Honor.
Mr. Chobra, we're back.
We are back. We still have a set of people to go through. You know how it is. Yes, come in. Well, Your Honor, we do still have another group of coaches coming in. Please take your seat. I think you'll like this group. I mean, we've got world champions, meta definers, a whole eclectic group to define what's going on in Pacific.
That's what I like to hear now that we're well underway on stage 1.
So, now that everyone's seated, if I may, Your Honor, we'll do some quick introductions so you know who you're dealing with, and then we can get started with the case.
안녕하세요. 바렐의 헤드 코치 맡고 있는 TK9입니다.
Hi, I'm Jovi, the head coach of RRQ.
My name is Hector Rosario, otherwise known as Frost, from Global Esports.
안녕하세요. 젠지 발로란트 팀 감독 솔로 강은철입니다.
I'm JC Amir, AGA Robotics. I'm the head coach of Team Secret.
안녕하세요. 농심 발로란트 팀 감독 실카논입니다.
These are our 6 for this session. What curiosities do you have?
Port is in session, and I would love to start with our Master Santiago champions and the coach Silkanon, if he could please take the stand.
Your Honor, I don't know what problems there would be. They just lifted an international trophy.
I think we have some things to discuss here, some accusations against Silkanon being neon abusers, spam abusers. I want to know how he contests this, if he does.
네온뿐만이 아니라 네온이랑 요루랑 웨이레이가 진짜 성능이 좀 너무 말이 안 된다고 생각을 하고 있거든요. 그래서 그거를 최대한 활용한 거라 안 쓰는 팀이 그거잖아.
그거요? 아, 알겠습니다.
하려면 할 수 있는데 굳이 그 리스크를 감당해야 될까라고 생각을 하고요. 저희 선수들이랑 저랑 마스터즈를 계속 챙겨봤었는데 결국 기다리면 메타는 올 거다라는 마인드가 있었지만 그래도 다양한 걸 추구를 하자라는 마인드로 지금 준비하고 있습니다.
솔직히 네온보다는 그 영향력이 요루한테 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 네온이 성능이 좋은 것도 있고 그리고 생각보다 이제 어려웠거든요, 많이. 그러니까 이게 뭐 그냥 샷건만 들면 되는 거 아니냐라고 말을 하는데 네온이 좀 더 그렇게 하기 편하게끔 요루가 이제 좀 더 게임을 좀 더 쉽게 해줬다고 저는 생각을 하고 있어요.
Coach Frost, do you have any objections?
I definitely think that's cap. What makes people fear Nongshim or any good neon is the fact that you have to overcommit to Neon because she has a lot of gravity. The reason they had any modicum of success is, yeah, you have a team built around it. It just so happens that the guy that they're talking about is world class in Francis. And yeah, when you put a guy with that much space opening the game for that guy, a lot of things can happen. But if he's on Waylay, which they have maps where they don't run Neon, and let's look at the difference in success between them when Danby's on Neon and when Danby's on anything else. So I will say that is cap.
I feel like the objection is sustained here.
I think it's long been, yes. Coach Jovi, you have any thoughts about, you know, the meta being defined by one agent or perhaps one weapon?
Abuse it. No, I'm just kidding. You're missing out if you're not. You gotta abuse it when it's good. But you can't be a one trick because then when it gets nerfed.
We've got actually some pretty diverse opinions here on what exactly led to Nongshim Red Force coming through with another trophy for Pacific. If it's there, use it, but you gotta be able to adapt.
All right, well, Your Honor, I think this case for Silkanon then can rest.
Next up, we have TK9. The court is looking to see if a team like Veral, coming into Tier 1 for the first time, can make champions. First of all, I think we have a video we want to show, some evidence, and then get the coach's reaction.
저희가 이번 대회 했던 것처럼 모두 부숴버리겠습니다.
모두 부숴버리겠습니다.
I see what you want to say about this. Team will give him a chance to defend himself.
저희가 24년부터 이걸 시작을 했었는데 계속 발전은 하고 있고요. 경험치가 많이 부족하다고 생각을 해서 마스터즈를 좀 나가보고 싶었고 시도가 좀 아쉬웠지만
I would like to ask the other coaches then, because obviously we have a variety of experience here, both as coaches and their rosters. Robotics, could you share your opinion on how hard you think it is for Ascension teams or even newer players, newer rosters to try to rise in the ranks of a region like Pacific?
Old team like KRX, Genji, T1, it's kind of hard to play against them because they already have a very good core, especially with the meta right now. But if you have like two good duelist player, I think it's possible.
I want to also hear from Jovi, someone who has had experience with many different types of players in different regions as well, on his take about the possibilities of an Ascension team.
In Tier 2, in Ascension, it's a lot more freedom, a lot more just fighting everywhere. It's not like that when you're up against the big boys. You gotta change the way you play and adapt, or if not, it's either sink or swim.
요즘에는 제가 느끼는 거는 작년에 이제 농심도 퍼시픽에 와서 좀 힘들었고 이번에 바렐도 어센션에서 잘하긴 했지만 조금 더 갈고 닦아야 잘할 수 있을 것 같다라는 생각은 있습니다. 근데 선수들이 굉장히 좀 공격적이기도 하고 수타격 메타가 좀 사라지지 않는 이상 좀 잘하면은 해볼만하지 않을까? 네, 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
Well, Your Honor, I think we've kind of made a case that perhaps this isn't the right expectation and discussion to be having, that what they're doing, what the progress they're making is already pretty strong.
Should we get a vote on it? So I guess the vote will be, can an Ascension team or a new team make that run?
Whoa, Your Honor. They did.
So let's change it then. Can they win? Can they win champions?
Oh! So we have 3 X's and 3 O's.
Split decision.
Split decision. Your Honor, what is your take?
Ooh, I think it's pretty difficult. I think it'd be really, really rare.
Objection.
Wait, what? You're not the judge.
Objection sustained. Go on.
The way that balancing in the patches have been recently, I mean, anything is possible if you can just abuse a certain character. And if other teams are not going to adapt, then it's possible at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's just unlikely that people will go that far into the year without the counters.
All right, well, I think that's quite interesting. Still don't feel like we have a full decision there, but good topic for discussion anyway. Well, we can't bring him to the stand, but it's gonna be Coach Robotics from Team Secret.
Really living up to the name Robotics.
Really what we're looking for here is, it seems like maybe there were some comms issues with Team Secret during kickoff. I want to get your thoughts on, you know, how that's developing with your team and what the issues were and how you can fix them.
I think during kickoff, we're really having a hard time with the communications. We made a lot of keywords just to help the team, but I feel like it didn't help us much. We had to translate everything. It's really hard. That's why going to the stage 1, we're gonna do everything to improve the team.
Jovi, what are your thoughts in terms of communication, handling communication? Because while your team currently does communicate all in English, also it's not all their first language.
is a little hard sometimes when it's not your first language, because in the heat of the moment, you can miss a timing and just trying to think of the word, and it can just snowball from there. Yeah, it's just one of the growing pains of just being part of a multicultural team and multi-languages. It's just part of the game at the end of the day.
이게 언어도 안 되면은 안 그래도 같은 언어가 되는 사람들끼리도 이제 속에 있는 얘기를 안 할 때도 있는데 애초에 기본적인 대화조차가 안 되면은 좀 많이 힘들 것 같다는 생각은 들었습니다.
농심 레드포스 입장에서는 혹시 그런 거를 누군가가 좀 해결해주는 역할을 했었나요? 그런 이슈들이 있을 때?
그건 제가
아, 네. 알겠습니다.
네네.
Yudo-tan is a very good example of this with me because Yudo does speak English and it's much better than people know. The interesting thing about him though is whenever you question him or you speak to him, he's very short, but outside he's kind of like talkative. And it's because the time it takes for him to translate and process info, by the time it comes out, I'm sitting there 3 minutes in like, now it takes me this long to get this. Sometimes it's just as simple as it just takes more time and you need to be more patient. And if you're not, you're gonna misconstrue it to be something it isn't just because you didn't take the extra time.
I think the question of does a coach have a major impact or role on, teams with language barriers? Absolutely. Unequivocally, in my opinion, you have to work with that and find ways to work with that. And I think our coaches gave a lot of really nice examples. Please carry our robot over, yes.
Take you back to your seat.
Next up, the court would like to call Jovi to the stand.
Guilty, Your Honor.
Guilty. What's it like taking over for kind of like a previously established roster like that? The whole thing stuck together. What was that experience like for you?
When you're going into a system and you think differently than the system that they were in previously, it's hard to meet in the middle sometimes of like, okay, what is that you're comfortable with? How do I think? And what can we do? It does have its growing pains, but when you're able to see the success, it makes it all worth it.
조비 감독님 힘들 것 같아요. 왜냐하면 새로운 선수들은 그대로인데 코치가 들어가게 되면 약간 선수들이 텃세 부릴 수도 있고 선수들이 잘해주고 그 감독 코치에 대한 존중이 있어야 되고 잘 맞아야 잘 된다고 생각을 하거든요. 감독이 바뀌는 거는 참 어려운 일이라고 생각을 해요, 진짜.
I don't care, Your Honor. Off with his head.
Off with his head. He's doing his best.
Unlucky.
Not good enough.
Coach Robotics, I'd like to hear from you as well. Do you think the strength of having a core roster is very important in a league like VCT?
Hello?
Uh-oh.
Hello, sorry. Yeah, I think it's very important. When we lost in B, we had to rebuild core foundation again of the team, and building it takes time.
All right, Your Honor. Well, I think we've made a case about cores generally being important, and Coach Jovi, working his best magic so far and taking pride in it as far as I can tell and taking the baby steps to climb right back up to the top.
Next, the court would like to hear from Frost. Frost, if you could please take the stand.
Your Honor, do go easy on him. You know how he is.
Mr. Frost, you have a reputation for tough love, let's say. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
I would, Your Honor.
Your Honor, if we could, we do have some evidence as well to perhaps showcase both sides.
I'm sure we have a lot.
How I really feel? Pissed off because we pissed away an opportunity we should have had. So now is the time to test Javi and see if he can take the bulk of the game planning and leadership and see if he's ready to do that stuff against weaker teams.
Coach is a very good coach, well experienced, and I'm learning a lot. Stressful, but very worth it.
Nothing about my career has been easy, and I know that the only thing that really matters is winning. I am far less patient, and as Javi so eloquently put it, it is much more stressful to work for me than probably anybody else.
That is true.
If winning is the goal and you don't have a lot of time, it's hard to give people the latitude to make mistakes. Certainly, I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but if you really want to win and that's really what you want, we're going to be fine.
Your Honor, I'd like to take a chance to open the floor a little bit and also get some opinions from some of the other coaches as well.
젠지도 프로스트 감독이랑 똑같이 해요. 저희도 싸우면 저는 좋은 것 같아요. 그러니까 거의 인게임적으로 싸우는 게 많잖아요. 그렇게 싸우게 되면은 좀 더 서로를 이해할 수가 있고 싸워야 저는 조금 더 성장한다고 생각을 해요.
한국의 요즘 어린애들이 감정을 표현하는 게 좀 서툴러요. 그래서 좀 다가가기 조심스러운 부분이 당연히 있었고 그 정답이 있는 포인트가 있거든요. 팀의 규율이라든지 아니면은 인게임에서도 정답이 있는 포인트들은 좀 탑다운 방식으로 가고 그거 말고 웬만하면 수평적인 방법으로 좀 얘기하는 시간을 좀 많이 갖는 것 같습니다.
저도 약간 비슷한데 저희 쪽은 싸우기보다는 좀 더 얘기하는 주제로 좀 많이 갔던 것 같아요. 그냥 대화하는 자리를 좀 더 많이 만들었던 것 같아요.
You should also ask the Vero coach what his players think about me.
제가 애초에 프로스트 감독님 대회를 다 봤었고요. 경기 끝나고 그 LP 선수랑 프로스트 감독님이랑 같은 엘리베이터를 탔었는데 프로스트 감독님 됐든 나는 니네 문제점을 안다. 니네는 잘 할 거다. 이런 식으로 얘기를 해주셨대요. 그래서 되게 이 감독님 호감이다.
I'd actually like to hear from Robotics. Does he feel like he has to work differently with the different players because of their regions?
Yes, especially like for example, Silvan came from T1 and like Berserk came from Indonesian team. I asked them like their opinions, like how they used to play, so we can find a better solution.
Well, Your Honor, I think despite your best efforts to try to frame Coach Frost here, we're all in agreement that you have to do what you have to do, and they're all just trying to find their own
You
ways.
and your friends.
So I think we can let him rest his case.
All right, fine.
You are dismissed. Thank you, Coach Frost.
Down to our last one.
Yes.
Coach Solo. Coach Solo, if you could please take the stand. So I think first of all, we want to take a look. We have some new maps coming into the map pool and a new agent. I'd love to get Coach Solo's thoughts on Mix, as well as if he sees Mix working with Genji and his team.
Objection, Your Honor. That question was, I can't say it.
아 진짜 근데 요원이 애매해서 잘 모르겠습니다. 진짜로. 네.
Yeah, I tried it, but I don't think you guys will be seeing it with us.
I don't even think Paper X is that crazy.
걔네들은 쓸 것 같은데요. 좀 뭔가를 새로운 자기들만의 뉴 메타를 찾아서 하니까.
He's going to play it. It's just I don't know when it's gonna work.
근데 뭐 프로스트 감독이 저렇게 말했으니까 또 안 쓸 것 같기도 하고.
Do we have anyone, Jovi? Do you have any strong thoughts about the new agent Mix?
Oh yeah, you know, you can definitely play this character in ranked.
Ah, in ranked. Yes. Oh, I was getting real excited there for you. Had me in the first half, not gonna lie.
Yeah, he got you.
What about the map pool? How are we feeling about that?
그 하나는
Yeah, see, smile. He's happy. He knows. Lotus. GG.
저는 프랙처가 안 들어올 줄 알았어요. 제가 알기로는 몇몇 팀들도 뭐 그렇게 선호하는 맵도 아니고 빠진 맵들 중에 더 좋은 맵들이 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 저는 프랙처가 좀 중요하다고 생각을 해요. 이번에 들어온 게. 좀 프랙처도 연습을 좀 잘 해야 되지 않을까. 왜냐면 모든 팀들이 다 할 것 같아요. 네, 열심히 준비하고 있습니다. 네.
선호하는 맵 하나 들어가고 안 좋은 맵 하나 또 들어가는 느낌? 저희한테는 연습해야 되지 않을까요? 네.
Quickly, I just want to see a show of hands. Who here is happy that Fracture is back in the pool? Your Honor, you are not a coach. Let me remind you.
How did he pass the bar?
Great question.
Fracture's the best map.
That's the real investigation we need to have.
Wow.
Yes, so, Your Honor, obviously we've had our discussions, but while we have them here, I'd like for them to at least gain some information from each other. So if we could have a chance of just a quick Q&A. Let's start with TK9.
일단 프로스트 감독님한테 질문하고 싶은데 프로스트 감독님이 생각했을 때 저희 팀의 약점이 뭔지 그리고 저번 킥오프 때 어떤 걸 준비했었는지.
Weakness of Vero is, I think the biggest thing we realized was when the game goes quiet, they just push out, walk out, look for info. Their habits were too identifiable. We constantly got a lot of free kills because they just, and we really had 2 weeks to prepare for you. So it was a nightmare scenario. Oh, that was a nasty recipe.
저 RRQ 이번에 킥오프 기호5 연속으로 3번이나 했잖아요. 좀 선수들 멘탈이나 약간 이런 것들이 좀 아무리 경험이 있어도 온전하지 않았을 것 같은데 좀 그거를 내부에서 좀 어떤 이야기 했는지가 좀 궁금하긴 해요.
I don't wish that upon anybody because of the high stress and everything that's put into this game. I had to make sure that my players could rest and make sure that by the time they wake up in the next morning that they are prepped. You know, Warbirds and we took in that load because it's part of the job at the end of the day. But I don't wish that upon anybody to have to go through that. Yeah, it's not fun, period.
All right, Coach Robotics, do you have a question for any of the other 5 coaches here?
I want to ask Frost, what's the benefit of an org trusting you and building the team around you?
I think it's a gift and a curse.
And it's a gift because it's very rare that people will give you the luxury of doing things the way that you want. It's a curse because if you're not ready for the expectations that come with it, and if you're not ready for the pressure, I think it can be a really big problem for you. Only do that if you're ready for it. If not, I'm telling you guys, if you're not ready to live in that world and handle that, let the GM do it and let it be their fault.
So, Nangshim, how did it feel to win?
솔직히 이겨서 기쁨보다는 많은 환호 속에서 좀 경기를 뛴다는 것 자체에 좀 많이 기분 좋았던 것 같아요. 그냥 애들이나 저희나. 네, 그것도 저희가 그 대한극장이라고 챌린저스에서 하는 그때가 있었는데 그때랑 좀 그 비교가 너무 크게 돼서 애들이 많이 좋아했던 것 같아요. 저희도.
My question is for Jovi. Jovi, how does it feel to be given the easiest group in the history of VCT Pacific? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. You know, I'm jealous.
I'm gonna have to beat Cruz, which kind of does suck. I'm gonna have to play against Vero. This is gonna be great. Yeah. Good luck.
Yeah, I know.
프로스트 감독한테 하겠습니다. 우리 조에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지.
You want to know what I think, really?
Well, Your Honor, I think we've had some time to share information, all for the better of VCT Pacific. We're right in the middle of the heat of things here in Stage 1. Things are only going to get more exciting. So, without further ado, I think we can let them go and continue on with their jobs.
I think we're about ready to adjourn court. And don't forget, we'll be in Ho Chi Minh City for the finals of Stage 1. That's going to do it for now. Thanks, everybody.
I'm proud of you, Your Honor. You didn't mention DFM one time.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
Take down the enemy. Take down the enemy. Larger than life, louder than thunder. Here we come to take you down. Take you down. Let's go. Pulse rising, blood pumping, heart beating, just something. Can't believe we made it. Break. I can't believe we made it. Whoa.
Stay safe. Outrun me.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
When times are hard, then I feel scarred. Some days I'm fine, some days I'm dead. So I chill with the game, me, myself, and I. Chilling at mine, told you I'll be fine. Teardrops of my eyes, can't focus with time. Positive affirmations get me through pains of motion. Light lotion, moisturize my emotion. Like that magic potion.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. We are on week 2 right now, and we saw a lot of really cool things that happened a week ago. I'm your host, Victoria, joined by Achilleos, and big time. Welcome back. Hello.
I'm back on the desk.
You're back on the desk.
Ken still hasn't arrived.
I know.
So
The
he's
question
not here
mark
to take
Ken.
my desk spot, so I gotta fill in.
Do you guys have a good week with the cherry blossoms?
I didn't see any. I didn't see
What?
any. Well, I mean, I saw them in passing. I didn't seek them out.
Didn't
shall we say.
specifically go.
Yeah, not yet. not
Same,
yet.
but I mean, I've also lived here for like 10 years, so
You must be
at a
sick of
certain
cherry
point, you're just like, yeah, whatever.
What is wrong with it? Even Frost tweeted that it was his favorite time of year, and that guy is always like, you know, I feel like it takes a lot for him to be like really delighted about something.
It's also just not my favorite time of the year. You and I share the same favorite time of year, which is snowboarding season.
That is
so.
true. That is winter,
It's
but
so
cherry
cold.
blossoms are gorgeous. And I know the players have been enjoying it as well after the very first week of VCT Pacific Stage 1. But we also had amazing flicks of the week. So let's pull up the Pulsar flick of the week. We got a compilation here of some of the best moments. We saw Izu go back on the chamber, and we had some beautiful moments.
Yeah, I mean, that shot's just lovely. And, you know, we'll be seeing more of him today, as well as Xros. I think Xros had such a great tournament in Masters Santiago. I want to see him really manage to bring that to Stage 1. But it's Pacific. There's about 1 billion cuts we can use for Flick of the Week.
I like that we use this, the kind of like, I mean, not that he had the information, but the whipping rocket into the blade, so.
But Jing, actually, I've never seen him hit so many times with the showstopper as that match last week. I don't know what happened or what his mother said to him, but he was on fire.
Yeah, it was heat-seeking for him. He did a great job. He had a huge performance last week. Jing was just monstrous the whole way through. I mean, you know, he's going to be so happy. He's going to be on almost perma-raise, so we're having a great time.
If he keeps playing like that, then KRX is going to be just fine.
Yeah, but we know that never happens, right? There's always ups and downs for these players here. So that team, as we know, tends to go a little bit off meta. They just use what works for them. But we've seen teams kind of, some of them go towards that comfort roles. We saw that with Global Esports on Vine versus other teams who are full leaning into the meta. So we saw a couple things shake up. Were there any surprises last week you think the viewers should know about?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nongshim taking that loss, that's of course going to be a big talking point. And then I think if you also look down at the bottom of those tables, we've got DFM and Gen G. Both of them, I think, characteristically underperformed. They need to bounce back this week because moving to 0-2 in this group stage puts you in an incredibly perilous position.
I think both of the teams we at the bottoms of their respective groups were kind of shocking losses. Gen G's maybe a little more expected, just given that they weren't the strongest team in kickoff, but DFM coming out in that opening series, it really didn't look like they had a solid read on the meta. They're trying some wild stuff, going for the double scan on their setups, but never really playing it properly and using it to get solid information to play off of. I need to see really big bounce backs from both of those squads.
Yeah, definitely. And the last match that we saw RQ and Zeta. And while RQ didn't ended up closing it out, it was extremely close, all 3 maps. So Zeta, a lot of improvements there. Now, as you guys know, we are Pacific, and we've got many broadcasts here because we got so many different countries involved. And, you know, leading up to our grand finals, or actually the whole finals, in Vietnam, in Ho Chi Minh, we want to talk to the guys over in Vietnam. Hello, we got Sin and we got Long over there.
Hello.
Hi. Hello.
Hey guys.
Oh, finally,
Hello.
we are connected. We're together.
Yeah,
Please,
yes, lovely.
I want you guys to please introduce yourselves to the global audience. Sin and Long, please tell them who you are.
Okay. Yes, thank you guys for having us. First of all, hello, my name is Trick Long. Actually, my name is Long, and my last name is Trick, so, you know, call me Long if you want. And I'm pretty new in Valorant. I only started commentating Valorant since 2024 December of 2024. But it's great to be here with my my friends.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Singh, and my cast name is Singh Tosik. And I was cutting for around since the very first day in 2021.
I vouch for that.
Nice. So it's really happy to be here.
Oh, cool. Yeah, man, that's almost since the start of VALORANT 2021. And please introduce yourselves to the Vietnam audience. Kilios.
Hi, I'm Achilleos. I've also been casting the game since the beginning, so it's been a super sick ride, and I can't wait to go to you guys. I can't wait to be in Vietnam because it's one of the few remaining countries in Asia that I haven't been to yet.
Cool. And Big Time.
Yeah, welcome.
Please
Yeah.
introduce.
I'm Big
Who's
Time.
Big Time?
I was coaching in the Pacific League for a couple years.
For who?
For Global Esports.
Okay.
Yes.
And now I've kind of
Nice.
moved across. I'm on the desk. I'm talking about it now instead of being in the weeds. But I love Valorant. I can't wait to get to Vietnam.
Whoa. Yeah.
Awesome.
Big Time is here with us all the time. Our favorite analyst before because Ewok left, and then now your
Ewok's
favorite.
gone.
And I'm Victoria. I'm Chubby Ninja, host here. Been hosting since the start of franchise here with VCT Pacific. And again, we are so excited to come to Vietnam because we heard the Valorant fans there are just super high energy, and I think I've been to Vietnam before. It's so much fun there. There's just so much like passion and the culture there. So are you guys really excited that we're coming over to Ho Chi Minh?
Yeah, of course. Can't wait, right? Yeah. Really can't wait to see you guys here. We've been waiting for Valorant to come to Vietnam for a very long time. I mean, Sing does because I've only been here for like a year, so you know.
Okay, so
but it's great to have a big stage here.
it's going to be great. Now, Crazy Guy is known as our only Vietnamese player here in Pacific, but how popular is Valorant over in Vietnam?
Well, I would like to answer this question by sharing my own journey. So I have been casting Valorant since the very early day, and from the first tournament, where there were like around 300 or 400 viewers, and but now some matches have reached up to 30k and
30K, yeah.
yeah. And this really shows how fast Valorant had grown in Vietnam, and it still continue growing.
Yeah.
Nice. I want to ask a little bit about Ho Chi Minh itself. Of course, we'll be coming across, as well as many fans traveling to the city. So is there anything you'd recommend there that people check out? Anything, any kind of landmarks, anything you would just recommend for the people?
Okay, actually, I gotta say something about this because Sing and I also discussed about this when we guessed that you might ask about this, but we are not gonna spoil you. We hope you're here. And you know, we will be your tour guides.
Okay.
Okay.
Definitely.
I'm good with
Please
that.
come. Please come. We're not gonna spoil anything. We're not gonna spoil anything, of course. Yeah.
I think you had to be our tour guide. Crazy Guy is actually from Hanoi, so you would know Ho Chi Minh better than him,
Yeah.
I think.
I mean,
No, actually, we are Hanoi too.
Oh yeah.
oh well, there you go.
Yeah.
He said buncha is his favorite dish, but it's from Hanoi. But yeah, speaking of Crazy
Well,
Guy.
actually,
I'll leave anything.
Okay. Yeah.
I wanted to ask. So obviously
Yeah, I
we
just
know
ate buncha this lunch.
Sorry, we're on a delay.
Yeah,
my
please,
bad.
please go ahead.
So like, obviously, Crazy Guy, RQ, widely popular in Vietnam. But I wanted to know, like, what are some of the other big teams that the Vietnamese fan base is rooting for in Pacific?
In Pacific, I think our Vietnamese audience supporting like RQ, Paperek, some Korean team like T1, Genji. And if you ask about like a popular team in Vietnam, like Vietnam Org, we have like Fans United Esports or some like Big Bam. That's the team to watch.
Yeah, I mean, mostly might be T1. You know, the whole organization is really big in Vietnam. Not just Valorant, the whole organization, also in the other esports of Riot. You know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. We were just talking about League of Legends is huge there too, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So nice. RQ, of course, we want to see RQ make it. And for those of you at home who want to get tickets and you're wondering when tickets were going to be on sale, they're on sale. So go get them. You can scan the QR code there. We're going to be in the Fiske Hall Convention Center. Have you guys have you been here? Have you been to that convention center, or this will be your first time there?
This is gonna be our first time, but actually about the ticket.
Yeah, we have something to share, right?
Yeah, we have something to share. It's already sold out. Yeah, it already sold out in like one first hour, right?
Maybe 4 sections, right? 4 sections already sold out. And the tickets is the entire 3-day tickets.
Yeah.
Of the 4 section is sold out. I mean, if you guys want to know how big Valorant in Vietnam, then there you have it.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh man. Well, you can scan the QR code to be rejected, I guess.
There might be something still there. You
I
gotta
don't
check.
know.
Or check anyway, just in case. You never know. Or DM Achilleos. Cass, what's your thing? Just DM Achilleos.
Paper Thin here is my Twitter, actually. So DM me there.
Yeah, so you guys probably have teams that you want to cheer for, and we love to learn all sorts of languages, and we don't only want to learn the bad words. Can you teach us a cheer that we could cheer for our favorite team in Vietnamese? Or teach us something in Vietnamese.
I mean, I had a chance to be a host in the Valorant Challengers of 2025. Unfortunately, we don't have a unique cheer, but as a host, I can lead the audience to cheer for a specific team. Like for example, it's gonna be Gen G, and then the whole crowd's gonna follow my lead and it's gonna cheer for that team. We don't have a unique cheer per se.
Oh, okay.
Just lead them along.
Yeah. All right. How
That's
about
good,
this then? How do we say hello in Vietnamese?
Oh, yeah.
In Vietnamese, it's a lot of say to say hello, but the simplest say
Simplest way.
Ciao. Just ciao.
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 Like
Can you-
Italian?
Yeah,
only
like
ciao.
like the Italian word. Yeah, ciao.
That is great and simple
Ciao.
for me.
I
love
like
that.
Nice.
In
I
a
like it
more
too.
formal way, it's xin chào. Xin chào is more
Xin
formal
chào.
way.
Xin
Yeah.
chào. Okay, cool. How about we were talking about popular teams. Are there any other players, maybe even in Vietnam, like on Fancy United, that you think we should keep an eye on, especially as the Challengers is going on right now? Any talented up-and-comers? It can't just be Crazy Guy forever. There's got to be other Vietnamese players that are, that are good.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, actually, Vietnam have a lot of talent. We can say like Bu Kute from Fancy. Physio, and a lot of players are currently playing for the tier 2 in China. We can say like Layla or Suka. A lot of players.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's exciting. I think there is a lot of talent there, like you said, and I can't wait to watch a bit more of Challengers that is going on right now. And I can't wait to join you guys in Ho Chi Minh. We're going to hold you to that tour that you mentioned, the personal tour. So thank you so much. You guys, Sin and Long, have a fantastic broadcast today. And we'll see you on the other side. See you guys.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you a lot.
Bye. Oh, I didn't ask how to say bye. Is it also ciao? Like Italian? It's
Could
like
have asked
ciao,
that.
ciao.
Could have asked how to say thank you. Like, thank you for your time.
Yeah.
A lot of things we're going to have to learn before we go over there.
Yeah, I know. But we got a little bit. We got a couple of weeks before that happens there.
But
it's going to be really exciting. Southeast Asia events are always really, really fun. And you know what else really fun? It's buildup, because I'm winning right now. And what I'm going to be winning is a laptop. Unleash explosive performance and productivity with the Predator Helios Neo 16. It's a gaming powerhouse crafted for passionate gamers like myself.
Yeah.
And
So passionate.
You're
such a gamer.
I'm a gamer, and I'm going to win myself another laptop here. So brought to you by Acer and Intel. Of course, Morgan, as I've repeated before, is also a laptop winner, and you've been enjoying it. In fact, you rewatched some of the old VODs of you winning. That is the most vain thing I've ever heard.
I was VOD reviewing Build Diff yesterday on my Acer Predator Neo 16, so truly, I'm all in here.
But why?
Yeah, were you VOD reviewing
You're not gonna.
for this?
I don't think you're gonna find some secret hidden in the
You
past.
never know. You never know. You
trend?
have to study. You have. This is why you're at the bottom of the table. You're not putting in the work
right,
like
yes,
I
of
am.
course.
You're looking for tells. You're looking for tells.
You never, it's all on the faces. All on the
Okay,
faces.
who would like to go first?
I'll
Big
go.
time? Okay,
I'll
okay.
go. I think we can bring up my team now. So I won 2 of the last 3 days. Somehow I'm not in first. This is my roster for today. You got to go with May. He's always putting up the numbers for DFM. He's the top guy. Now I'm going with Bane on DRX in that initiator slot. He had a very good week 1 against Team Secret.
Sure.
We saw him back on that breach on Fracture. So I think if he leans more into those kind of roles, he can really start to put up numbers. Ivy, he's just been sensational since Santiago. I don't know how you can skip this guy. Izu is my sentinel. He's on that chamber role. He was very, very electric in week 1. It feels like cheating to be able to put him on sentinel, to be honest. And then Meteor on the flex. He can play a little bit of everything. He dabbled into Phoenix, but it's a risk I'm going to take.
Okay.
That's a pretty solid roster. I think this is very good.
I'm happy with it.
I think you're going to lose again, but
you would say that.
but it's
Fear not, because I'm here.
Yes.
Let's take a look at my roster. It's not that much different from yours, to be honest.
Oh, that scares me.
But so I've gone with May, of course. I think that if you're going to go with any of the players on DFM, May is going to be your most reliable pick, so decided to slot him in as my duelist. Then I went over to X-Ross as my initiator instead of Bane. I had considered that, but
I respect
solid
that.
pick.
I'm predicting for Nongshim to win today, so I think that X-Ross should be able to outshine. Otherwise, I also would have gone for Bane. But then I decided to go with Mako, the Makotes. I always have to slot this guy when I can. Controller, a little bit of a rough performance in their first outing, but I'm hoping that that's just a little bit of development, get Young, used to being on stage, be the big brother there, and now, if he's going to be a little bit more acclimated, Mako can focus on his own stuff a little bit more. I also went with Izu. I think that this is just a no-brainer.
Yeah.
If anybody has not gone for Izu, and I haven't seen everybody's rosters, I think that they're stupid. And then I went with Ivy as my flex, because I didn't want to have that potential duelist penalty for my flex player, and Ivy, as you said, has just been cooking.
Oh, you get a duelist penalty on the flex, just so you know.
If Meteor plays it.
Yeah, if Meteor plays the Phoenix again, that's a risk I'll take.
Or the Waylay.
Oh, you mean instead of Meteor, yes.
Everyone has Izu but Mika.
Well, sorry, Mika.
Interesting.
I said what I said, and I'll stand by it.
And
She'll probably still beat me in this game.
Probably.
And she went for Francis again. That's really interesting, especially with the swaps. Francis hasn't been shining as much as terms of frags. I decided to go with Buzz again. Buzz has been having some ups and downs, but to be honest, I think today against DFM, it looks like they're still figuring a lot of things out. Buzz is on a roll. And
You're running Akame for DFM.
Sorry?
You're running Akame for DFM.
Yeah, I did. I think he has moments, and I think today's going to be the moment. And he's going to give us a good dance, which we're going to see very shortly. So yeah, I'm having a lot of faith in my roster right now. I think this is going to be pretty good. I think Pilski's is also a very excellent roster too, with Hyunmin on as a duelist.
Yeah, if Hyunmin has a big game, I think that Pilski's going to be in a pretty decent spot to actually be able to take it.
But he predicted Nongshim, so we'll see what happens there. Yeah, so today's matches, we've got DFM facing against T1, and then the second match we're going to have Nongshim versus KRX today. It's going to be full, we've got 3 Koreans and a DFM trying to, stay on that ship there. In fact, we're talking about dancing. I think the D in DFM is for dancing. Let's have a look what Akame had to say or do with Bella.
Baby. Okay, Akame, we are all warmed up to take your first match back on week 2 against T1. Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
And I heard that on one of your bucket lists, you want all of your teammates to do a walkout dance with you. If you win this, do you think they'll do it with you?
Yeah.
Yeah. You sound uncertain, so let me ask Ses, who has been watching all of this. Ses, do you want to join Akame if you win your match against T1?
No.
Well, he thought about it and said no, but best of luck to DFM, and I hope that we could see a walkout. All right, thanks for joining me.
Ooh, baby. Is that what he said? His reaction, Sessa's reaction is similar to Achilleos' reaction whenever Bella asks him to do a TikTok.
Correct.
Just
I don't think she's gotten me yet.
Nope, she hasn't.
At least not without my knowledge. So.
I gotta say it, there's too much dancing on this broadcast. There's a lot of dancing-based discussion.
Yeah, we're too white for this. I don't have the moves.
Yeah, this desk is lacking in rhythm.
That's true. I'm not gonna even argue that right now. And last week it was only Akame. I think Kaede was kind of locked in here. We saw some role changes happen with DFM last week, and they suffered a really big loss against Full Sense to start their week. Not really the way you want to start stage one.
Yeah, I mean, we have so many questions about this DFM lineup. It looked so different to their performances in kickoff, where they placed so highly, and we were seeing their praises the whole event, and then they come out with an incredibly weak start to this stage one. So I want to see a rebound. I wonder if they're going to stick with these roles. I wonder if they're going to revert. I think there's still some figuring out on this team, but I need to see them find some stability here.
Yeah, there needs to be a massive bounce back for them. And I mean, credit obviously to Full Sense. They played an incredible game. Cruz's return, he slotted right back in, way more perfectly than I could have anticipated so quickly. But DFM did have a lot of shortcomings in that series that need to be course corrected.
Oh, definitely. And of course, one of the questions I have is it related to their agent pool and the role swaps that were happening there? I mean, two of the players like Haide and Yatsuka were playing initiators last week, and Akame switched to a sentinel role.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely seems strange to me because Akame had a great performance in kickoff on those like scan initiators, so to take him off that does seem strange, and you're putting your two rookies in the position to have to be the ones who are, trying to help out in the mid-rounding more, gathering that information. It's quite a lot of responsibility, and it plays very differently from what they're used to, especially Yatsuka, who's on the Yoru and Chamber. That's high power, high fragging roles where things get done for you, to now he's having to set other people up. So I think if they want to stick with this, there'll be an adjustment period for sure.
Definitely, and they need to figure out real fast. Another thing that had changed besides the agents, of course, was the map pool. Abyss is now out. This is a map that DFM was really good at. I mean, what are they going to do?
Yeah, I mean, they looked amazing at Abyss. The whole way through, this was their go-to map. They like to pick it, but more often than not, it got banned against them because people didn't want to play them on Abyss. They were too solid on it. Now these map pool changes, it's looking shaky now.
Yeah, this is, I think, a big concerning factor for them. And the adjustments need to come through. But the main thing is that even maps before that they had kind of relied on and felt comfortable with, like that Pearl, also looked very shaky.
Yeah.
So I think that there needs to be a bit of potentially reversion here for DFM. I think they need to go back to some of the things that were working because they weren't so far out of the meta that they can't continue to run them now.
Yeah, exactly. So again, these are things that DFM's going to have to figure out real fast, or otherwise, the ship is going to be sinking real fast. And this is not going to be very easy because they're going against T1, who started the stage one in a fantastic way, 2-0 against Beryl. Of course, some of these players literally have 4 times more experience than the Beryl players. In terms of days, we counted, and it's crazy how much more experienced they are.
Yeah, it was that 2-0 that I think Map 2 did get a little bit close for this T1 squad where they kind of got pushed the distance, but ultimately they showed their experience, they get it across the line against Beryl, and ultimately a strong week 1 for this very storied roster where expectations are always high for this team. They always will be. It was a disappointing Santiago, so they really want to get to London to have a chance to run it back internationally.
I just saw, was it Stax just now? I already forgot, but someone was holding, I was looking at their little mascot. It comes in pink now. It was Stax holding the little mascot. It's really cute. It's pink for the cherry blossoms. But anyway, this team did start off really well. Buzz, last in kickoff, we saw a lot of players not really step up most of the time. It was like Izu and Meteor, Izu and Munchkin, and the numbers just weren't really adding up, but they were still winning anyway. But last week we saw all of them have their moments on the server, which is really good, and this is what we want to see continue to happen from T1. Now, Izu switching on to the Sentinel role, particularly the Chamber, was just really divine to look at.
I mean, it's just, I think it's fairly straightforward, but it's also just very, very smart here because Izu, when he's got an operator in hand, he's one of the deadliest guys that we have in the region, and this is a region that's got stacked offers pretty much across the board. But Izu is looking like he is, one of the best of the best. Yeah. So, okay, Yoru's out, can't really be hopping on that, put him on the Chamber.
Yeah.
He's got it as his ultimate, might as well just have him slotted in, and he looked immaculate.
I love the approach from T1. It's a very, very simple take on how you're trying to adapt to this meta. They're not making these big sweeping changes. Instead, they can put Izu on a very kind of simple agent. It suits him down to the ground, and it's quite good at countering a lot of what we're seeing now. So I think we're going to continue to see these massive performances from him unless people are game planning against him and really putting a stop to his Chamber.
Yeah, your nerf, not an Izu.
Wow.
That line was written by none other than our favorite writer, Andy. It's a good line. Not
Great
an
line.
Izu.
As in it's supposed to be not an issue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Andy.
You explained it.
We're going to have a conversation when
It
I
was
come
good.
downstairs.
I liked it. We liked it. I liked it. Good job, Andy. I don't know who they ended up putting for their skirmish because, skirmishes are back. I would put Izu on personally.
Well, wasn't it last week they sent stacks, I think, didn't they?
Yeah.
Versus Feral?
Which
and
had
then they
us-
ended up losing, I believe.
Yes.
So they have sent out Izu.
Okay, it is.
That's better. I like
So-
that approach a little bit more. I mean, let's see how sharp he is. I mean, I think we've all got him in the build diff team. Ideally, I want to see strong performances there across the board. Bring the op out, big man. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious if they, decided to just go for rifles only, or if we will be seeing some shenanigans. But for now, it's just going to be the Vandals. And it's a very good-looking start for Izu.
Yeah, less good for Yatsuka. He's a little bit behind now. I mean, we're not seeing super clean shots from either of them. It's a little bit of a warm-up, bit of an adjustment. There we go. He's on the board. He's getting settled in.
Guardian as well.
Do you think any of them warm up before they do their skirmish, or do you think going?
Surely we'll warm
Surely
up.
you warm
Surely,
up.
we won the map.
I mean, when Wendler does it for FavorX, it looks like he's going in cold. But I think for basically everybody else, there's a bit of a warm-up.
Yeah. Okay. I hope someone said that to Wendler.
Let him know. Let him know. Izu up 3-2.
He knows it comes from a place of criticism.
Wendler's such a nice guy. Why would you do dirty like that?
He is.
All right, Izu's.
This is a slow skirmish.
Yes.
They're both really trying to find the best fights that they can get right now.
I mean, I think that, both of them just kind of want that advantage. And I feel like DFM really needed it, but it will be a 5-2. I mean, I don't think there's any shame in losing to Izu like that.
No,
But
I mean, it's Izu after all.
it's not going to have the DFM viewing party popping off quite just yet, but hopefully they'll be providing plenty more options and reasons to do so.
Yeah, I hope so as well. The DFM definitely, again, they were so hyped over in kickoff, and we wanted them to have a really good shot here in stage 1. Of course, the question will be, now that the skirmish is over, what is going to be happening with the map veto?
Hopefully makes sense.
Yeah.
T1, okay. They leaned into the Phoenix, but they're going to be banning away the Haven, and DFM decide to go to Pearl again. So again, are they going to be playing this double scan, or do they revert back, put Yatsuko on something like the Chamber, where you can just actually have some very solid agency and pop off? That's what I want to see.
I feel like they'll be showing something different. I don't think the Pearl even looked... It looked like they needed a lot of work to get the Pearl to be in a sort of strong state in that comp that they were playing before. So I want to see them simplify that game plan. Pearl is not the most crazy, complicated map that we have. I think you can play that Chamber. You can really strip it back down. And a week is more than enough time for them to swap this map to looking strong. T1 will be picking Lotus. Not seen that from either of these teams yet. So
Is that the return? Do they bring back the ISO? It's kind of been on the outskirts of different points. Do you go like Buzz, Neon, and then Meteor ISO? And because then you could just have Izu keep playing Chamber on that map.
I want to see T1 lean into this Chamber everywhere. So I think ISO could be a really nice fit. And of course, ISO kind of is that counter to Chamber, especially if you feel like your opponents are going to be running it. So you raise a very good point there. I'm excited for Lotus.
That could be very interesting. I think their Lotus was really hit or miss last year with that, but this year I think the formula is a little bit better. The meta is a little bit more in their favor for this. And you guys were breaking down Pearl a little bit here, and here's a little bit of history of what we've seen so far this year between the two teams.
I do want to see this pivot back for DFM, because I think if they come out and they play that same double scan and they haven't really figured out how to do it, T1 don't even have to VOD review that opening series. They just were not really finding their footing at all with that composition. They were not utilizing the utility that they had to really any degree to get themselves advantages. So if they're going to come out with that same game plan and no better understanding of how to play it, I think that this is just going to be T1 absolutely demolishing them.
I mean, I think if you're Izu, you're looking at them to swap away. I think if you're playing that Chamber, you're sort of hoping that they're not going to bring out that Teo and the Sova, because it can have a lot of answers for you. But we'll have to wait and see. Got the predictions. Paper Thin sticking with DFM.
Okay,
Of course
so...
Mika's 100%!
That's crazy. I did not realize that.
I think a couple of us have taken some liberties with the predictions, but the thing is, at the start of stage 1, they tend to fall into the predictable predictions. I think Gen G last week was, I thought I was being clever. I switched from Global Esports to Gen G. That had been a big mistake. But today, you guys saw it. I was kind of back and forth a little bit. I picked DFM, went back to T1, and I think it's just... it's so much is stacked in T1's favor right now. Logically, I had to go with T1. I mean, how are you guys feeling between these two, real quick?
I think you have to go with the eye test. I think you have to go with what you see. The first week is always going to be difficult because you don't know what changes are going to be, made, what they're going to be going for on different comps, with the different maps coming in. So I got that one out of the way. My 50%, I'm hoping to improve from here.
All right, well, we'll talk about this, Morgan, in a little bit because we got to send it down to the stage and welcome the two teams. DFM is going to be facing T1, and right now they didn't have a good showing, but we all want them to prove us wrong as we send it to the stage for week 2.
Today's matchup. Detonation Focus Me.
It's week 2. We got DFM facing off against T1. Now, DFM had a little bit of a rocky start last week, but we still have high expectations. The core of this team had Kaide and Yatsuka join from Riddle Order along with their coach, and we saw a lot of improvement happen over in kickoff, and we want to see that happen again here. And Akame missed the hoop. Look at his facial expression. Their dances will never fail. He will never fail to do this every single time, which I can appreciate, but we also want to see them win a match.
Yeah, I don't know how he keeps coming up with new stuff personally, but this DFM roster, they look to be the flag bearers of Japanese Valorant. Such an incredible kickoff from them, got the whole scene hyped up just for it to fall flat in that week 1. Now is a chance to bounce back against a real big dog, show what you can truly do, but we need to see them improve leaps and bounds from that first week.
Yeah, that's right. What is he holding?
I
that
didn't
little
quite get to
red.
catch it.
Looks like
a sentinel square.
Yeah, that's what it looked like.
Like a little smiley face on it, like a
Yeah.
Super Meat Boy or something like that.
Interesting. Well, they'll facing T1. I hope they're going to be locked in, even with good vibes there, because T1 looked very good last week. We saw every single one of their players perform well last week, but the argument you could say they were playing against inexperienced players, Beryl, who have just ascended from Ascension, so they do have all those years of experience over them. So today will be a little bit of a bigger test.
Well, no dances over here, just some thumbs up and I'll walk up onto the stage.
Vibrating thumb.
This is the 5th time that these teams have actually squared off against each other, and that's all been within the VCT Pacific circuit. They've never faced at any kind of off-season international tournament, something like that. It has just been the 5th meeting of these squads. And you have to remember, all the way back in 2024, D1 was that organization that did give DFM their first ever win in franchising.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I
However,
remember that.
We bought
since
bundles
then,
that day.
hasn't been going so well. It's the one win that they got out of the 4 times that they have faced off. T1 have typically had DFM's number, but 2 parts on that roster. It was Cess, it was May to be able to conquer them and get that unexpected win for the first time on the stage. T1, though, they are looking to be in much better shape. And for DFM, I want to see them return to being the flag bearers, because right now, it feels like this is back and forth not even within the game, but just across the board between the Japanese squads, where DFM were looking so good at kickoff, but now Zeta is starting to come up from behind, nip at their heels, and maybe even overtake them with their performance.
It's like there's a witch's curse. They can't both be good at the same time. Who gets to be good this stage? That's the question. Zeta showed a pretty decent week one performance. They made it close. DFM, they're not happy with that. No. They need to show up today against T1, and I kind of respect them picking Pearl again. I'm very curious what they're going to bring out, but I always kind of like it if a team loses that map pick and they go back to it because it's saying, hey, we know we can improve. We know we can do better than what we showed. Have some faith, have some belief in the prep and in the work that we've done. So I think that's going to be the biggest test for this squad.
I like that, and it tends to be true. Most teams that do this tend to come back much harder and much better when they pick into it a second time, because ideas tend to fall through, especially the very first match of the season.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can just review it and go, hey, we didn't approach the game plan, or we didn't play it in the same way.
Sure.
We do have the agent select coming in. For DFM, it's the same composition, but different roles. 4 of them swapping around. Only Mei staying on that waylay. So Kaide back to the Sentinel, Akame back to that scan initiator, and Yatsuka now taking the Astra Seas on the tail. So very, very different roles, but the same composition.
I like that. I like the swap.
I mean, I would say I'm inclined to like it. It just depends on how it all comes out on stage.
Yeah.
My biggest concern is that this Pearl, this iteration, this composition that they like to run just ends up being one of those things that works in scrims but never translates to the stage. RRQ back in 2023, their Lotus, it was one of those things that they consistently ran because they knew that they were good on it, could perform on that map, but it never translated onto the actual stage.
Yeah.
I want to see the differences. I want to see the improvement here, and I need to see that from DFM.
We absolutely do. All right, we're going to send it to our casters for map 1. It's going to be Pearl DFM versus T1, and to cast us through today, it's Pilsky and Quack.
Thank you very much. Yes, it's us, Hey and Quack, and of course Pilsky as well. I mean, what do you think of the whole kind of 4 guys swapping up roles?
Hate it. It feels like sunken cost fallacy at this point for DFM. I mean, Pearl isn't even necessarily a map that they've been that successful on, but T1 has been quite a successful map. So having won both pistols against Full Sense last week and still only getting yourself 6 rounds with a comp that didn't really seem to suit the strengths of DFM, who got their best ever placement just in the last season. Their last few stages have been going very well, and they haven't been going very well playing double E-Net, I can tell you that.
Oh man, yeah, you definitely are quite vocal with those opinions. I mean, do you think they should actually maybe go for a whole comp swap? Because this is the same thing right now.
The thing is, I feel like DFM in their position are going to have felt like they haven't shown their best level of form. They've won both of their pistols against Full Sense, and they've just had a very off game. Comp aside, maybe their execution wasn't great, but the individuals were off as well. So clearly, Pearl is a map that they have prepared heavily coming into this stage, and they've got a lot more to show on it. The question is whether they can execute it in the server, because the double initiator comp, double scan comp can be clunky at the best of times. It requires you to have good organization, great macro, and a team like T1 is exactly the kind of team that wants to disrupt that and break down all of your tricky little plans.
Precisely that. As we kick things off right here onto Pearl between T1 and DFM. Clearly, so far in Group Omega, T1 have been having their way with things, especially, despite the meta changes here and there. Izu on this chamber has been quite the biggest factor for this team.
Yeah, I think T1 is just kind of simplifying the comps down to what you'd expect them to be in a lot of cases. They're playing a lot of Sky Phoenix. They're throwing Nizu on the chamber, kind of simplifying things down. Meteor's still playing a lot of Senti, Munchkin on the controller. Tends to make sense. Aggression off the back here, though, of DFM. This is a little bit more like it. You want to see them get in the face of T1 and not let the game so much come to them and rely on that double E-Net. In the meantime, T1 throwing that smoke down on B long and taking control. Munchkin turtled all the way in sight. This timing between Mei and Munchkin could be round defining here, and there's no way you're checking that corner. Easy double dink for Munchkin and a free Sheriff for him to pick up.
Yeah, that had me feeling very nervous, and suddenly seeing someone push all the way up mid, you're starting to question where else could the rest of DFM be.
Well, DFM are trying to find out where T1 is. Buzz dealing with the stealth drone there. Will deny information to a comp that often seeks to find exactly that. So they don't have any drones left as Akame's purchased up the Sheriff into that round. He's holding on the recon dart to later on in the round. Yatsuka It's in astral form for a moment, looking to try to pick one coming in from tiles. It's a bit of a messy duel though, but still gets away with it. Munchkin punishing through the door.
That's the sheriff that he picked up off of May's cold corpse. That's honestly quite the painful one. Now because of that, T1, they've had all the utility that they've been banking on. They get to dump it straight into this A site where, you know, trying to set up now, possibly anticipating a recon as well. Couple of shots out from Akame, but not quite able to really connect. He does find one, actually, still, but Buzz will push through. Meanwhile, the rest of T1 just trying to play around the spike stairs. Position still being held, Munchkin. Sheriff v Sheriff. It just comes down to the quick draw. Tapped onto the spike. Munchkin tries to go for the swing, but it's Akame who comes up with the goods instead. A quad kill under his belt in the pistol round.
Yeah, he was the standout on Pearl the last time that DFM played it, even though he was on that Senti role. And the thing that they said about putting Akame on the Sentinel is, well, we put him on the Sentinel because he can shoot. And it turns out, it doesn't matter what agent you put him on, he can still shoot. He's been one of the more flexible players coming in from the Japanese scene and overall here in VCT Pacific, having played that info ENIT role in just the last stage. One of the sharper players on DFM, and at times, think about that Pearl game versus KRX when he was on the chamber. He's had very, very big performances for the side, even at times eclipsing May.
Okay, so far this role swap somewhat trending upward for DFM. I know it's just one round, but we'll see.
That's 3 from 3 pistols for DFM though. They won both pistols against Full Sense and had 0 success on the map after that, so you definitely won't get carried away just yet.
3-9 first half defense side. They started it off against Full Sense.
Wasn't ideal. Buzz sliding in. Oh my god, May slides them up through the smoke. That is unbelievable, refracting back away.
That's a lucker dog right there, man.
Lucky dog.
He's gonna try to double dip, but you know, we'll eat a bandit shot. Either way though, I mean, pretty much still DFM in control, but T1 getting the spike plants pretty nice for themselves too.
Yeah, pretty good use of the salvos so far from Cess. He's been quite effective. It's definitely a player that I want to keep an eye on his performance, because I feel like his performance when he was playing Info ENIT on DFM, he was one of the lowest rated players in all of Pacific. Since switching over to controller, kind of juggling the IGL duties, he's had a massive uptick in performance, so just throwing him back onto an Info ENIT again here on Pearl put him in a position where maybe his performance is going to take a dip. DFM definitely not hoping so.
There's so much of it. Yeah, it's got the controller as well, but it's nice to see that they're having fun.
What is going on at the player comms, man?
The dances on this stage, you know, the whole team is kind of influenced by the vibes, but at the same time, launching off to a possible potential bonus. Everyone's still on the SMGs though.
All picked up by May. Attempt at a pick there from Izu. Immediately rendezvous back away. The scan from the guiding light does confirm that there's someone over here. They actually scanned Yatsuka up over the top of that smoke, and he's gone looking for a little bit too much there. Munchkin, actually one of T1's lower rated players at the moment, having a better performance today.
Kind of hang tight, but at the same time, T1 anticipating the push through. They have the judges in hand, but after a bit of a scuffle, DFM still able to backtrack.
They're looking
for a place to defend.
They're looking well organized today, though. I like the way they're aggressing together. T1, though, still kind of coming out ahead of this round. Munchkin has charged his way down B long and thrown up that one way. Stax joining him in kind. Seekers will be secured off the back of this nice open plant for T1. Question whether they're going to rip them to try to win this 3-on-2.
Planted. My ult's ready. You are divided.
Have a good go at it. Figure out where your opponents are. Oh, the Cosmic Divide as well. It just makes things really difficult, doesn't it? Especially since May doesn't have the refract. Still kind of finds a slight timing to sneak through though, but that's just going to give his position away. The stun already tossed out. Stax is prepared for the hit. Now more smokes. Just blocking off May's vision.
May would love one more kill here, and he'll get himself Convergent Paths coming into the first gun round. Slipping through the smoke, does nicely to actually take a gun away from Stax, but Munchkin will clean him up. 5-2 for Munchkin thus far. He's looking very switched on for T1 today. And I think a T1 where Munchkin is performing is going to be a very dangerous looking outfit. Love this mid crunch from DFM in the mid round though. Like, this is what I'm saying. I think in comparison to that Full Sense game where they looked a little disjointed. It felt like they were constantly getting disrupted and not able to get onto the same page. Today, they look much better organized, and I'm hoping that's going to continue across the rest of the map.
And it's just the pacing of that game as well with Primi on the Phoenix. But of course, this time we do have stacks on a Sky instead. So starting things off, a bit of smoke just to block off T1.
Yeah, May on the line over there, secured by Cess. Have had the guiding light with the pullback of the star on B long multiple times so far for T1. This time it's the Trailblazer first.
May with the op as well still. Ooh, shot whiffed. It's Buzz in high gear.
Yeah, I think the site's going to be given up by DFM here. They've cleared out mid with the Sova drone, so they're going to be in good positions with some pretty good information to try to break down this push of T1. May has got the conversion paths as well. Stealth drone going forward now.
Whoa! May just snaps a shot mid-slide anyway. And I'm not sure if you want to reaggress back off of that smoke this time.
And turret going up. T1, they felt like they've been read, and I think when you're playing double info init with multiple drones in play, you can be well aware that you've lost the majority of the map if you've sat in B long for far too long. Wrapping back into middle now, but with only 35 seconds and none of the Killjoy utility dealt with in the middle of the map, it's going to be tough for them to make this work.
Still going to try, though. At least they got a flash in the form of stacks. But all the smokes, and with all this timing as well, T1, DFM's going to be able to get a good read on this, or just rely on the utility or the timer. 15 seconds. The pressure is on. T1 seemed kind of comfortable, though, just flashing in.
Just playing retake on A here. Looking for a pick is DFM. Munchkin's getting active inside of the smoke, though. See if T1 can find a pick, make this retake very uncomfortable for a DFM who no longer has any drones to work with.
At the same time, May potentially would want to deploy the convergent path, so depending on how Munchkin times this just right, could be huge. Gonna eat it, but he still has the shots, just a cosmetic stun, and then for the rest of the team to set up off of contact. Onto the spike now.
Right here.
As they have most of the choke points being smoked off, but still, Izu marks it. Kame just gives him a good old drive-by. Yatsuka pushes up, connects onto the triple, and it's DFM who managed to secure a strong lead so far.
That is a very rare whiff from Izu. You could have put your house on him, picking up that kill on Akame, running up through the smoke that was just fading.
I don't want to lose my house, damn.
I don't think anybody would have thought they would be. Hell of a shot to open things up from May. Virgin Pass does a decent job helping them get back in. But I felt like that was T1's round every day of the week. Meteor peeking off the contact of what he thought was going to be a spike tap, and Akame getting away with some absolute robbery in A lane there. T1 with a bit of a slow start here, actually.
Should make things somewhat awkward in terms of their buy, at least. Huron still the hero phantom.
Stealth drone goes up through middle. Information gathering in spades for DFM. I mean, Meteor lurking around in middle should be of no surprise to anyone. It's exactly how he always likes to play things.
Just kind of confirm it as well. Meanwhile, still kind of jiggling around the extremities of the map, not seeing too much.
DFM should have a pretty reasonable read on T1 and how they like to play this map. You saw T1 already take on Varel earlier on in this competition. They had a pretty nice time on Pearl so far. For DFM, I mean, as I said, most of the rounds that they won were off the back of the pistol. The gun rounds weren't too successful, and there wasn't much of a second half, so maybe less tape to review on them. Yatsuka spotting out the line for now. Not much brought up into this round, and for even someone like Izu, seems to be holding on to a lot of cash from attacking side operator later on.
Otherwise, just kind of holding on to it. Letting T1 make the first move, but that's where you got to watch out as well. Buzz now onto a Vandal. One more kill and it would be overdrive.
Yeah, just Neon things. Spike going down now. Tide punishing them on the cross, making this more expensive for T1 to get comfortable in the back of the site. They're digging their heels into backhaul.
They can actually still hold it. I mean, this is where the double init utility can come into play, not to mention May with a full kit as well. Gonna connect into a wall though, so a little bit awkward, but still the whole team pushing up alongside it. And suddenly it's chaos. T1 starts to make a move, but Buzz tries to maintain stability. Pops overdrive as a bit of a warning sign. Could potentially just beam through the smokes. He will go in back halls and dives on top of the spike. Prevents it from getting defused, gets a quad, It puts T1 up to 2.
Yeah, Buzz is back on his BS. You saw him getting away with some crazy stuff on the attacking side versus Varel. Has looked like one of the better Neons in the competition, and make no mistake, we are in Neon meta. Hyde does a pretty good job trying to bring that one back for DFM, but felt like once T1 got comfortable in the site, Buzz just took over. The first kill with the jiggly to the Bucky on backhaul is the most critical kill to help T1 get into a post plant. Then he closes it out in style with 3 more in addition.
Yeah, that should have been DFM's, considering the fact that that was like a half buy that T1 had, so...
I mean, that's broken DFM's money. That's a big swing in momentum for this game. You felt like DFM was in full control. They had a really nice retake in round 4, kind of getting away with a little trick in A main there, courtesy of Akame. But in the very next round, they find their economy heavily reset, handing over a handful of guns to T1.
And off as well. I mean, Hunter Sphere was ripped too, so that's quite costly. Hence this timeout to really try to, figure out a different plan, perhaps.
Yeah, their retakes, I mean, against Full Sense were a big problem as well. If you remember, a lot of B-side after plants where it felt like they took far too long to get organized. They were getting disrupted. If you remember, Primi just sending it at them up in through spawn side. DFM aren't allowed to get comfortable and kind of pull the retake off in the fashion that they're looking for. They can have a lot of problems, and even with the role swaps, that seems to still be an issue for them.
Continue to keep an eye on it for now, but at the same time, DFM coming into this round with the pistol, they are looking to aggress into A main. Unfortunately, that's where the outlaw is. Izu as well. Okay, eating some damage though.
Feeling very bold. Trailblazer going forward on B long, dealt with by Yatsuka inside of the smoke. So pistols for DFM. T1 looking to pick up more momentum. Fract active here for May. Goes looking for Munchkin, but Munchkin is not missing a beat today. Looking very sharp, lurking over towards B long and the Astra. This is a big plus of running the Astra as your primary controller.
Yeah, it's an eco as well though, so what are you gonna do? Just try to go fishing? Sometimes you come up with a boot. This time in the form of T1. Meteor holding an off angle while the rest of the team goes skulking across. They kind of expect Meteor to be lurking around middle though, but not to line up like that.
Yeah, the first 2 kills for Meteor, and they come quite easily to him, at least in that round, so hopefully that's going to help him start to work his way into this game. Flawless anti-eco for T1. And what a turn this game has taken. You felt like DFM was in a pretty reasonable position to go on a bit of a run on defense, but now we're straight back to our regularly scheduled programming.
Kind of like how things started off just last week as well, huh? At least they got some ults to work off of perhaps this time.
I mean, if DFM wins 4 from 4 pistols on this map and
it's already a big
struggles to do anything, I think it's time for a change in the veto. I'm not going to lie.
Oh, yikes.
A on the line again. Guiding light avoided, and look, Buzz has given him plenty of opportunities to take pot shots, but not going to be slowing down anytime soon, pushing straight into spawn.
Not a factor for May though. Just gonna fall back, hold a separate line. Coming back in to try to contend with T1 for this B site.
Got into the post plant, yeah. Trailblazer dealt with, and lockdown being prepped by Kaide. How will T1 approach this 4-on-5? They're going to get flushed out of the site, but they're going to invest their own lockdown in response.
At the same time, though, spacing is all that matters right now as Izu comes back through, rendezvous away. Kaide pushes up with the rest of the team. They've broken the lockdown, they've set up their own Cosmic Divide, and they're trying to stick onto the defuse all the way through. It's T1 who gives them that respect.
Yeah, I think T1 obviously losing Buzz is a bit of a difference maker in that B side after plant. The Neon's mobility and the ability to wrestle control of backhauls is a big factor. When May's able to pluck him out of the air like that and the lockdown flushes out the rest of the site, it really limits your ability to play that post plant. You want your Sky and your Neon to be the disruptive forces in the backhauls and on the site, and when both of them go down that easily and you're able to dive in and deal with the opposing lockdown, and that retake gets a little bit easier and you're feeling a little bit safer with the Cosmic Divide on B long there.
Well, in the upcoming round, T1 just trying to suss things out across the map, this time towards A site. Not seeing too much though.
Yeah. A main control taken early on. Once again, it's kind of this approach where you're leaving Izu and Munchkin on the extremities. Munchkin looking to juke the drone here. Nobody taking a main control off the back of it, but the Astronaut spotted out. Munchkin creeping back onto the line, and Akame a little bit quicker to the draw. That's a big kill for DFM. No smokes now available on T1. It's going to make it much harder to navigate this round.
Yeah, that's painful despite juking the drone as well. Meteor's going to try to fill in the gaps, but at the same time he's been spotted out. Maybe trying to keep players from DFM just around this spot while the rest of his team starts to put the foot down towards B site.
I mean, B is completely open here. DFM very much trusting their retake, despite the fact they've invested both the Sova drone and the Teo stealth drone. So you're not going to be able to flexibly clear out some of these annoying positions unless you're investing your utility and going in together. But in a flashless comp, that can go horribly wrong. Because you see Buzz and Stax both still alive, and they're looking to play disruptively. Crossfire between Buzz and Meteor on street. But it's a full approach through spawn here for DFM.
Just buying a little bit more time, get the rest of the team nearby. But that salvo's already spent. He's got one more. Meanwhile, Izu is in position with the operator. Buzz could potentially sneak in a little bit closer as well. First shot whiffs. Ooh! And suddenly DFM has a lot more initiative. They try to sneak through, but it's Meteor on the off angle. A slight trade. And now DFM start to fan out, trying to clear out back halls, and it's Akame still providing that much more firepower for the team. The Japanese quad comes up in spades. And now DFM up to 5, a big improvement from last week's defense against Full Sense.
Yeah, Akame's just going ballistic this map. Deals with the lurker over on the A side of the map, and then just busts open the B side on the retake. That difference is made not only losing your primary smokes in A main, this was a big impact kill from him, but also neither Buzz nor Stax have any impact disrupting the retake. Izu misses his shot on Heaven. So this is a situation where DFM coming back into the B site could have potentially lost 2 picks, but without either of those shots connecting, Buzz and Izu both not able to actually pick these players completing the retake in through Heaven's side. It's a little bit easier for DFM to scale in, and that becomes an impossible hold for T1.
Not the form that you would expect T1 to be in post-plant, but either way, they go at it again, this time a little bit pacier towards A site, but May in position with Refract as well. T1 waited out, and then for Buzz to sneak through. Slides in from right underneath their nose and finds one, but May fires back. Suddenly the whole team just thrown into chaos as DFM puts up a good fight around the smokes. It's been picked up. Meteor just sneaks through.
What a sneaky boy. He's just pinched the spike for free. Back into A main now. It's still not a good position for T1. Let's not twist our words. Tour de Force is active though for Izu. He's just going to hold this A main line. He wants to punish anybody going looking for information. Yatsuka dealing with the turret in the middle of the map is going to make Meteor a little more concerned, a little more nervous that someone might be flanking them. But if there's anybody that can navigate a mid-round like this, it is Meteor. He's a master at lurking on the attack side and finding the gaps, especially in these messy mid-round situations.
It's not going to be easy, though. Pilly, there's so much KJ utility. I mean, okay, it's disabled, so he might actually be able to sneak through.
Alarmbot's taking a nap. Left. And Meteor given full control here. DFM trusting the safety in numbers. It's an approach that's worked fairly well for them. But all it's going to take is one of these players on T1 actually starting to hit some shots. Nice open plant next to Spammable. And Meteor has both nanos as well as an alarm bot to work with Izu now making his way over to a DeForce in hand. He's whiffed a couple of op shots so far this game. Cannot afford to miss this time.
Because it's Meteor on the Sentinel as well, I mean, kind of signals to them playing a lot more defensive around the spike rather than pushing further up front.
DFM has 1 star, that's it. No other util to get back in here. They're going to need some really good spacing.
Just all down to the fights. May have swapped over to a rifle as well, so ops be damned, but unless Izu connects every single bit, it's still going to be tough. 2 players going down now, and it's just May. He's trying to bake them out into the open, but that costs time, and the spike will go off. May only walking away with 1 kill.
I mean, that's the difference between T1 hitting shots when DFM are completing the retake and not. You see that back-to-back in round 8 and round 9. Round 8, they missed the shots. They give space to T1 coming back in on that, to DFM rather, coming back in on that retake, and it's a successful retake where they're able to scale in together. But when they get disrupted, when the op on the line hits a shot, Meteor pokes out backhauls, becomes an impossible prospect. DFM giving them a lot of space and not remaining that active in the mid-round. It's one of those situations where it can be easy thinking, oh, we're up in numbers, we'll be fine in on the retake. But against players of this level, sometimes that's just not the case.
Still though, every win so far for DFM has been a defuse, somewhat of a retake.
Don't miss
So
it
just
too
a lot of trust in it still. This time trying to hold up main a different position. Wants to catch someone unsuspecting, and he will. Looks to reposition as well, but Buzz is already past the open line.
Buzz has been so good at finding that opener in backhauls. It's a big position to be grasping control of. Hunter's Fury and conversion pass. There it is coming in from May. Kaide's found Buzz in transition. Izu's still on the line, forced to rendezvous away, and now Meteor will take his place. He cops one pulse at the Hunter's Fury, but the Cosmic is still up as T1 put the spike down.
Yeah, just trying to play quick to displace the spike plant as well, but not sure if these shots will actually connect. Izu perhaps in a tricky position now, allowing for Kami to push up after the stun. It's just Meteor towards the back of sight, but he's still quite the menace. Just jiggling back around. Seth's trying to bait him out. He knows he's low. All he needs is one shot. Oh, but attention away onto the spike. Meteor just looks for the tightest sliver, up for a Red Bull clutch.
I mean, this is the class of Meteor. Started out this game 0-5, and now he's 7-8, having won multiple XVXs and clutches for T1. He is such a game changer when he gets himself rolling. Buzz with another key entry back into the site, and although May causes T1 some serious problems, picking not only the flashes and the solo init on the side of T1, but also their smokes. Izu and Meteor in a post plant on B for the second round in a row. Get it done.
Now better equipped to go back into it. Just a bit of noise presence around A main.
Sheriff's around a hero op for Mate. He has been connecting his shots thus far and posted over at A main. He's going to get a crack here, but Trailblazer avoided nicely for now. Will there be a follow-up flash? Ooh, Jiggle.
Jiggle instead, he saved the flash for something else. Meanwhile, a little bit curious as Izu's the one lurking this time. Still though, pushing all the way up. Alongside the fast lanes, he's got a judge this time around. May just trying to pick a different position, walks away with the kill against Stacks, but still, it's Buzz. He's gone past, infiltrated behind enemy line. Oh, says though! Whoa! What a sneaky position upstairs as soon as the smoke dissipates. Still, past that fact, it's the attacking lockdown that gets deployed. DFM have no choice but to try to respect it. It is somewhat of an eco round after all. May still thinking of going at it though. When does he decide to possibly save? I mean, it's the second last round of the first half, but it feels as though you're just completely surrounded at this point.
Yeah, he's been given nothing. Meteor picking off the back of the grab well. And does seem like he is going to get the opportunity to save, perhaps, unless Munchkin is way too far ahead of him. Cuts him off at the legs. 3K for Munchkin, and T1 taking the lead now on the attacking side. They were a little slow to start, but now that they've got rolling, it really feels like their game of Pearl. It's a generational win from Cess, but look, he still finished.
Got the kill, he got the kill.
He'll finish it up. I mean, that operator is not something that they can afford to replace, I don't think.
I think someone else bought for him, and then he just gifted, you know, rifle back.
Yeah, and Seth, I didn't think it was going to have full utility buying that for May, but he actually has gone down to light armor and still can afford all of his salvos. Buzz picking up the pace straight through Art, but this is just trying to draw some rotations, if anything. T1 aren't decided where they're finishing this round just yet. May trying to dive in with the cheeky refract shorty play. Doesn't get an opportunity to pick T1.
All these early moves, though, have already kind of displaced DFM.
I mean, they've lost the middle of the map. They are in panic stations right now trying to figure out what's going on. Good news is Akame at least has A main, so that's a good info line. Turret hasn't been triggered in the middle of the map. Finally gets dealt with. Where did T1 finish here?
It feels like it's angling towards B for now. It's a 2-3 split for DFM. When do they start rotating? They're not seeing anything towards A main. And the drone has gone out to clear R.
May looking for a pick, diving in through the fast lane. Misses his opportunity, and now T1 have got boots on the ground in the site. Kaide prepping the lockdown in response. There it goes.
flush someone out of position enough for May, but goes in for a pop shot instead. Now Seeker's in response just to try and confirm that no one's flanking.
Ooh, Armageddon is going to catch Izu for sure. Yeah, that's a beautiful salvo to follow up.
And then everyone just spreads out across the spike. Potential body blocks as well. Kaideo's already gotten it to halfway, and I don't think T1 kind of has to drop on it anymore. Despite the kills at the end, the spike defuse confirms it. It's 6-6 at the end of the first half.
Yeah, that's rough. Gravity Well doesn't manage to cancel the half. I wasn't actually across where the DFM were body blocking that one, but they finally pull off yet another successful B retake.
Halftime.
As we go into halftime here, it's dead even. I feel like that was a roller coaster of a half that's ended up dead even. You know, I felt like DFM, it was unlosable for them in the first 4 rounds. Then they lose to the Bucky of Buzz, and things get very messy from there. Still anyone's game at this point.
For sure. I mean, I don't think we got to see too much of DFM's attack in the previous week, but apart from that, T1 feels like they still got quite a bit of depth.
Looking quite comfortable here. T1 single-handedly want to run through this group and deny any opportunities for Japanese Valorant. They've already dealt with Varel, and I do believe Zeta's in this group as well, right?
Oh,
yep.
yeah.
DFM, Zeta.
You know what? That's actually the next thing, because DFM, you know, starting off the opening week, come out with a loss, fine. Going up against T1, you hope to at least find a map or two. Hopefully you win the whole series, because your next opponent's going to be Zeta. You want to be feeling good going into that one. Be that flag bearer of Japanese Valorant.
I mean, they've front-loaded a lot of their tougher games. Full Sense looks like they're in good form. Then you're playing T1, who are just representing Pacific over on the international stage. They can be a little slow to start. As we saw versus Varel, that Haven game was not the prettiest game of Valorant. But that just shows the quality of T1, I think, at the end of the day. Even in a game where they don't look like they're switched on, where they lose pistols, where they're losing to Sheriff rounds and things like that, T1 still finds a way to win.
That's a potential discussion as well, because T1's up against RRQ next, another team that, you know, can take a while to get going. But for now, we're back into the pistol with DFM pushing down middle.
Oh, Izu spotted out on B long there. As the rest of DFM creeping into Art. Middle of the map held together with a little bit of tape, an alarm bot, and a trademark. And once T1 rather loses the middle of the map here, how do they respond once that alarm bot is triggered?
Just trying to hold it. Pushing in towards A main as well is pretty sneaky with stacks. Up around the smokes, will spot out Cess. Having a tough time trying to finish off the kill. He gets it at the end and turns back around. Takes down 2. Cess managed to bring things back, but still, now you're back into a 3v3 with May on low HP.
Yeah, where are the stars? Does Munchkin even have any available to him? Because there isn't a fast lane, so this defuse is going to be a difficult prospect. Buzz not quite able to calibrate onto May, low HP. Yatsuka playing on the site.
Just not too worried about it. Goes in to clear the corners. Has potential slide as well. Uses it to clear out Yatsuka instead, but May still fighting. He's so darn low though. Munchkin's just going to try to stick onto the spike all the way through. Full trust in Izu until he gets off at the last second. Saves the round. And now T1 walks away with the lead.
Yeah, I don't know what Stacks got away with inside of A main there. It was Cess he was looking for. DFM does a good job in the mid-round, going and crunching into A main, trying to hunt down that Sky. And they lose 2 players to the Bandit. Let's have a little bit of a look at it. Bang! Those are the last 2 bullets in his clip. Oh, he actually had 3. But very, very sharp shots on the Bandit. I mean, that's how I feel about the Bandit in general. It's just like with City, and then sometimes when you hit a couple of headshots with it, you're like, oh, okay, yeah, this gun's good.
When it hits, it hits.
Yeah, when it hits, it really hits. T1 deny DFM their first pistol loss on Pearl this season, but 3-1 ain't bad for them.
Otherwise, a full investment for this round, trying to carry him over onto the next.
Turret dealt with. Big rotations over to B here for T1.
Just trying to dive on through. T1 though, just playing around the corner. Munchkin goes down at the end still, but it's Buzz.
Oh man, the judge is just free farm against pistols. Just like you're running around at a kid's birthday with a pool noodle, just whacking them.
I'm out of here.
Okay.
Not speaking from experience. I'm extremely well mannered. A nice man.
Sounds like a fun time.
That's cyberbullying at its finest.
Well, at least now you're aware that there's a judge in the next round.
Yeah, not sure that really helps you when it's in the hands of a Neon in this meta, you know? It's just like, well, I'm in for pain, potentially, and in A-main is exactly where that pain will be inflicted. Big Relay Bolt straight on the face of DFM.
That is
Denied
disgusting.
any space over at A-main. Smoke's a little off there. T1, who feel like pushing A-main is not enough. Now he must push B-main. Yatsuka's AFK over in this part of the map, though, and a little bit of a messy duel against Meteor gets him on the fadeaway. That's a big pick for DFM.
Yeah, his return to the keyboard and the mouse. Possibly may be able to walk away with another unless Munchkin goes down. It's a stinger after all, but the rest of T1 just trying to pick up the pieces now, trying to fill in the gaps that have been left open across the map.
Creeping into Art now. Drone goes through A main, guiding light will confirm presence in middle, so this is quite readable for T1. Izu looking to stick around. May low on HP is easy pickings for the Outlaw.
And it's just gonna reload, reposition, re-engage. More kills going down as DFM tried to aggress out from these ingresses, but still, T1 make it tough. Shots from Izu taking down players, and it's just Cess left. 20 seconds to go.
He's sweating bullets. Munchkin is already on the flank. He hasn't put the spike down yet. It's getting a little bit sweaty. Stinger could be problematic in this kind of an angle, but when your opponent's not looking at you, that should be free. Nice little couple of bursts. It was anything but clean, but it was good enough for Munchkin to get it done. 9 up for T1, and they're going to win a bonus. Oh, you're starting to feel not so great about this pill pick for DFM yet again.
That was a gut punch of a round, especially considering the fact that they came into this round with, you know, guns from the previous, the Stinger of all things, but it was a smart choice not to pick up that Vandal, conceal this position, picked up the flank.
I mean, this is just perfection from Munchkin, though. Placing down those Astra Stars, giving a little bit of pocket to play in over on Churchside to his teammate, and then coming in on the flank. He's had a great game so far.
Then it's the same thing again. This judge.
Stealth drone, not quite dodged by Izu. He's gonna force his way back onto this B long line.
It feels like he doesn't care.
No, I mean, that's how you play Chamber. You are I mean, now that Yoru's gone, you are the don't care guy. There's no free jet dash, there's no Yoru TP. Trademark dealt with by the Nano Swarm. DFM trying to work the map, deal with some of this Sentinel utility wherever they can. Bit of a trap set up inside of Art. Munchkin just posted up on this A main line, and he's definitely going to get some action. But when you have a look at Buzz on the Judge, Stack's close by, this is going to be a quick flood back into A. I don't know if DFM's going to be ready for it.
Possibly not, especially around the stairs position as well. Now clearing out middle, which allows for Manny to get a little bit further up front. He's got a Bucky of all things. Unfortunately, the shot doesn't quite connect.
Yeah, it should be the fast lane and the guarding light straight back in. But Cosmic invested by DFM. They're going to this round.
On a round where you got 4 sheriffs, now I'm curious. Trying to hang out towards the back end of spawn as well. But T1 are just setting up. Okay, first shot goes wide. It's going to be Cess that connects. And then for the rest of DFM to continue to hold. Spike being tapped now, or maybe connected all the way through. They need to peek off, and they managed to find the kills, but still, Defuse connected, not quite. It's DFM that serves up the Thrifty.
That is a hell of a flick right at the end of the round. I don't know how close that defuse was, but DFM, the Cosmic investment has helped pinch around from T1. They had no business winning. Good shot from Cess on the Sheriff. Over here in spawn side, Akame backing up main nicely. Then just down to the last second. Beautiful flicks from Kaide there. Has a tough time dealing with Buzz's movement, but the flick through the fast lane is beautiful to watch.
Saw it a second before, but now they go at it again. Full clash inside of A main. Buzz in a deep position, cannot get out. Main has already gone past the opening line and sets up convergent paths straight through it to exactly where T1 are hiding. Cosmetic's done though, and Stax tries to hold. It's Izu instead that fans out, takes down 2!
Down to a 3-on-2. Definitely favoring DFM at this point. Still double nanos in the back pocket. You've got the stealth drone to help try to find out where the retake is coming from T1. Nanos invested onto the spike. Stealth drone clears out all of Art, but here's the Cosmic back in reply for T1.
Just cannot give up your position though, Stax. Cess just trying to jiggle around it. It's Meteor that pushes up. Now the final player who was way too disconnected as the sole lurker towards B site. He's finally made it here, but he gets pulled in by the Gravwell.
Was that his Gravwell?
I feel like it was.
I feel like that was definitely looking like Attacker's Gravwell post-side placement, and if he just ran through the Cosmic into his own Gravwell, that is...
Maybe he tried to use it to peek, but...
I don't know. Don't know about that one. Could have been Munchkin's Gravwell. Wasn't paying super close attention. Worth mentioning, though, that Yatsuka has just had to swap back onto the Astra after not really playing it and being on the info init role. So those are the kind of things where, you know, you're not really sure if he's fully comfortable. That was his Gravwell. He's Gravwelled himself into Meteor's crosshair.
Feels bad. What else are you gonna say? It's T1 with double digits now, and their ults are starting to cycle up.
Buyback through here for DFM. Into A main confirms that there wasn't anybody super deep on through there. Tour de force on an off angle in the middle of the map. Izu looking to disrupt this default, but after a little bit of A main pressure, DFM are going to make their way back towards B. Jiggle from Meteor, hoping to inform the rotates as the round goes a little bit deeper. Armageddon in the post plant, Stealth Drone will go forward. In the meantime, Trailblazer clearing out all of A main. So T1, they're reading this round quite well. You're already seeing the rotation back across from Buzz, and with an overdrive in the back pocket, this could be a very big, I was gonna say flood, but they're already on the side.
Yeah, they just conditioned DFM to end up on the B side this time, but the Armageddon does make it a little bit difficult though, not fully. T1 just sidestep it, now trying to hold different positions. Watch out for the incoming angle. Stax pushes up and the peaks go huge. It's Buzz onto overdrive now. He's clearing out back sight, beams down 1. Continues to slide back and forth as Meteor provides assistance. It's Buzz! Quad kill to completion! And T1 not slowing down.
I mean, Buzz is just a beast on the B site right now. On attack, on defense, really just dominates backhauls. Big problem for DFM to deal with. And you could see it off the back of the Trailblazer into A main. Having the Neon be able to get into the B site in time is such a big difference maker. When he has the overdrive in the back pocket, and you can see right at the last second there, he gets a multi-frag to give him another slide to easily pick up that last player. 19 and 14. Buzz is looking like one of the best Neons in Pacific this season.
For sure, not someone that we can forget about. Tough times for DFM in the upcoming round. Still trying to fish around the A side though, but unfortunately it's Izu that bites.
Yeah, nice opening pick on the Outlaw. He's been a bit of a menace over on that A side of the map. Despite the fact that you're running the double drones, he's just still such a problem. It's free farm for him with how many light armors there are. Buzz continuing to shoot the bodies. Unnecessary. But, you know, you'll take what you can get. He's got himself 20 kills, so we'll grant him this celebration.
He's like, I want another overdrive. You don't need it, man.
I don't think there's time for another overdrive. I think this game is over.
No. When your opponents are up to 11, and you just try to bank everything on this possible round because you don't want to have to climb up against a 12. But either way, now you're playing against the back foot for sure. T1 are still just doing fantastic recon work right now.
Yeah, Stax is reading the game on the solo unit very, very well. Always just trailblazing out some of these positions, investing his guarding lines when necessary. Sentinel Util is keeping the rest of the map in check. And Izu on these info lines. Buzz and Meteor, hand in hand, creeping up street. With 20 seconds on the clock, I think DFM are just trying to save these Vandals. But as T1 with a great economy behind you, you definitely go hunting for these weapons.
Oh no, and that's where they might get corralled into an unwanted corner. Munchkin starting to push up alongside as well. They have to be able to make this hold, but no, Meteor crashes into them.
That's Meteor's lockdown off those last 2 kills as well. He was 1 off.
Match point.
So T1 making sure they have all the bells and whistles heading into what could be the final round of Pearl here.
I don't feel good about this, Billy. This was meant to be DFM's map. They picked it, so far, this is the second picking.
I mean, this is just theory Valorant versus Valorant in practice, You think to yourself,
job.
going into the attacking side, like, I have 2 drones. He can't pick me with the operator. Yes, he can, bro. He absolutely can. You're just far too strong on the timings. Outlaw upgraded to an operator. Pace into the middle of the map here. May dealing with the trademark. T1 with a bit of a firing squad, though. Shoving their way up B long and giving up the middle of the map this round.
This feels a little bit like deja vu because T1 did similar plans back on their attacking side. Now spots out Yatsuka. Pushing all the way up. They have 3 after all. Yatsuka still makes a good go. But then the rest of the team from DFM suddenly ending up towards the A site. T1 might not have been expecting that, but they made it a good fight still.
That can work for them, though. Although they've already used the salvos, double nanos, shockies, as well as a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown in the post plant. Kaide on the off angle, not feeling the need to push the issue there. If he lost his life to Izu, could have been a bad set of circumstances, but now joined up with Cess, they're feeling a little bit more comfortable about their prospects. T1 have wasted a lot of time clearing out the map.
Stairs is not being watched. Oh, now it is.
Recovering it.
T1 just kind of staying close enough, hover around if they can get an opening pick here or there. If not, just the save. They'll have to fight another day.
I mean, it's just really good pivot in the mid round for DFM there. They see that it's a 3-1-1 of some kind or a 3-2. Big shove up B long. Yatsuka goes down, but when you're snappy and you're on top of the calling, you know that you've got a 3 or 4 on 2 on the other side of the map, maybe even a 4 on 1. That's a situation where you catch the chamber in transition, you're able to catch the solo in on the site. You can get yourself into a very nice looking post plant. They don't even have to invest the ults there to get the job done.
I like it. The Hail Mary pass kind of converted into a lifeline now.
I think that's where you could have probably had a bit more of a solid setup for T1. You want your chamber in a position where, if you're shoving your way... Actually, the chamber wasn't over there, was he? It was the chamber on B long. Yeah. Okay, fair enough.
Fair enough, but either way, now they're back to the same old plan. Just full spam into the smoke, though, and they will catch Buzz this time. Hunter's Fury into the stun as well! And then it's T1 playing against the back foot. I mean, trying to come back up.
In this current meta, that's just one of those situations where I'm very dead. Berserk's on the rope the other day. I'm dead. Drone goes forward. There's a lockdown as well to try to secure things here for DFM. Playing any games in this 5-on-3, not taking any risk. Love it. Double drones go forward. Smokes in towards Pit and Flowers. Should be able to get onto the site here.
T1 though, trying to pick the right timings. Unfortunately, it's not quite coming to fruition just yet. Onto the spike as well. Munchkin looking for a spam, but gets spammed back instead.
This is perfection from DFM in this round. Izu at least able to take one with him, but I don't think he's getting much more than that. Trying to save the operator. Maze in hot pursuit, but spotted out by the trademark. I mean, there really wasn't much that DFM could have done better. They got a pretty fortunate spam kill in A main. Traded that second player out, and then locked down to create enough space. But what I was more impressed by... I mean, Izu wasn't watching the right line. The creep through suicide. Very nice. Takes the op out of his hands. The anti-flood from DFM was beautiful there, though. They're investing the salvos and the nanos onto Flowers, onto Pit. Try to get themselves a safer plant. Got them a free kill onto Meteor. Very, very nice.
It's definitely that kind of effort that you want to applaud for the Japanese team.
That's perfect. It's exactly what you want to do in that situation. Counter spam was great, too. That's just a perfect attacking side round for DFM.
4 more chances for T1 to close it out. They call in the timeout now.
Let's see what they can construct for themselves. Shown a fair bit of diversity on this defense so far already. Most of the time it's been retake B and then kind of active on A in the mid round. I think the all-out A fights haven't really favored them too much, and I don't think that's too surprising given what you can see with the comps. DFM has got a little bit more punching power when it comes to the utility. When you're sending Buzz in on the Neon with a guiding light, it just doesn't have the same kind of oomph as I can throw missiles at you and the Waylay can dive in for free, saturate, and refract out, Like DFM's comp is just a little bit better in those kind of scrappy A main exchanges.
Surely. But let's shift the perspective back towards DFM then. Like, how do you play around possibly Buzz going somewhere else on the map?
I think think they need to change up or reinvent the wheel too much. Attacking side op for May is a bit of a change up though. Seems like he's going to be taking that over towards the B side of the map. And Izu posted up in A main yet again. Buzz is getting active inside of Art.
Alongside Stacks on the judge.
Yep. Guiding Light outside of A main will confirm that there is somebody there from the attackers. It's Kaide lurking though. Izu walking up on the line. There's the pullback on the start. Beautiful team play from DFM. Yatsuka has set him up for a freebie. And that is completely going to break the setup from T1.
What a way to play the Astra. Kaide happy with that frag as well. The rest of the team just trying to sneak around, see what they can find towards B.
This is perfect again from DFM. Kaide just jiggling away, doesn't overcook the round, maintains the man advantage while spotting out the sky. May's on this deep info line. If they go looking for information on B, he should get a free kill here. Ready for the jump spot.
T1's not budging though.
Meteor's right there. Still a lot of utility to get into the site here. Lockdown is in the back pocket for Meteor. They've got 3 players over here.
Take flight. Just try to set up a big wall with the 3. Well, DFM planting their own. But at the same time, Buzz trying to sneak all the way back lines. He turns away the worst possible second. DFM now seizing control over whatever space they have. At the same time, Kaide still skulking around.
That's just going to be a save from T1. It's another beautiful round from DFM, though, has to be said. On a comp with no flashes, you have to get very creative about how you're challenging some of these angles. So pulling back stars is a perfect example. The Consume giving a freebie to Kaide. Just able to break that up line. Angle from Stacks here.
Kaide gets a kill, he would have gotten more points towards the alt there, but
I mean, he'll get one anyway.
Not the worst thing in the world, you know, vie back up again. But main thing, 2 more to push us into OT.
It's definitely doable for DFM. The last few rounds have looked pretty nice for them. For T1, though, it feels like they're getting the worst end of the timings. You look at what happened to Izu with the Consume. You look at Buzz inside of that smoke. You know, how many times have you seen a judge in a position like that just wipe the enemy team? He's just not quite able to get the timing right. These things happen. But DFM, make no mistake, I mean, these have been some great attacking side rounds. Just wonder if they've given themselves enough rope. A little dive in there from May to get a freebie on the rotation. It's a very, very strong plus of the Waylay. Can get into some ridiculous positions to kind of cut the flood off at the legs before, you know, you even get into the site hit.
Gonna go back into it. A main once again, but T1 trying to peek outside of Art this time.
Bit more activity on mid. Turret will take that information line back. Teo drone going down B long, not spitting out a single thing. And Sova drone over on the other side of the map just to be able to secure A main control. You can see May holding the convergent paths based off the drone contact, but we'll get to save that for later in the round.
Just in case. T1 though, just kind of slinking back to fortify heavier defenses. It's all the Killjoy utility on towards A site.
Oh, he stuck past the turret, Kaide. Lockdown as well as the Seeker is going to be great retake full tools for T1, but are they ready for Kaide? Great jiggle from Munchkin, keeps himself alive, and there's the A site in the favor of DFM.
Just close enough, but still all that footwork done. He's already cleared out most of the site. It's going to be a quick flood from T1 just to try to fend this off, but so far so good. The kills start out great for DFM. Seekers back in, plus a lockdown just to try to fend them off, but the picks still coming up in spades for the Japanese team. Continuing to pick their fights, pick their angles. A slight flank going through as Kaide gets sniped down, but ultimately it's the full force, full frontal collision outside of stairs. Staxton, Izu fire back though, and then it's a jumping Yatsuka just to try to save it. 10 seconds and the spike is not down. It's all in or nothing. And Izu tries to pick the best possible timing, but Yatsuka games it. Taps off the spike, finds the kill, completes a Red Bull clutch, and gives DFM one more round for potential overtime.
T1 are going to be kicking themselves. They invest the Seekers and the lockdown and still don't come away with the round. The Red Bull clutch for Yatsuka. This is just a situation where great, you've got the lockdown down. Unfortunately, your Astra is dead, so you can't smoke off A main. So that's where DFM go, well, if I just sit in A main here and just hold all the angles, we're still in a pretty good position.
No freaking way.
And Duke did so well there. Great patience from Yatsuka, hiding inside of his own smoke. I thought T1 was on for one. That was some heroics from Izu and stacks from the backside of the site. The DFM, could they complete the journey all the way back into overtime? Attacking side operator yet again. Armageddon across the backside of the site. In comes the B execute. It's a little bit of a slower one with the drone to go first.
Just grab the opening spots, but at the same time, T1 are already nearby. They've got the guns as well, and Buzz is back on the judge. 2 kills, and it would be an overdrive. He starts to make his move, and connects onto the first. May makes it a stop. The rest of the team trying to spot out the rest of DFM, but they're still trying to hold. Kaide comes up huge with 1, continues to play around the corner. Spots out towards the top, and he's running off ammo. Still connects the headshots. Kaide, the beast, up to 3 and pushes DFM up to overtime.
What a run back into OT for DFM. I thought they were cooked when they were down 7-12, but some really great attacking sided rounds from them. Didn't get a chance to show much of them against Full Sense just the other day. Their defense really let them down in the first half. But I think you can see, like, this is the confidence of a team that has got such depth built up with this comp. They didn't want to let the comp go. They said, let's just change who's playing what. Keep a lot of the same ideas that we feel like have been quite successful for us. Now as we head into OT, 2-1 on the attacking side. Looks like they have let this game slip through their fingers a little. After a rough start to the season, DFM, they get themselves a map win here on Pearl. They're going to start to feel a little bit better about things.
Confident to clear out A main this time. Not seeing too much though. It's drones on both ends of the map.
That's a good dodge in the Trailblazer for a moment. Hand in hand with Kaide. Playing inside of the smoke.
Just trying to listen if Buzz or anyone's trying to push up, but not seeing too much for now. DFM just continuing to clear and check most of the lanes across the map.
Yeah, stealth drone goes through the middle of the map. Both of the drones invested by DFM, just looking for information in the mid-round. It's a pretty pacifist approach from T1. Meteor's not active in the middle of the map. They're not going to have a lurk. There's the smoke to go up and the guiding light forward. Nano will hold Buzz at bay for now.
Confirms it. Buzz, though, after the swarm dissipates, continues to push through. A slight stun, but it's not enough. The open line has been broken apart. The rest of DFM try to retake with 3. Is it a futile to go through?
See May tried to hold that at bay with the saturate, but didn't quite get the timing off.
And with the lost timing as well, now it's T1 who are in forward positions, just trying to observe, spot out any incoming DFM assailants. First one goes down, and then the rest out from spawn as well. They know it all too clear. Still though, Cess continues to step through, but ultimately going down at the end. T1 take control of OT.
Yeah, the entries into the B site were just way too clean there.
Switching sides.
DFM in decent positions to be able to deal with that B hit, but it gets folded. Take a closer look at what actually happened here. Different variation on the execute. Fast lane across connector side with the guiding light through. Izu goblining inside his teammates' fast lane, trying to catch one of the defenders, getting in a cheeky position, which is exactly what happens. This is T1 having some nice depth, changing up their approach to the site, having a couple of different ways that they can hit the B site, and this time DFM doesn't play around it well enough. That is the strength of playing Sky Neon.
Now they just got to play that strength on the defense.
Guiding light confirming, well, not too much, but I think hearing the drone here for the defense, you're going to be well aware that this could be an ace play. It's just a double drone into the A execute.
Not quite clear as day, but at the same time, you're flushing your opponents out from dugout, secret, spots where they won't be able to contend with the spike plant. So far so good. DFM will be able to hang back.
Yeah, do have salvos in the back pocket that could help them in the post plant. Nano's deployed onto the spike with at least a 1-star placed on that spike. Trailblazer going forward and confirming there's no one on the site for DFM. They are playing full post plant.
Yeah, playing all the way from port side. Meanwhile, T1 pushing on the aft. They've cleared out most of it. Could potentially try to sit on the spike, get it to halfway as well.
Body block.
T1 just continuing to block and defend. They have it to half. And now it's DFM's turn to make a move. They just dumped all their ammunition into a general spot, taking down every single player. The Armageddon at the end chases Munchkin away. DFM strike back.
Got into the A side a little too cleanly. T1 giving them a lot of space to work with, and with the comp that you're running on DFM, those post plants are pretty free if you don't make a mistake. Very hands-off. Well aware that the Neon Sky comp wants to dive back into Art there and punishing in kind. The first time that Buzz tried to go up the stairs into Art, he gets stunned by the Teo. The second time, you can tell they're just turtled up, playing the post plant accordingly. Credit to T1, a nice body block to get them to half on the spike, but it still wasn't good enough.
Timeout.
Go for a second go. Timeout now being called by the DFM coaching staff.
See what they come up with. They're going to go back onto the defense. Akame's got the operator out. I don't know if that's going to last. Up on the Sova.
Surely that's okay.
Haven't seen an Odin yet. I wouldn't mind, honestly, towards this A side. Haven't been playing too much of those kind of spam battles.
That could be a potential.
I think it's the kind of thing where you can definitely get your scans against this comp as well if you time it right. Like if you're holding the recon dart, fast lane goes up, guiding light over the top. It's very obvious when the sight hit is coming in. The Neon's going to be inside of his fast lane. You can't always reliably dodge the scan. The rest of the boys are going to be following up behind that off the back of the guiding light. So honestly, recon bolt with the Odin in pit could be something that actually breaks one of these A hits.
Something that T1 might not expect.
Opts out for Mate. He's going to be over towards B. Does seem like T1 is going to fake the B control with a little bit of Sky utility early on. Turret goes into middle. See B long smoke in combination with the consumed Trailblazer. Mate dodging that out and posting on the info line. So all of this aggro that's being attempted there by the Sky is read fairly well by DFM. I mean, they can see there's no one towards B, and the stealth drone confirms someone's in the middle of the map. So DFM, they know exactly what's up here. Big rotation back across to that A side of the map, but it's not a commitment from T1. They're just getting the orb. They've deposited Izu in the middle of the map, and now they're going to meet back up with Stacks.
Just trying to investigate. Problem is, though, May has been a menace with his operator in that first half against players like Buzz. Could do the same thing. Of course, it's a slight risk because he doesn't have armor, though. Oh, shot goes wide. The flash to support as well. And Buzz now trying to set foot into B side. He's gotten back calls. May, though, still with the angle. Connects onto the first, re-peeks, anticipating Buzz to push through. Suddenly, it's Izu out from the back of middle. Got to watch out for the backs. Meanwhile, DFM still trying to focus attention towards the front with Meteor and everyone trying to get the spike down. But there goes the spam! The Odin and his Ravens now clearing out the site.
Not planted yet. Sova drone goes forward. Still a man advantage for DFM, but they've lost this same post plant with a man advantage on the defense before.
Waiting for the smoke to go through now. While T1 just holds for best possible crosshair placement. All hopping around, what? Buzz, he just has the off angle alongside Izu. Odin or not, it doesn't matter. T1 continue forward.
I mean, that felt like a kangaroo going across the road into a car. I've seen that on the highway in Australia. That's what we just witnessed.
Roadkill.
Yeah. Just hopping their way back into the site with a massive crossfire from T1. Doesn't go too favorably for DFM, and this is kind of what I was talking about. Like, you can have a man advantage. This is the closest thing outside of Autumn we have to Australian VALORANT Pacific. I mean, another man disadvantage post plant won by DFM, or run by T1 on that B site. Exchange of utility over towards A main early on. Buzz make his way back towards Art. It's a very centralized setup for T1. They've just left Izu on that A main line. Guiding light clearing out middle. Timmy the turret gets bullied yet again. It is his purpose in life. Teodrone re-clearing A main. Spot out the chamber.
A very passive hold, expecting T1 to make the early pushes. Now just trying to find other options. A bit of a drone towards A main. Might keep some of the attention from T1 away, but ultimately DFM looking to end up on B.
Turret dealt with. There's a lot of utility in this choke for Meteor. See if the shocks are good. Buzz has made his way over here as well. There's 4 players on B for T1. This could be them holding B for the game.
Might not be good for DFM after all. They've taken quite a bit of damage through suppressive fire outside of the smokes as well. And you got nanostorms and everything. May makes quick entry on towards the top of heaven. Doesn't see too much though, but will reveal a bit of positioning. At the same time, it's just Buzz! Full connects on towards the other side of the smoke. Off a recon tap, and it's on towards Munch. Get the finish. OT. They don't go through that far. And ultimately, T1 still snatches Pearl away from DFM.
All that hard work, and you don't even get a dub as DFM. That's going to be quite disappointing. Great resilience to be able to bring it back into overtime, and undeniably a better game that they had on Pearl against Full Sense last game. But unfortunately, still not good enough. And yet again, we look at T1 and we say, what was that? Their B game, their C game, and they still find a way to win. Even when things are scrappy, even when they're not playing their best possible game, T1 still wins maps.
Just keep going at it. I mean, the Odin and everything was brought out, pushed all the way to overtime. You saw the effort that was brought out. It just sucks that this is the outcome of it, and then you got to think towards the upcoming map like Lotus. That's one where I don't know how well DFM's going to do as well. Meanwhile, this Izu chamber can continue to be that prevalent across multiple maps.
Yeah, I mean, DFM haven't been a particularly successful team on Lotus either, but it's been a while since they played it. It's not like they haven't had their reps. For T1, I mean, exactly what Achilles was saying on the desk back, you know, in the double duelist meta, when they did win their Bangkok trophy. That was a map where they have had a couple of reps. They've had some pretty outrageous games on Lotus in the past. See what they're looking like and what kind of formula they're going to be cooking up for that one. It's not, yeah, a map that we've seen too much in Pacific. Only between Nongshim and KRX, I think, have we seen Lotus thus far.
Yeah, just a little bit of playings, but loving to see the repetitions out from DFM anyway. We do applaud their effort, but for now, we're going to send it back over with a Lurfly desk. What do you got for us?
Thank you, lovely casters. Yep, that went into an overtime. We expected a better performance in DFM, and we definitely got one, but it wasn't quite enough there to end up closing out this map. But T1, on the other hand, started strong. At some point, they really started dropping the ball.
I mean, for me, T1 always managed to do this. They keep finding ways to get these tricky games across the line, which is so pivotal for being able to stack up these wins. DFM, on the other hand, it's the opposite story. You felt like for a lot of this, especially in that second half, they're mounting that comeback. They have that momentum. Take a look at the first kills. May was finding a lot of picks, especially with that operator, but they weren't good at closing it out. I just feel like something is still missing for this DFM team to become the world beaters that they can be.
It's just a couple of moments where things are off there. They're not really synchronized. That double jump out onto that B site, trying to get the retake going, but then you've got two players that are just midair getting sprayed down by T1 on the opposite side. So it's moments like that that cost DFM so very much, where they're so close and they should be able to have the round, but then they make that one mistake and it completely unravels the whole rest of it, and the round goes to T1.
I mean, it's small things. It really is. I think this team is so close, and I will say I like these roles a lot more for sure. You saw Akame have some big pop-off moments. Says as will be able to IGL pretty comfortably from that Teo as well. And you have to talk about Kaide. He's back on his home and that Killjoy. You saw a big step up from him, but it's all just not quite enough. We can praise them all we want. We can say they're making improvements, but it doesn't matter when you're 0-1 down on your map pick.
That's right. I mean, that's really all it comes down to, and it really sucks. It doesn't matter how close games can get or how much someone can frag, but, you know, win is what you ultimately need at the end of the day here. So DFM's going to need to find a way to kind of reset themselves for Lotus, and we will get into this later, but we haven't seen these two teams play Lotus against each other, and in fact, it's been a while since we've seen these two teams play against each other in general. So we were talking a bit about improvement, comp swaps back onto the roles that they're a little bit more comfortable on, and we saw some like good improvements in rounds from them.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I like that they didn't change away from this composition because I think it has a lot of great uses. This is round 12. You see they have quite a clear plan here for the double ult retake. The lockdown forcing them away into that Armageddon. They ended up missiling that Kobe as well. I think this is a really nice, well thought out, scripted round. This to me shows the experience of the coaching staff, the prep work that they've been doing to get this comp to be comfortable. And then if we take a look at this next round coming up as well, this is an attacker round where this is just a really smart default. When you're running with this double initiator, you want to control these extremities. They're the most important part. You see how they send the recon across. Kaide's able to take a great fight onto Izu, very unsuspecting, and they're working the map. They're doing everything right, Achilles, but they're not winning.
Yeah, I mean, Pilsky was talking about it. T1, they just are kind of scraping by with these wins, and it feels like DFM at times are kind of getting robbed here. I mean, T1 was making plenty of mistakes as well in that first half while the run back was coming through. I mean, we saw it there in that first clip, Izu getting caught by the detain. So it's moments like that that need to be very much shored up. And I think he might have actually gotten detained twice in this map.
Yeah, he did.
If my memory serves correctly. So yeah, moments like that, you can't really afford to have that going on if you're T1. So they definitely opened the door a lot wider than they needed to for DFM. And DFM did well to capitalize as much as they could. It just wasn't quite enough for them to be able to finally get that win. But I mean, we saw some step-ups here from T1 in their own right. And I think that Munchkin was a big one that had, you know, a much stronger performance here. He did okay in their first outing versus Varel, but this was a lot more of the Munchkin that we have kind of come to know and love, especially from his days on Gen G, as being a more fragging IGL.
That's exactly it for me. If T1 want to return to their former glory, I think Munchkin is the man to do that. We know how lethal he is, how fantastic he is as this fragging IGL. So nice to see him sort of returning to form, moving up that leaderboard.
Now, some people will be like, well, but his KDA was 3.2 in the first series, so why is this better? Well, he was 9-5.
Yeah.
Like, he basically had to do nothing because the rest of his team was kind of just carrying him through that one. So it was good to see Munchkin kind of get back onto the front lines and be, you know, one of the tips of the spears here that T1 have in their arsenal.
I mean, for me, I don't mind if Munchkin has a lot of deaths. I want him to take those fights. This is what he does. He takes those risks. He takes those timings. If he's sat in spawn playing with the pull, that's not the Munchkin that I care about. That's not the Munchkin I want to see. So nice to see him really get in there in this match.
Yeah, play an FPS, not an RTS.
Yes.
Yes, exactly. I mean, that's why it was such a big deal when Munchkin, he was with Gen G when they won that first trophy and then kept going to win that Masters trophy. I think Munchkin really helped redefine the roles within a team and that how important it is indeed for an IGL to be able to frag, and Munchkin's really one of the best at it. Now, as we go into Lotus, you know, you talked about this, Pilsky talked about this, and Masters Bangkok, this was a T1 specialty. We did see some ups and downs leading into it in kickoff. You know, Carpe was like coming in at the time. They were experimenting with comms a bit. We were even scratching our heads on it. And DFM, on the other hand, were okay on Lotus too. A lot of Odins. I just remember a lot of Odining happening there. But how are you guys thinking of this?
I mean, you talk about ups and downs. This is like the deepest pit in the world, I think, for DFM as far as our record on this map.
It's not.
It is not. They're like 3-20 all time on Lotus. So the times that they have been able to get wins, they've looked good, and it looks like they have a very sound game strategy.
Wait. It's funny because they had so few wins in the past, so when they did win, it was like
it was a big deal.
It sticks out more.
Yes.
You know. But it is one of those maps that all time hasn't been good. But of course, Lotus has been in the rotation and been in the mix for such a long time, and DFM hasn't really been emboldened and gotten stronger since, you know, until last year. So there's plenty of losses that you can basically brush aside and say, okay, this was the era that doesn't matter. This is the era of DFM that we forget about because now we focus on the more modern side of it. But I'm curious how this is going to look for them. Do they have something up their sleeve? Because we haven't seen them bring this out. This, you know, again, T1, we were talking about it. Does the ISO come through for them? Are they going to be playing it? Does DFM just say, we like the way that you were playing it and we think that we could do the same? And they, you know, they go for the ISO. There's a lot that they could do given that we haven't seen this map from them.
Yeah, I think we can expect to be surprised here. T1 has surprised us in the past as well, and DFM's obviously are doing whatever they can to make sure they stay in the game, and they've been quite creative with their comms as well. So how are you feeling about this, Morgan? I'm a little like, nervous, actually, going into this.
I am worried for DFM. I felt like they kind of needed that pearl, but ultimately Lotus is, they've not played it since it's joined the pool again. So I kind of want to see them surprised. I want to see them lean into something different. When we saw them play this last, they were running double duelist. It was Raze with the Yoru. I'm not expecting to see the Yoru, but I think May on that Raze has historically been good on this map in a way. I think I want them to lean into comfort a little bit more, because I feel like looking at that Pearl, when we're seeing everybody have to change roles and adapt, you're just having to think about so much more in the server. So I'd love to see them strip it back, simplify.
Oh, dear God.
They're not doing that.
Oh,
Kaide's on ISO.
Whoa, we got an ISO, but it's not on T1.
Yeah, it is not. So at T1, continuing to go for this solo duelist. So I thought, they obviously were playing double over on Haven, but so far, they've widely just been keeping the buzz. So this is going to be very interesting. I mean, Kaide had a big performance on the KJ, and that's exactly the kind of performance that you need to be having as you're getting ready to go into this ISO, because it's been globally very hit or miss for a lot of teams.
Yeah, I mean, ISO, you have to be hitting those shots. I do worry, though, because, he didn't have a great game on that initiator. You put him back on a comfortable role in the Killjoy. He picks back up. He's got to adjust again onto this ISO. So a lot of expectation, a lot of weight on this man's shoulders, bringing us something a little bit different here in Pacific. So I'm excited.
And Munchkin on the Omen and Meteor on the Viper. I mean, I have a lot of questions of how everyone's kind of choosing the agents that they're picking. So all I have are questions for this. Maybe Pilsky and Quack have the answers. Over to you guys.
I think all the answers lie within the server at the same time. It's Neon meta for sure, but with a slight asterisk with the ISO coming in.
Yeah, hopefully it'll be a good ISO and not an eyesore in this case, because I'm a little bit worried. Kaide's had a lot to do on this roster, playing a lot of different roles, as mentioned. Have seen him on the way low, so it's quite clear that they want to lean into him as the secondary duelist. And over on the side of T1, playing something a lot more classic. This is the old Gen G comp, but with just acknowledgement that Neon better than Raze at the end of the day. And there's not much to say about that in that current meta. 6-match win streak inside of Pacific from T1. Started off with that win against Gen G, and they just went from strength to strength to strength since then in kickoff, qualifying for an international event. And they're expected to do much the same, even if they had already had some struggle maps in the opening portions of this group.
I'll find you.
Just cast that all aside as we kick things off on the pistol. DFM just trying to fan out towards C.
Deep alarm bot and already prioritizing the ISO ult. Kaide looking to potentially try to get a pick later on in the game. Yatsuka gets a little bit of action inside of A main. Does quite well to come away with one there. The trade on the frenzy at that range is outrageous from Kaide. Very well done from him. T1 find themselves down a man.
Potentially a good sign of things to come. Long-range frenzy, now equipped towards the C site. T1 just slinking back. Not sure how the retake's going to go with essentially what seems like 2 sentinels, 2 controllers. I mean 3 guys, but the roles.
They got a paranoia to get back in. Horn clears out all of Spawn. May takes that space. Potentially has a 1v1 with Meteor on the cards, but opts to just play the numbers with the boys back in Spawn side. Back on towards Waterfall now. DFM looking to move in tandem.
Yeah, they kind of know exactly how to play around this as well, just given how the agents are, but Munchkin! What a shot on that pistol! Now Kaide and the rest of them need to hang towards the back. A flash toss back against T1 just to try to hold space, allow for Kaide to peek and re-peek. Oh, shots going wide, but still, Kaide crouches down for the 4th. It's DFM with the pistol.
It's a little bit messy for Cess there, but if anything sets up Kaide to get himself closer to his ISO ult, he'll have that in the bonus, one way or another. I love the little detail there from DFM. I don't know if it was necessarily intended, but they go and take Spawn side, which actually forces Munchkin to use his paranoia on Spawn instead of on the site, and then reposition back towards Waterfall. I think despite having that man advantage with how close that pistol round came down, that might have been the difference maker, if I'm honest.
Really would be. I'm just trying to convert that into more rounds. Bit of a stinger on May towards C-side, spots out a couple players, but a lot of noise towards the early front foot of Rubble as well.
Yeah, Rubble control taken by T1. Meteor's feeling confident. It's a Sheriff with armor behind it, but you see the Prowler is just way too easy for me to punish him in an open position like that. I mean, you got to back the man when he's feeling confident. He's been a world champion for a reason, but that's a situation where it doesn't go too favorably for him.
Clear and peek. Smokes out towards Seaside, but what's the port of call going to be for DFM?
Group up into a C stack. Could be bad news bears for them. Is Buzz here with the Bucky? Yes, he is.
Okay. Hasn't shot it, though. Pre-smoked as well, but as long as you see players, you don't want to end up towards the C side. Buzz comes back in, Izu with a shot as well. DFM still managing to hold, but ultimately it's Stax who deals quite a bit of damage. Izu managing to sneak away with a stinger as well. Could be further deeper positioning.
30 seconds left.
Pivot back to A. How we've missed Lotus. Another 3-site map in this map pool. It has undergone a couple of changes, one of which you can see in front of you. There is no jump up onto the tree root anymore. A nice pick for Izu. This one's getting expensive. That was Yatsuka going down with rifle in hand. That will be pilfered by Izu. Gonna see if he can continue to make this one more expensive for DFM.
He's got the turret to try to watch his back as well, but the timing of that seize. Can't sneeze at that.
That's what I was thinking. Oh, well, gave it a good crack. Gets very expensive for DFM. Cess and Akame walk away from that round without any armor. And a lot of guns dropped for DFM. Good news for them is that Izu actually delivers them the Phantom straight back again at the end of that round. But despite Meteor going down for free, that one actually gets quite expensive for DFM.
Still okay to buy back up for the upcoming round, so but you can definitely already see T1 just have the potential to fight for a lot of space. Looking to do the same thing towards C Mount as well.
Yep. Stranger positions here for both of these teams. It's a quick one straight out A main for DFM, diving their way forward with the Omen and the Neon. In the meantime, T1 have taken that C long info line, as you mentioned, but this is what we were talking about. 4K on the pistol for Kaide, has his ultimate active, and he's gonna throw it down, but there's no one in position to get caught by that. We'll give them control of the A site, but that's about it for now.
Yeah, really still have to watch out for T1 with how they're able to potentially flood back in. The flash goes huge, and then it's Buzz, but he gets chopped down. Vandal versus Bucky, and a significant one comes up anyway. Still towards the back, a drop though, and it's T1 just able to pick their targets with the vision that they have, but Yatsuka trying to make it competitive with a Sheriff. Goes down at the very end still.
Oh yeah. Saw it coming together the way that he was taking that shot with the Sheriff. Not quite enough. Would have needed something very heroic from Yatsuka with how clean that retake was looking for T1, flooding in together quite nicely. Unfortunately, the ISO ult does not find its target in a round like that. T1 playing around it quite nicely because they're the ones who used to play it. They know how this game does tend to go. That's beautiful from Meteor. Finding his perfect timing to push off the back of the backside contact. It was only the bonus for DFM, and they get the spike down though, so quite an expensive round for T1 in the first gun round.
Still happy to try to keep that investment going up to upcoming rounds for now, just taking a lot of space on extremities of the map.
Yeah, quick A main control. Izu has got the C long info line up. Goes the wall for Meteor, looking to try to block any B main push with the snake bite if necessary, but DFM slowing this one down. There's the smoke to front B. T1 being very active. Something that you could do quite well, even with the Raze version of this comp. Just reactively take map control with Prowlers and the Neon diving forward, and now they're back towards A main again.
Just always trying to keep DFM imposed around the walls and smokes, and suddenly now as it falls, it's Munchkin up with one.
That's classic from T1. Dropping the defense wall. The attackers are never quite ready for it. You don't know when that defense wall is necessarily going to fall unless you're keeping track of the gas, so you can just lose free picks like that sometimes. Really nice timing for T1 there.
I've heard a couple players as well, but now trying to end up in towards Link. It's Munchkin who makes it a good hold. Just putting up walls all around DFM. A flawless up for T1.
Munchkin is holding on to that Link position so nicely. 7 and 3. He is looking on a different level today on the controller role. He has been one of the more quiet players for T1 in some of these games, but today he is on one. Perfect timing off the back of the paranoia there. And T1, what I'm even more impressed by is just how well they're fighting together so far in this game. Very fluidly moving around on the defense. They look very comfortable on this map. Should be a good one for them coming back into the pool.
Trying to keep that streak going though at the same time. Peeks off the smokes and suddenly it's Kaide who finds himself headless.
Yeah, DFM busting their way straight through that smoke, but over on the other side of the map, Yatsuka's found a pick onto Munchkin. He's had a good game so far, but maybe feeling a little overeager. In the middle of the map though, T1 have shoved their way straight up the guts. Looking to get in the face of these pistols.
Just again, straight up getting DFM contained within containment zones. Not quite easily able to slink back towards B now. But Cess makes it a good try.
Okay.
Sudden share of shots, but then the stun out from Buzz to aggress back, corral him into a corner, end him with a shorty.
There's not much you can do against that.
Yeah, it's kind of snuck around though.
One off the pit. I mean, a pick here or control of the spike could be worth its weight in gold. Dark cover fades. Neither of them are looking at him. Undoubtedly had an opportunity there, but I think he was just more or less surprised that there were even two players on his screen in the middle of nowhere. Cannot blame the man for not being ready to calibrate the aim in time.
NT.
Some sharp shots on the Sheriffs that round. Cess and Yatsuka making things much more competitive than they probably should have been. Whoa. Can't hit that though.
They're definitely looking quite formidable. Continuing to push out, make DFM uncomfortable. But now you got 4 ults to bank on. Just looking to collapse in towards Mound for now. The Prowler confirming position, but at the same time, it's Munchkin. Potentially TP out.
Yeah, the disengaged DFM will wrestle control of Mound for the time being. All picked up, once again being prioritized towards the ISO. Reactive paranoia ready for Munchkin. Could go for the TP on the box if you see the force into C there from DFM. Yatsuka's active on the other side of the map though. Spotted out by Buzz. A pit ready to go here for Meteor in one of these post plants. They opt to use it. Or if it's a B ending, I mean, DFM are kind of angling towards B. Meteor's very close, could just deploy this pit if necessary.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, but it's 3 against 1, Meteor being the one though. Either way, still, DFM just trying to keep T1 invested in other portions of the map for now.
I think it's just going to riff the pit off the back of the turret contact. Dory is being tickled. They're trying to draw out a reaction and a rotation for T1, but straight into B. Meteor doesn't have time to put the pit down. He's playing inside of the fast lane, and that backfires for him.
Just full VALORANT, but Buzz, he's making it tough. Still just buzzing all around this B side alongside the Prowler as well. 20 seconds left to go for DFM. Pick up the spike and then still back into the pit. Buzz could just slide in. You got 10 seconds now.
They've at least got the plant. Munchkin's coming in on the flank though. Paranoia thrown into the pit. Doesn't catch either of the attackers.
Not quite. Overdrive rip for Main. He's looking to explode. Just pushing on through while Yatsuka provides assistance towards the top. Stacks. Pushes in and clears the pit.
He's got a seize.
Tries to bait out the peak and uses elevation to toss the crosshair placement off Stacks. What a monster.
Yeah, big clutch there. Much needed given that TFM throws on in the pit and the overdrive, but Stacks is so experienced and so good in these clutch situations. Another Red Bull clutch there for T1. They've been getting the better end of the clutches for the most part in this series. I think it's really what helped them get across the line on Pearl there. Lovely opening of the door and pressure over on that A side of the map for DFM in a round like that. Actually gave them a much better chance to win it than I thought they would have. I think if they sped up into Meteor and he threw down the pit, they were going to be pretty cooked there with the nano on the B main choke. Another ISO ult for Kaide.
It's starting to get really expensive. No, you can't even set up. Just look at how T1 is spreading all across the map. The peaks out from door and then back towards B.
Yeah, Izu is being so bold on this C mount position, especially on a Killjoy. Like, he doesn't have movement to be able to get out of trouble on that side of the map, but he's so confident that he's going to be able to take that space unpunished. And that's really helping T1 apply a lot of pressure to the middle of the map, being able to utilize the door there See them moving in tandem, even with a 2-man advantage, remaining active straight up through the middle of the map. A given to DFM, but in a tricky post plant like this, I don't know if they're going to be able to convert. You've got the overdrive, you've got the nightfall there.
Just pretty much everything you want and more. And the only thing that DFM can do is, I don't even know. I mean, you got the flash, you've got the prowlers, but it's 4 opponents on the other side.
Nice open plant for Heavenside. Akame's gotten very deep on the flank here, but he can't go for the full flank because the turret imp is actually taken away there. He can wrap back through B if he wants to. Lockdown, Nightfall, you've got a lot of great retake tools here as T1.
Just hope that you try to trickle down T1 as they make their assault back in, but okay, Cess going down, hitting the ground like a brick. It feels as though the round is done with overdrive, especially being ripped by Buzz alongside Munchkin to provide some additional cover, but Akame
backside plant
trying to go kill. Okay, the sortie be hopping across. What a way to close out the round.
Yeah, it's perfect util from Stacks there. Nightfall into tree and perfectly placed Prowler just to be able to zone the defense away nicely. Crunch in the middle of the map for T1. Like I said, they're being so active. Shoving their way front B multiple times, pushing down C mount. T1 has just been everywhere, giving DFM zero respect.
Timeout.
They know they've got the confidence off the first map. DFM really need to find some footing here.
I think with Lotus coming back in, T1 will be welcoming it with open arms. It's a map that they played for quite a long time, and as mentioned over on the desk, DFM have not looked fantastic on this map in the past. It's one that they've played a fair bit, even with various iterations of this particular roster. But not a great record on it overall.
I will say though, the players' performance thus far, not the worst thing. I mean, they've made it incredibly close rounds. It's, you know, once or twice now, a couple of clutches out from T1. But apart from that, the macro game, they just don't seem to have much control over the map on the attacking side.
I can't help but point it out. Again, we're in a game where DFM is winning all the pistols, and when it comes to the gun rounds, it's just not much to look at, you know?
That's a really good point.
So far in Pacific, they've lost 1 pistol from 4 maps. I mean, I don't know if they're going to get the second half pistol here. Lost their first pistol today. But when it comes to the gun rounds, it's not seeing too much there.
Well, post timeout, they're trying to gain a little bit more control, trying to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, maybe trying to go for the reverse crunch through the door. Undercut and paranoia, having taken B main off the back of T1. So, at least forcing T1 kind of back through the halfway point on the map. What a shot from Yatsuka on the jump spot. Plucks Buzz out of the air.
I really like the ideas and the efforts thus far, but again, T1 just don't seem to budge too much. They wait for the timing and then they reaggress off the flash. Akame managed to hold up front, and that is numbers now for DFM.
Alarm bot still in place on front side of B. All picked up now. Goes to Akame to off of his Nightfall. Kaide not feeling the need to throw down his ISO ult in a round like this. Yatsuka's getting more space up A, but he goes down for free to Stacks. I think off the back of that, DFM will just speed up into C.
Yeah, a little bit too greedy back there. At least now, though, just giving DFM a little bit of respect because they have a 4v3. Lockdown now coming in. Oh, okay. Kill contract off of it just to try to play around the positioning, but May just sneaks through and gets gunned down by Munchkin. Izu taking down Kaide as well. In an instant, a 3v4 turned into a 3v1. Cess is not but a guardian of all things. Does he have the headshots necessary? No, just the one. T1 just absolutely disregard whatever DFM have done and come up with 6 rounds so far.
They placed down the lockdown, and it's just the biggest bait on a hook you've seen in your life. Just waiting for DFM to react off the back of that. Izu crushes Kaide inside of his ult. It's not been a particularly successful game on the ultimates from the ISO thus far.
Oh.
And Munchkin just continuing to dominate.
Now what's the economy look like?
and they're maxing out the loss bonus, so they continue to put these buys together on the light armor. Op comes out for Buzz now. He's on that C long line. It's been a big point of contention so far this game for T1. Cess keeping it under control. They've got space over on A main for now. Deep alarm bot was placed. Might have been heard by the attackers.
Come back in to clear it.
Yeah, Buzz falls off the line. I mean, they're pinging it. They know the alarm bot was placed down over here. I mean, this is maximum safety for DFM. Maximum safety. Zero risk being taken. Zero liberties. So much respect given to a team like T1 when you see 3 pieces of utility just to clear an alarm bot and try to take back C mount.
A lot of effort into clearing out the forward spaces. Yatsuka getting a bit of heat as well, though.
Another all picked up for Kaide. Just continuing to invest in a game plan around the ISO ult that has not been too successful for DFM.
And looking to end up back on A.
30 seconds left.
Backs behind the tree. Munchkin still has the paranoia in the back pocket, and you're getting the rotation over from Meteor.
Push alongside it for now. They cleared out everything but that one corner. And Stax walks away with it scot-free. Kaide still, though, suddenly turning around, catching heads. 10 seconds to get the spike down, and DFM will do it. Still, though, Izu catches them on a timing, turns things back into a 2v2. Buzz up around the corner, trying to make things tough. Where could DFM look? There's so much noise, so much to look and clear. Suddenly, he slinks forward, and it's Izu to continue to find that contact off of it. T1, do not stop.
On a big streak there. Good defuse to come through from Izu. 11 and 3 on the Killjoy. He's having a whale of a time. Would have put your money on Meteor being on this agent. It's historically one of his best agents, one that he's very famous for. I think a lot of respect being given to Izu in this regard to let him play that Sentinel role, although you have seen more and more Viper from Meteor as time has gone on. And in the last iteration of T1, you did see him a lot on the Viper on this map. Something that he picked up after the ISO stopped working as much, and then they put him on the Teo and they said that was a bit weird. Let's not do that again. They've definitely gone through their iterations, but this seems like a winning formula to me.
At least against DFM. DFM, though, they'll give it another good old college try once again. Yatsuka, it's like 4-1.
He's been pretty good on this A-lurk, but he might just walk into the op here for free. Buzz posted up. That's about as easy as it gets. A-lurker lost. Well, DFM going to have to navigate this 4-on-5 now.
My heart's starting to sink.
Alarm bot on front C. Another warning sign. Orb goes up. You've got the snake bite. Got a nano swarm in position.
No way.
Not going to be easy to break this C choke. Munchkin's over here with the paranoia.
You can't send it.
They're going to.
Try to clear it out somehow. Okay.
They can't get in.
Traps popped. Flashes tossed. T1 are just perfectly set up. Perched up top. Waiting for them to peek through. Smoke set up as well. Continuing to oppose against DFM. It's a pit now invested. DFM trying to slip past it though. A little bit of spacing up towards stairs, but Izu has the corner.
So dirty.
Full spam into the connection. Tries to hop back in with a shorty as well. Gets gunned down by Akame, but then look at where the rest of the team is. Meteor still inside, just keeping the pit up. Meanwhile, the other 3 from T1 just continuing to surround the site. Buzz finding the stun. Akame says they managed to get a couple of kills, but still 10 seconds. The spike's not down. Meteor is just racing circles around him. Spots on the barrel, breaks out the shorty!
Oh my god! How does that round get so tight? T1 is in full control for the majority of it. It felt like DFM was just bumbling their way into that C site, and somehow they fight their way out of a wet paper bag. Unbelievable. 2-on-4, like 14 seconds, 2-on-4. Akame and Cess just explode together. Meteor peeks him with 2 bullets to the head.
Oh
He didn't even know he had no ammo.
Timeout.
Kidding. Both timeouts now spent. I I don't know what to say.
It's eight in a row for T1. After losing to the pistol and the follow-up anti-eco, some of them have been closer than others. That's a round that there was no business in it being close. They lost their Viper for free and then were in a 2-on-4 on the site with 14 seconds and T1's just kind of running at them.
I mean, T1 are just comfortable to do so. Meanwhile, now it feels as though the river's starting to run dry for DFM. The buy up in the next round is not too good. I just hope that we don't truly end this first half with the 10-2.
I mean, this has to be a bit more of a mental timeout at this point for T1, like for DFM rather. You're not investing a timeout in what is a half buy and one follow-up gun round on the attacking side, especially if it's your last timeout. That's the last bit of input for the coach in terms of between rounds for the rest of the game. So this really is a timeout to try to G up the boys and turn this game around sooner rather than later.
Preferable and a couple of cold ones. Really need whatever you have to get them feeling comfortable here. Early util, delay util being tossed out by T1.
Orb given to a Kame. Kaide feeling like he's going to get the ult one way or another if he goes down in this round or gets a kill. One preferable to the other. Forcing into C there would have been equally nightmarish to the previous round. Orb's up on the A cross. Boz didn't spot Yatsuka creeping across, but he'll be well aware that's a possibility. Yatsuka has been quite sneaky on this A lurk so far this game.
There.
Hand cannon versus literal cannon, though. I still feel not too confident behind that.
It's not about the size, it's about how you use it, Quack, all right? Okay, that's what I've learned in this life. Izu turret dealt with on front B. Well, it's not gone up, and you will see DFM force their way into B. Will the lockdown be invested in response?
Might as well,
30 seconds
this
left.
point in the first half, set them up, bait them into peeking. They're trying to break it, but they can't quite make it happen. You're going to have to back off into open spacing, and that's where T1 should be able to regress quite safely. The one thing I'm looking at, though, should be May, who's taking his own sweet time to sneak out towards the back. Meanwhile, his teammates all dying towards the front lines. It's T1, and they already have full control over B site.
Their Buzz is just styling on them. Lovely stuff from T1. They throw down the lockdown yet again as a bit of a bait. Try to bait DFM into pushing into Heaven. Then they're dumping Paranoia onto that Heaven choke, followed up by a relay bolt. Just preventing DFM from advancing any further and securing that lockdown. Lovely stuff from Buzz. Cess is looking like a bit of a goose there. 9 in a row for T1 here on Lotus. The defense is looking very crispy. Post timeout, what have DFM come up with? They once again have an ISO ult. We're 0 for 2 in terms of the ISO ults. They've got to get it done this time.
Oh no. They've got to, but at the same time, T1 is just not letting them have it.
No way you're not sending that with the double tap active. He's not going to have the shield for the next one. Oh man, that's rough. Surely you just send it and back yourself in the 1v1, even if you're not committing out A main there.
Just not feeling it right now. They look to end up back on towards the B site. They know that they have a bit more spacing here, but oh my goodness. At least Cess is here to pick it up. And then the kill contract mid-rounding towards C.
He's just got an operator.
Surely Kaide. Oh! The flick from Izu. The team to play around it still, though. So trying to keep things in contest to try to end up with a 3-9.
Planted.
Tank goes down. Overdrive. Nightfall in response there for DFM, trying to push T1 back on Mound. Prowler to zone that player back into spawn side. And the Seas will buy a little bit more time. DFM posted up in Waterfall.
Buzz just had the movement to dodge the Nightfall, in fact. Ooh, so just a bit of timing, and then the Prowler from Stacks to get himself back into the site. Overdrive gone now, but he's got the firing power just to try to play around the corners. Stacks unfortunately goes down, which means Munchkin is the only one left. He's got a good idea of where his opponents are, though. Hops into the smoke, and there lies Yatsuka to bring up a third for DFM.
Read it decently.
Switching sides.
And that will be a third round in the half and the first gun round for DFM. But it really doesn't fill you with too much confidence when Maze just said, I'm done fragging. I'm just going to run through Link and we'll see what happens.
Yes.
Cess, please trade me. 5 kills for May here on the Neon.
Yo.
This is the second time we've seen a duelist superstar go completely missing on Lotus in Pacific. The first one was Danby. That was more surprising on the Neon. But it does not feel like May is in the server right now either.
Has to be said. That grunt from Kaide as well. I feel that. But either way, at least 3-9. You can hope to once again pick up the pistol maybe in the second half and try to build up off of that. Because if not, you know, it's T1 on the attacking now, and Izu is this heated up alongside basically the entire team.
Yeah, I mean, that look for Izu just kind of looks like, why are you peeking me, bro? Like, a little bit confused.
It's a killjoy!
Yeah. He's a little bit too easy for him right now, 14-5. That was a 9-round streak on the defense there for T1. They're looking very comfortable, very well drilled on Lotus and DFM. Quite the opposite, 0 for 3 in terms of the ISO ultimates. They were putting a lot of eggs in that basket. You saw them continually farming orbs on the ISO for a lot of that half. Did not find much success with it at all. Pearl was a much better prospect for them, but looking at this Lotus game, it feels like there's once again a bit of a gaping hole in the map pool of DFM.
Definitely starting to become quite an issue, at least for the early stages of, well, stage 1. But here we go again. Second half, DFM defense on the pistol. It's a full default spread.
Yeah, C-mount secured there by DFM. Kaide ready to spam through the tree door. That's just banged straight through the wall. Akame already jinxed up in this round. Hasn't even seen anybody yet, and he's down to 13.
Yikes.
I mean, the Sheriffs are primed and ready for the repeaks on B here. There you go. I mean, I cannot believe that hasn't gone well for Izu. He's caught Yatsuka with his pants completely down.
Okay, another
these
player.
pistols are outrageous. How are they getting away with these?
Something about the 7 peaks and taps that DFM just get away with, but Meteor will pull down Cess's pants as well. Now you get a real game with the smokes all around Link. DFM want to push past it. They hear the tap. It's got the double tap activated as well. Kaide alongside May, the duelists here to take the fight to T1. We're not out of this map yet. Do not count us off. High-low though, and it's Munchkin to play sneaky.
30 seconds left.
DFM do not move a muscle. 30 seconds. It's your play, Munchkin. What do you got? A bit of a jump spot. Tries to triangulate onto them. He takes down the first. 15 HP. Kaide has to reload. Sneaks back in. Munchkin down to 2 bullets. 10 seconds. Kaide wants none of this smoke. But he's got to come back in. There's still a chance for Munchkin to actually get the spike down. Kaide, what's your play? He's trying to bank on the fact that he's going to run out of time. DFM sneak away with a round, but still going down to kills at the end.
That was one of the worst pistols I've seen in a long time. What the hell is going on, man?
Oh my god. It feels tense though, not gonna lie.
Yeah. That was a very cringe pistol. I think that's how the kids say these days. But even when you lose 2 picks as T1, like they still find a way to get back into this pistol. Munchkin almost brings a 1v3 together. Very messy exchange. Missed the plant, as we would say in Australia, by a B stick, which is not, you know, not by a lot.
Well, meters or inches, either way, you still need to be able to go the entire mile up against T1. You start things off with a defensive hole, but Buzz again! Quick movement back into the bucket kill. Suddenly you got control over B site. DFM might have you surrounded, but do they actually have the shots? Kaide with the double tap, trying to keep himself alive. 12 HP, while T1 just looked to hold or play around the bottom. A bit of elevation. Stacks will find one more kill. The rest of the team gonna get absolutely connected on by the paranoia, but then it's Meteor's turn. Continuing to peek bit by bit. Cess onto the spike, trying to stick it through. A bit of support coming out from Yatsuka. And it's once again Munchkin in a clutch situation. Does he have it? DFM trying to play it safe as ever, but ultimately the weapons will come out on top.
Good patience, but similar to the pistol, the anti-eco is very strugglesome for DFM. 2 rounds in a row now on this defense. Another pistol, another anti-eco. Time for some gun rounds, boys, or this series is going to be Dunsky. For T1, that's gone about as good as you would have wanted, though, bar the round win. A lot of guns taken away, armor broken, and with the spike going down, it's a little bit of extra money and a whole lot of ult orbs as they move through the rest of this half.
Definitely a lot of potential for them to come back. Just trying to farm up onto the first one, possibly around C.
Sheriff's out. DFM have looked sharp on them so far today, and it's going to have to be quite the same story. Rush through the middle of the map. Izu between the legs. A lot of damage there to Akame. And here's the speed up onto A.
T1 are just getting such a good read off the map at the same time, and now the firepower brought over to the site. May might be close by, but you're not gonna be able to fan off a judge. Akame with the Bulldog is all you get. Meanwhile, Kaide comes back in. Perhaps a last standing hope for DFM on this agent, where he could possibly isolate a lot of these duels bit by bit.
And it's only the bonus. Even if he doesn't come away with the 1v3 here, a kill or two would go a long way into securing his ult for the first gun round, and he's just going to let the timer run lower and lower. Double tap active now, throws up the wall to get the half.
Just one kill at the very least, perhaps. Get yourself that kill contract for the next round, but not even.
Not quite able to secure it. T1 win their first gun round, not without taking a couple of losses, but double digits secured nonetheless. Similar to what you saw from T1 on the defense. DFM very active towards C mound, using that position to crunch the middle of the map. But T1, after seeing all of that movement, they just speed up onto Cess. Quite happy to get back straight into that A site and just force an afterplant.
Just round after round, but now DFM with a full investment, hopefully able to put up a good hold. Dealing with early recon, players outside of C mound. They spot that many and they call it clear. It's time to delay on C.
All 5 of the players here for T1. No lurk from Meteor, all being picked up now. Looking to speed up into C here.
Just holding on to potential snake bite or not. DFM close by on B as well. Trying to find the right timing around the doors. They have to make it a go now. Meanwhile, Yatsuka and Cess trying to delay as much as possible, but Munchkin has snuck behind them! Shrouded Steps be damned! And then it's Kaide that hits the deck! In an instant, it's a 4v2! T1 are quick!
Spike planted.
How has Munchkin gotten away with that? That is outrageous. Sneaks into the back of the site. Akame and Mei now in an untenable position. Usually 2 of the better performers for DFM gonna have to come up with something special.
Special would be the key word. I just don't really see it happening though. All the angles being covered. Meteor makes the first move, just trying to buy more time away from the spike, and at the same instance, pressure of the entire scoreline weighing on DFM's back, they opt to save instead.
We have got to see the replay on this. That is outrageous. You can see what T1 is going for from a macro perspective. You cannot force your way into the C choke when you do have, you know, Viper, Omen in position. These are really good anchoring agents. You have the orb to stall, potentially a reactive paranoia, snakebite. These are pieces of utility that you pump the site to bait out and then favorably exchange util.
No way.
But yeah, the paranoia in there with the TP up onto the site. Must have caught both of the DFM players, and he's just won the round outright for T1. Munchkin with a suicide play.
And it paid off. Well, here we are, 11-5. One more for match point. And DFM split themselves 3-2 on extremities. They try to fan out.
I mean, the ISO ult's there. Guardian in hand for Kaide. You cannot go 0 for 4 on the ISO ults and expect to win the game. Once again, crunching through the middle of the map is DFM. Securing C mount, clearing out all of B. T1 at least initially with a bit more of a singular focus, applying a lot of pressure to the A side of the map. You could say the rotations in tandem for DFM, ready to react to that pressure with force.
Oh my god, and then as soon as curtains fall, you try to peek past it. Trying to gain some initiative outside of Rubble perhaps, but oh, now it's made. It makes it a good pass, but at the same time, Kaide going down. Stax just hanging back with the rest of the gang. He's the one with the spike though. Wants to continue to push all the way, shove DFM back on A. It's a stinger, and they don't have the firepower that it takes to fend off T1.
Yeah, in the meanwhile, in the middle of the map, Izu has taken the pole position. Ready for the rotation from Yatsuka. There's the Nightfall straight across Link. Izu steps into that space now.
30 seconds
Spike
left.
plant going down from Stax. Oh, the nano to zone from Izu over on Waterfall side. It's falling apart at the end tower. DFM just ping-ponging off each other to perfection.
A slight blunder perhaps even off of the, intended nanoswarm toss, but
he's definitely overcooked it there. Like, I don't know. I think the Nightfall clearing out the door side is what gives him the security to go, okay, he's not on tour. I can pull the nano out for a second. He's not close enough. But the Nightfall was dodged quite nicely, actually. By, who was it on that side of the map? Yeah, Cess.
Yeah,
yep. Cess jukes the Nightfall nicely there. But that's outrageous from Izu. I mean, come on. He's lurked into the perfect position and then he's just pulled a nano onto Waterfall. He's trying to do way too much there.
Either way, lovely little round. You just need to string together more. Had OT in the first map, and now you've got 4 ultimates. A lot of space outside of Rubble as well. Look at Munchkin. All the way to the back. Full confidence, no fear. Buzz, overdrive, but he's fully decayed. A single whisper and he's gone. But DFM are just nervous, just trying to contend around it. All that time, Buzz's HP came back. And then there was Kaide and Yatsuka all falling down bit by bit. DFM crumbling at the joints up against the giants of T1.
Yeah, Munchkin just TPs behind them and he says, yeah, you got to deal with me at some point or deal with the A push, pick your poison. And in this case, they try to fight T1 head on. Buzz is just running around through dark covers, Viper walls. T1 navigate an extremely complex Rubble fight quite nicely. Yep, just another day at the office, I guess.
Oh my god. We got that many rounds and they're just not afraid to lose bit by bit either way. DFM, once again, back in. Not the best buy either in this round.
4 stack to Rubble. ISO ult. The hero rifle here. Pushing in towards spawn side. Bit of a disengage from T1, but Meteor holding the line. Izu quite happy to join him now.
Not like this, Billy.
He doesn't even get the ult off. The overdrive is gone. The ISO ult is gone.
You go down in, well, I guess the history books of stage 1 of 2026 with not the greatest record on kill contracts. And then it's just Cess, kind of alone, naked. Akame, Yatsuka. Yatsuka slightly ill-equipped. The pit not a factor in this fight.
He's got the pit down on C. That's about it.
Trying to sneak around the turret. Izu, where could he be? I wonder. Akame at some point would have to turn around, but he's got to face either a rock or a hard place. He's choosing the rock, and he's taking down a big chunk off of it, but then it's Izu out from behind. And there it is, unfortunately, the flagpole on the ground. The Japanese team hopefully, well, defeated, but hopefully not dejected. In the meanwhile, it's T1 that streams forward with win after win here.
Yeah, even some strugglesome maps for T1, but they recover nicely in the second in both of the series. 13-11 versus Barrel on Haven. Overtime required on the first map of Pearl versus DFM, but in the second map, they have looked very confident, even after some sleepier starts. On the other side of things for DFM, I mean, you've got to start to question some of these games where they win both pistols and only put together like 1 gun round in the rest of the game. It was the same story against Full Sense. In saying that though, they front-loaded a lot of the more difficult games in this group early on. They've already played their way through Full Sense, who look like they're in pretty good form. They've now played T1, and an RRQ that's looking quite sleepy at the start of this group might be an easier prospect than these first 2 teams. So there's still hopes for DFM to make their way through this group.
Yeah, potentially. Do love the effort. You do love the fact that they did send, map to overtime here or there. Never ever backing down. But at the same time, T1 just shows that they have that resilience. We're gonna hear from them on the stage with Bella.
Hi guys, it's Bella. Well, if it isn't T1 with their 2-0 victory, and look who I find, it's Buzz. 안녕하세요. 네, 이렇게 함께 해주시죠. 자, 알겠습니다. 네, T1의 버즈 선수 만나보겠습니다. 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 오랜만에 뵙네요.
오랜만이네요.
Well, you guys take a 2-0 win against DFM, but I feel like the first map, it went in an unexpected way. You guys went to overtime on Pearl. I wanted to ask you, we thought that DFM had the momentum, but it seems like you guys seized it right back. What enabled you guys to close it out like that? Because it's not a rare thing we see. 이제 또 첫 맵부터 연장까지 가면서 정말 멋진 경기를 보여주셨습니다. 기세가 DFM 쪽으로 넘어갔다고 생각을 했었을 때 다시 뺏어 오셨거든요. 역전. 이게 어떻게 가능했는지 뭔가 T1 선수들은 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 들어보고 싶습니다.
일단 뭐 특별하게 얘기했었던 건 없는 것 같고 그냥 뭔가 저희끼리 실수해가지고 조금 넘어간 느낌이 컸어가지고 근데 그런데도 뭔가 위기감이 딱히 있진 않았어가지고 네 그래가지고 뭔가 별 생각은 안 들었어요. 그렇게 넘어갔는데도.
I mean, there wasn't really anything special that we thought of the situation. I think the results of them taking the lead actually it rooted from us making our mistakes. So once we were able to clear that up, we weren't really shaken up by them having the lead. So I think the way we played, we just played it our way and we got the momentum back. Yeah, I mean, you guys always do your own thing, but DFM was making a lot of the good calls, good things. They were doing the right things at the right time. I feel like it's only fair that you give them credit where it's due. I wanted to ask you, who gave you the hardest time on the server today in game? 이제 오늘 DFM 선수들도 되게 좋은 경기력을 보여줬잖아요. 이렇게 상대방 결과가 2대0으로 승리를 하긴 했지만 버즈 선수가 체감했을 때 오늘 좀 까다롭다라고 느꼈던 선수도 있었을까요?
앞서 말한 것처럼 저희가 그렇게 따라잡히는 순간에도 별로 크게 위기처럼 느껴지지 않았었거든요. 그래서 그런지 저는 뭔가 게임할 때 되게 편했고 뭔가 뭐 불편했거나 그랬던 선수는 없었던 것 같습니다.
그래도 오늘 좀 인정을 날려주고 싶은 선수도 없었던 건가요? 다.
그냥 저희 팀이 제일 잘했습니다.
좋습니다. Well, I think we were having just a comfortable time in the server. We were just playing our games, and I asked him, "Well, who do you want to, give a thumbs up to?" And Buzz would like to give a thumbs up and a shout out to his team for putting the great match on. Well, you faced Vero. You won against DFM, and you're up against RQ, right? Well, Pacific OG, what are your expectations for the next match? What are you thinking? Are you just gonna take a 2-0 win again? 이제 바렐도 만났고 DFM도 만났고 다음은 퍼시픽 원년 멤버 RRQ를 다시 만나게 되는데 어떤 경기를 예상하시나요? 이번에도 좀 2대0 승리 자신 있다 이런 생각이실까요?
일단 자신은 있지만 오늘처럼 저희가 방심을 하면은 RRQ라는 팀은 그 방심한 틈에 확실히 그 기회를 가져가는 팀이라고 생각하기 때문에 저희가 그거에 방심하지 않고 잘 보완해서 오면은 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
I mean, we are confident, but RRQ is a team that would be able to exploit us making our little mistakes. So we're going to try our best to, lock in and play our game so that we could bring the same results for our next match. All right, that was T1's Buzz for the interview. Thank you, Buzz. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
이렇게 해서 T1의 버즈 선수 만나봤습니다. 안녕.
All right, T1 continue on their win streak quite comfortably through this group. And let's see if the win streak continues. It is going to be a rematch against RRQ next week, which should be pretty exciting. I'm pretty sure RRQ has a bone to pick with them regarding this. But yeah, map 2 is pretty dominant.
I don't know. I think RRQ gonna have to work that out for them. T1 can just smoke them. So we'll see what happens when we get into that series. But
yeah,
this was a very promising showing. I mean, a bit of a rough start. Pistols still widely going the way of DFM on this map, but as the casters were pointing out, it unfortunately didn't translate to much else for DFM.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like DFM just didn't really look comfortable. They couldn't get themselves settled into this game. They let the first half just slip out of their hands. T1 looked very comfortable though. I feel like this is a map that they've played many times. They know what's up on this. They know how to mid-round. They know how to control the map. And we saw it all here today. I mean, I feel like this second map never really got close. So it's worrisome now. If you're a DFM fan, I feel like we need to see them turn this around.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Pearl was a little bit more promising, but Lotus looks like they still need a lot of work here. It was a bit exciting seeing Kaide on the ISO, but yeah, I think overall as a team, there are some kinks that need to be worked through. And of course, we are going to be having a little chat with one of the T1 players here on the desk shortly, and we can get some insights on how they're feeling. Oh, you got a little preview. Okay.
Hi, Stacks.
I was going to let the chat guess who it was based on voice, but hi, Stacks.
Hi.
What do you think of map? What do you think of this?
Map 1?
Yeah.
Pretty terrible. Because
it wasn't your best moments.
I think we kind of overthinking on the part, I guess, because we are leading the score. So we kind of I don't know how to say, but we just not focusing. I guess.
Yeah. Complacency,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think,
a
is the word we
a
use.
bit. And then second map, Lotus, we just full focusing and destroy them.
Yeah, well, yeah, the score definitely shows that. In the first map, I think that's exactly what we end up seeing, complacency there. We got a little bit comfortable winning. So what happened in between map 1 and map 2 to get more locked in? What's your go-to at this point? Because you guys are so experienced.
Actually, nothing. Talk nothing.
Yeah.
We just. Yeah, actually nothing.
Really?
Yeah, we just.
It's a full reset.
Nice try. Okay, not even close. Yeah,
Well-
we called each other. Me and Munchkin said, "Oh, not even close."
Well, I think it's because you guys are so experienced. You kind of know, like,
Yeah.
that was a little oopsie.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, we know that we have more prepared than this. But, I mean, going into Lotus, was it really exciting to have Lotus back in the map pool? Because you guys are good at Lotus.
Yeah, I think every pro player love this map because Cold and Abyss pretty bad, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why Lotus is so good. Also, Lotus is new, coming with a new map pool, and then also dual agent neon like this. We just kind of finding some new meta. I think now we just testing something. So I think this is not our best agent pool on the Lotus. Yeah.
Were you surprised to see them be the ones to play the
I was gonna
ISO?
ask that,
Yeah.
Were you kind of happy to see that? I mean, you guys know ISO so
You're
well.
like, that's so yesterday. What
I think
are you
DFM
doing?
picked ISO because of the T1 gonna use the chamber on the Lotus.
Yeah.
So that's why I think they picked ISO, but
You tricked them.
yeah.
I thought you guys were going to play Chamber. We thought we
That's
tried to
right,
play
yeah.
Chamber too. But yeah, I think that's interesting. So you were still going to evolve your Lotus a little bit more. So RQ has something to look out for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel going into that next game? Because RQ have historically been very good at, prep and kind of understanding the tendencies of the teams that they play against. Do you feel like you guys have some stuff up your sleeve that you can pull out versus RQ to catch them off guard? Like, what are your thoughts?
I think, in my opinion, Munchkin loves playing against like Team RQ because they're more micro teams, and then their team play are really so good. So Munchkin really love their reading their mind. Like he doesn't like the KRX style. It's so chaos. So I think it's gonna be pretty good match against RQ. Yeah, I'm looking for it.
Do you ever see Munchkin work, his mind? If he likes breaking down what RQ does he talk to you about it with you guys, or he goes to his own private corner?
I think he's overconfidence himself. Yeah, he always say, I never lose. I'm not gonna losing. I'm not gonna losing. Everyone is so bad. I'm better than everyone. His mindset is really.
That's
yes,
winner's
yes,
mindset.
Yeah. His winner mindset.
Ah, well, that's why he wins a lot.
That's great.
I really love that. Is that his pep talk with you guys?
How does he react when he does lose?
Yeah.
Just, unlucky?
Nice try. we have next time, so fighting.
Yeah.
Man. I want to rewind a bit to Masters. If you could redo Masters, what would you redo? What would you do different going into the next Masters?
Next Masters.
Yeah.
We are preparing for more performance. Yeah, that's it.
performance in like what, aim or?
Yeah, aim. Yeah, only
Yeah.
aim, I guess.
Really?
Yeah, for the team, yeah. We're preparing well, and the strategy or something like micro stuff.
Yeah.
But our performance pretty bad as Santiago, I guess. So yeah.
How many aces, if you go to Masters London, how many aces are you
Two,
gonna get?
at least two.
At least two?
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, because
For
you
each
know
of
that
you.
you got the one
Yeah.
versus Liquid. You know how long ago it was that you got your last one on a global stage?
Yeah, it's okay.
2022, I think.
Come on, he got so many kills in Santiago.
No, he did. That's why I want to see more. That's why
I did.
That's why I'm glad he's saying, okay, double the aces.
Yeah.
So, in both in the game against Varo, you had that Haven that was really close, and you had the Pearl against DFM today. So, we're seeing these really, really close maps from you guys. Do you guys feel like you have a lot of improvement left that you can show this stage?
Actually, I couldn't understand what you're saying.
What percent of your firepower are you showing right now?
Yeah.
Like
our
how
team,
much more?
our team or myself?
Your team.
Our team?
Yeah.
I think they're pretty doing well. I think Munchkin stepping up a bit, really.
Yeah.
I guess so. Yeah.
But
Oh, yeah.
if your peak is 100%, where do you think you are now?
I think now we're 17.
70?
70. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
And you?
Me?
Yourself?
Today 30.
30?
30?
Yeah, because I got a headache a bit.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
That sucks.
Yeah.
And you know, the next match is going to be Nongshim versus KRX.
Woo!
I know. Who do you think's going to win? What's your pred?
And score.
We screened every team in Pacific a bit.
Yeah.
Say it.
Yeah, come on, just
Say
say it.
I pick Nongshim.
Okay.
Nongshim.
2-0 or 2-1?
2-1.
2-1.
100%.
Okay.
Ah.
Because the Dambi and Francis really popping up right now.
Really?
Yeah, I guess.
Francis, even with his change.
Yeah, change the agent, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe change.
To Wele. You think
Yeah.
he's still popping off?
Yeah, I think he's improving right now.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, we heard the prediction here, and yeah. Are you usually right in your prediction?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Okay, I'm screwed.
We have no way to fact check this. So.
All right, Stax. Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win today.
Thank you so much.
You have a, 4 map wins so far. Perfect score.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for joining us.
Thank you so much.
All right, see you
Thank
next week.
you.
See you next week. All right. We had a little bit of a debate here on who the match MVP was going to be. It was between Izu and Munchkin.
Yeah.
And we ended up having a tiebreaker. It's going to be Izu.
I think he had a bit of a rocky start in that map, but he was a really big part of why Pearl ended up going T1's way. As soon as he got shifted over onto that defender side, we started seeing the ease that we're used to seeing, finding that impact, getting the operator on it, in his hands on those defensive lines, and he was able to shut people down. He pivots over to the KJ, which is something that he's actually not really played that much. It's 5 times prior to this game on Lotus, so 6 times overall now. And he looked right as rain. It was a very strong performance from the outset for him on Lotus.
Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like his killjoy is so rock solid now as well. I think having to swap round between the kind of roles, I mean, they're both Sentinels, but Chamber plays so differently. You want to be aggressive, you want to take those fights. Killjoy, you got to play around your util a lot more, and I feel like he's able to swap so seamlessly. Izu is such a Swiss Army knife for this team. I really feel like you can put him on anything.
He really is, and that's exactly what I was going to mention. Is obviously Forsaken is the be all end all of flex players, but I think Izu might be my second pick.
He's up like a close. He's getting up to a close second.
He is so reliable, and he doesn't
Yeah.
really have like a cooldown period when he picks something up. He is pretty much just ready from the outset when it comes down to playing something new. And if he's going to continue to flex for T1, then they're going to have very good prospects.
Yeah, I'm so impressed by Izu. I think I say that every single match whenever T1 plays. I'm like, man, Izu is just so good, and we don't hype him up enough, but he's so freaking good. Since last year, actually, and we've been seeing a total domination from this guy, the singular guy, all year. But the next match is going to be Nongshim versus KRX. KRX is formerly known as DRX for those of you at home.
Kiwoom DRX for
Yeah,
the full name.
Kiwoom DRX. Now, this was really exciting. Last week, we basically had a Master Santiago Finals rematch between PaperX and this team. And honestly, I think last week's match between these two teams lasted longer than the Grand Finals in Santiago.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is crazy. So KRX definitely put a much better fight against Nongshim. There's some argument as well with the meta changes that Nongshim might be a lot shakier this stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely going to go through a little bit of an adjustment. They can't run that Yoru that they were running so much. So I think Francis is still going to be a question. We just heard from Stacks how he feels like Francis is settling into this role in scrims. A nice little leak there, so he's definitely going to be the one to watch. I think if I had to nitpick about this team, I'd say swap back to the old jerseys. I gotta say, clearly it's cursed.
All right, we should have a chat with that. Or it's Chobra cursing them again. But X-Ross, Royal Roader on this team, rookie that went straight to Santiago, winning that trophy. Got a shout out to him. And Dambi, of course, this is man of the hour as far as Nongshim goes as the Neon.
Yeah, I mean, he was man of the hour at Santiago last week. Definitely not so much. I think it was a performance that left a little bit to be desired there, you know, especially in that last map of Lotus. He started to really struggle.
No, he really did. I mean, one of the big things that Dambi did so well at doing was opening up space for the rest of the squad at Santiago, but a key part of that was Francis on the Yoru. While everyone's paying attention to this wild Neon that's sprinting at them and has a shotgun in hand, Francis he has a lot more easier time teleporting into the back lines, being able to strike from behind, be very unsuspecting. Without that Yoru in the mix after the nerfs, it makes it a lot more difficult for them to come away with those kinds of set strategies. That being said, I think that, you know, Nongshim is one of those teams that we're going to see a level up in performance from, and I think that Francis is one of those players that whenever he does have a rougher showing, he takes it to heart and he makes sure that he comes out stronger the next time.
Yeah, Francis is an excellent player. I feel like we've been seeing this since Ascension, the very first time that they won Ascension, that Francis has so much talent and he works really well with Dambi, and I think you're absolutely right. Without that Euro, there's a little bit of an adjustment. That was a clear strategy that Nongshim used, but he's changed the agents he's using, and Stacks hinted that his Waylay is getting better.
The biggest concern that I do have for Nongshim moving forward is just going to be how do you get the operator online for this team. We saw Dambi picking up the operator last week, which is not something that we really see ever. And while he was able to get some kills with it, Francis is just so reliable with it. But with him playing things like the Breach, going for the operator is a lot less reliable for him. So if they're not able to get that online when he's not playing the Waylay, that's where I have the most concerns for Nongshim.
Yeah, I feel like they're caught between two worlds. If Francis goes back to the Breach, it's that old school style that they know how to do. If he's on the Waylay, they're able to op. It feels a bit more like that Yoru double duelist. So I think it's, do they accept the dip in performance while his Waylay gets better, or do they play what's strong now? That's the big question.
Right.
And they are facing against KRX. We saw Bane waving just there. I think he's on some of your build diff rosters. They did win over Secret
He's
last
judging
week.
some of them.
And that's what they're talking about.
Yeah, he's talking about tens.
And I guess I wonder if these players think at all about our build diffs and how it might affect things.
I bet they do.
But they did almost lose Fracture last week. You know, we saw them come in with Freeing on the Tejo. Was it? I believe that was it. And and Young joining this roster, replacing Hermes, Mr. Hermes. You know, this split stage 1.
It's an adjustment again. Once again, DRX have decided to change rosters, bring up academy players. They just love doing this, and they did get a clean 2-0 over Team Secret according to the scoreline.
Yes.
But in the game, it fell a little bit more back and forth.
Yeah, I was watching from home, and I was just like, okay, yeah, first map, it's going kind of how I expected. It'll end up going out to dinner with one of my wife's friends who's in town, and then I tune into the game every now and then, and I'm watching this Fracture, and I'm like, what in the hell is going on?
You were about to rush home.
How has this gotten to this point? But Young, I mean, I think a fairly just, you know, middling first outing here for this player, but you know, it's one of those things where it's going to take a little while to really fully get slotted in and understand, you know, the comm structure, the pace that DRX likes to play with.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of potential for growth for this guy. Taking a look at his stats, and most importantly, his agents from in Challenger's career, you can see he's on those high-powered, fast duelists by the looks of it, but now he's playing that Sentinel. I think him being on the Sentinel is definitely going to be a big adjustment. We know he's played the Smokes role in the past as well, so it's not huge, but it is still different at the tier 1 level. And once again, he's having to swap back and forth. He's on the Chamber, then he's on the Cypher on Fracture, so it is a bit different, and I think he needs a week or two more, I would guess, before he's really fully fragging.
Yeah, that was the case for them in kickoff, and I imagine might be similar for this stage 1. Now, Freeing, this was a guy you were so all about last year on the Tejo, but now he's on the Neon, and he looks good on the Neon.
No, he really does. And this one also caught me by surprise when I was watching from home, because Fring has never played it. Decides to go for this. Meanwhile, Hyungmin has way more exposure to playing the Neon and has put up very solid stats for it. So Fring being the one that actually lands on that pick instead of being the one to play the Phoenix really caught me off guard, but he showed why they decided to make that decision, because he was just incredible.
Yeah, I think what I think is funny is that they're clearly styling his Neon around the Downby style of Neon, which is going in and making kind of space for Hyunmin to go behind him and be the one to really pick up those frags. He's all about breaking those lines, so I think it's funny to see how much of a... Oh no, it's RB.
Oh, it's RB, but it's Mako, come on.
I mean, RB's only lost, what, once?
Yeah, he just doesn't lose.
But it's Mako.
Come on, Mako. I am not a fan of the RB skirmish. I've been very vocal about this. He's on the Vandal right now, but he only has to lose a couple of rounds before he starts to get... before he starts
Stinger, the judge.
Yeah, before he loses respect for his opponent a little bit.
But
I don't know how much
surely...
respect he's going to be able to lose for Mako, though, on the other side, but...
Exactly, as
it's a tie-up.
ex-teammates, I feel like there's a little bit of...
Maybe they agreed Vandals only.
It could be. I feel like if you're going to agree to anyone making the request, it'd be Mako.
I mean, could very well have been the case, but right now, Mako looking good in the setup here. So.
Those RB swap back. That's my question. How long till he brings out a Stinger?
Well, he's got to basically reverse sweep it at this point. So this would be the moment. Given that we're lingering on Mako, it makes me think that he closes it out.
It's not looking great for RB. This is what happens if you give him a Vandal. He has to cheese his way to these skirmishes.
No, he went with a Marshall.
Okay. Oh,
And
see,
he was
my God!
Anytime you give this guy a cheeky
This
weapon.
guy, man, he's unbelievable. I think I'm gonna put in a formal request ejection that RB cannot be in the skirmish anymore.
Well, 5-2. So maybe that
There we
argument
go.
starts
It's
to
okay.
become a little bit more weakened.
Yeah. I think...
No, I'm happy to see him lose. Always happy to see him lose.
Oh,
the
you're
skirmish.
awful. I mean, it was Mako who won, so I'm quite okay with that too. But with that skirmish result, we have our map draft here. Pearl and Bind.
KRX is still going for Fracture.
Yeah.
So it must be feeling like they've shored up the gaps that they had on that map versus Team Secret, but this is potentially a risky one for them.
Yeah, I worry. I think how much of that is the coaching staff, because Nongshim have also shown their fracture. So, both teams have tape. I think it's sort of taking it in an anti-strat kind of way. We know KRX love to do that, but I think that's the big map for me. That's the one to watch. I think that's going to be the decider of the series.
But this is also all the more pressure being applied onto Young. I have to suspect that he's still going to be bringing out that Cypher. He's got to be the one to slow down this approach from Downby in particular.
Yes.
But it's like you were saying, when a team tends to pick into a map again, it usually means the game plan didn't go according to plan the first time. So we will have to wait and see as we send it down to the stage. We're going to have Nongshim facing against KRX for the first time this stage 1.
Today's matchup. Nongshim Red Force.
It's Nongshim Red Force facing off against KRX today. We just saw Nongshim basically do a repeat of the grand finals in Santiago, except with a different result, with a much longer match last week. So we're already seeing a little bit of adjustments coming in from this team. But to be fair, they didn't have a lot of time since Santiago to adjust to the new meta. But now it's week 2. We're expecting a little bit more from the squad.
Yeah, it's been a quick turnaround for these guys, and they've had to make sweeping changes across the board. This team loved that Yoru, which they're now not using at all. I think week 1, you can sort of give them a mulligan. You can say, okay, they need more time, but now they've had that little bit more. They have a tough opponent across from them, and they really cannot afford to drop to 0-2 in this tough group alpha.
Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, Nongshim should be feeling pretty confident coming into this despite the week 1 loss.
Yeah.
KRX, they're the team that has undergone a massive change in addition to having to deal with the meta swaps coming through. Nongshim just need to shrug off the loss to Paper Rex, very respectable opponent, much like KRX is. But I'm curious how this one's going to shake out, because Termi, a coach that I always do trust when it comes down to developing new talent. So while yes, it always does look silly, it always has us scratching our heads when we see these roster swaps, typically, at least by the end of the year, it ends up working out in their favor. But they need to jumpstart the engine and have that happen a little bit sooner. They need to show us that, yes, Young is the truth. This is the guy that's going to allow them to qualify to Masters London as well as the Champion Shanghai.
To be fair, and on to that point, Termi has great scouting.
Yeah,
Generally,
he does.
the players who do come into KRX, or formerly known as DRX, formerly known as Vision Strikers, tend to have really good rookies coming in, introducing Hyunmin, for example. He was absolutely fantastic. He became a fan favorite in the last Champions event. So I have high hopes for Young to eventually settle in.
Yeah, I mean, that's really what we want to see. It looks like he's going to be playing that center role a lot more, and I think he does have some development to do, but if there's a coaching staff I'm going to trust to get it done, it's going to be Termi and the boys.
I mean, how many times have they done this in the past?
Exactly.
To great success. Take a player that's known for playing widely duelist and then morph them into something else, put them on a different role, allow them to learn and understand under the coaching staff's tutelage how to really perfectly pilot that. It's been done time and time again.
Yeah.
Yes, but Young doesn't come from a duelist background, does he?
He's played a bit, quite a bit.
Does he? Okay, well, prior to this, he seemed to be playing a little bit more controller role there,
Sure.
but we'll see if he fits in. Now we got to talk about predictions, I guess. You all picked Nongshim.
Yeah.
Stacks picked Nongshim.
It was close, though, for me.
It kind of pained me to go for this one, just because, even with the name change, always in my heart.
Yes.
But I think that Nongshim just come into this with a lot more key advantages. I think that they will obviously have watched back DRX. They will have seen the struggles that they did have on that fracture. And overall, I think they're just coming in on a higher high.
Yeah. I think for me, it's that extra week of time to figure out Francis's role, to figure out how this team identity is without that Yoru, and I don't think they needed much. I think the few days that they've had to prep will have been enough in my mind to carry it through. I just want to touch very quickly again on the map veto. It will end on Lotus. So if we get to map 3, Nongshim can try and rewrite the kind of script of last week, because their Lotus did look like a problem. So if we're talking about week-to-week development, that Lotus is going to be a key area.
Oh, 100% here. But with KRX, I feel like Termi does have really good reads when it comes to other Korean teams here. And as the Asian poll comes out, this is kind of a class.
Yeah, I wonder if he's read this. Nongshim Red Force throwing it all the way back. We got Sober Breach once again on Haven. We've not seen this comp really in quite some time. This is like, you just replaced that Neon for a Jet. This is as old school as it gets.
Yeah, I mean, send out, try to get some information, have that drone through, get the tag, get the fault line, send Dambi in. That's going to be the game strategy widely here for Nongshim. It's looking like we're going to have back-to-back Cypher performances for Young on KRX. Can he stem the tide? Is he going to be that player to slow things down?
Yes.
That's my biggest question. I think that is really what the potential success of KRX is teetering on.
Well, yes, absolutely. And it was Young's very first time playing on this stage. And we've heard from other rookie players that they were surprised hearing the white noise in the headset and having that experience of hearing the crowd. So I think this is something that he needs to adjust to. And well, now it's week 2. Hopefully he's adjusted enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's his chance, like you say, Achilles. He has to find his footing now because the best Neon in the world is running at him.
All right, well, he's going to have to face him today as we send it back to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Yep. KRX versus Nongshim, that's going to be a big clash for sure. I mean, Young definitely has, his work cut out for it, but at the same time, I mean, this feels kind of weird, the comps-wise. KRX tended to be that team that played that jet flash and dash style. Now they're like swapped all around. You got the Freon back in.
Yeah, the Freon, as we're coining it. I can't believe that Morgan's missed that one over on the desk, to be fair. The thing that you keep seeing from Nongshim time and time again is, as we've seen this meta change come in, they've gone back to a lot more classic comps. They've gone back to Breach Teo over there on Fracture. Now you're seeing them go back to the most classic, most played and tried and tested comp here on Haven, whereas it is KRX to continue backing themselves with the double duelist. Freen continues to play the Neon, Hyunmin on the Phoenix. It's a very popular style that you're seeing in a lot of different regions at the moment. They're going to start out on the attacking side, and I want to see how it goes for them.
Especially on the attacking side, you would think that that is exactly where they get to do quite a bit of damage. But apart from that, Nongshim, surely after that loss against VRX, they're able to bounce back. A lot of us seem to think so. So without much further ado, let's get things started here on this map pick of Haven by Nongshim. KRX attacking.
See Francis starting out on the Breach. Both of these maps, I'd imagine, unless you get a comp change for Nongshim. See how Young does go. Didn't have too much of an awe-inspiring debut there up against Team Secret. A little bit strugglesome on Fracture in particular for KRX, which makes it very interesting, as mentioned by the desk, that they picked it into this series. But first we'll see Nongshim's pick of Haven.
4-1 split. Killjoy util to kind of cover some of the holes left open.
Here.
Yeah. I mean, as you kind of mentioned, KRX will be very familiar with this comp. They used to play this Breach style many times, so they're going to know how to kind of play around it. Now shoving their way through the middle of the map, smokes into the links, flash goes out, turret spotted out, straight into a link there. Actually, Cage will obscure Francis's vision, and KRX will get some side control.
Yeah, trying to push further front with it as well, but the Breach Flash is coming back to aggress back off the fights. Suddenly, it's both relay bolts being sent against each other, but Tabby getting absolutely tagged up. Still backing into the fight, though, and the aftershock connects the kill, confirms it against Mako. Gummin trying to hold out from B, and he will put up the strongest line as Young out from the backside, able to complete the fight. KRX walks away with the pistol.
Yeah, Hyunmin really is the center of the team on this Phoenix at the moment. You saw it over there on Pearl. Is their star duelist and their main fragger. Freeing's job really is just trying to set him up for success, make sure he's in the middle of the pack, and once he can go crazy in those post plants, that's where KRX get a lot more dangerous. The A-Link fight didn't go well for them at all, but Hyunmin exploding in the middle of the map. Hand in hand with Young cleaning up Nongshim on the retake. That's a great start to their opponent's map pick.
Still, though, don't really want to cut it out completely just yet. Do have Ring now coming in with the Judge as well. Flash and dashes going through. Well, not quite the dash, it's just a slide. Bandit not quite able to find its mark. KRX able to hang back after the initial contact.
I do really like that from Nongshim early on, though. Even though it doesn't work out, this is exactly the kind of thing you want to see them doing a lot. The Phoenix is an agent that... Oh, Young's feeling confident here. Swinging out with Bane off the back of the camera. That's what you want to see from the rookie. Getting his confidence kills anti-eco. But that C-long trap that you just saw Nongshim run, that's exactly what I want to see them running against the Phoenix. The C defaults to be able to get yourself as many run-it-backs as possible are very common with this comp that KRX is playing. Hyunmin giving the plant. And he will get himself the run-it-back heading into the bonus for KRX. And X-Ross spotted out on the flank. A flawless anti-eco.
Clean as ever. And already round 3 run-it-back is online.
You're going to be farming those. Saw Hyunmin do the exact same thing on Pearl just the other day. I think early on, though, already on the eco round, Nongshim kind of conditioning KRX to maybe respect the C-long control. Have a second thought or be a bit more tentative about farming that C-long orb and going for some of these C defaults where they look for a pickup onto the site. Stun rant out here for Nongshim, though.
Yeah, that's the thing, because once you start to think about maybe focusing attention on to C, your opponents have the momentum, they're going to try to push somewhere else. Back to the 2-1-2 somewhat, and suddenly it's an open B site, run it back already popped. Cage aggression.
It's complete disengage. will secure the plant though. Xiaomin gets a little bit more info, trying to use the death camp to be able to get some information on the A rotation. Danby on the movement. Here on the flank, Young will have to deal with him. And in the meantime, Nongshim taking garage control and looking to pinch grass.
KRX already has a pretty good idea of where that could be. Playing out from window, underneath it as well. They will tuck back in after eating the flash, and then suddenly hopping through. Ivy going down because of Hyunmin's tabs, and then X-Ross out from Link trying to fight back. Still though, the 1v1, the flashes. Just buy time away from Spike, buy some health away from the kill. A final wallbang to complete it. KRX have this all written in the strat book.
I mean, Hyunmin is putting on a clinic. Really just having another one of those games on the Phoenix. He has taken this meta change in stride. Nobody else is going to save KRX. This man will do it. Big multi-frag on the pistol. I mean, that is just what X-Ross gets done sometimes, though. You've seen him kill Neon's mid-slide. Very, very sharp on the mechanics. But still not good enough to win the first gun round for Nongshim. And KRX are off to the races. Bonus converted. And Hyunmin's already close to another run it back.
What is it, like round 3 run it back, round 5 another run it back?
Hey, he just popped it. He's already got 4.
That's insane.
4 out of 6. Now going into the anti-eco. So if he even just gets 1 kill and dies in this round, that's another run it back in the very next gun round.
Jeez. Unbelievable.
Not to mention potential orb control. Because they could definitely get this A-orb. It's easier to farm it when you're playing Cypher, Phoenix. You know, the Blaze Wall, the Cage can help you definitely pick these kind of orbs up.
If he actually gets it scot-free, that would be egregious. X-Ross trying to possibly prevent that, but he's alone with a Sheriff. Drone coming out. KRX just looks to really get boots on towards this A site, but that's exactly where Nongshim looked to strike back as well. They pulled off an eco, a thrifty against Paper X last week. Maybe the same thing here. What is this? Francis, the shots. X-Ross chiming in. Just Young left. And suddenly he's been absolutely concussed.
30 seconds left.
Zoned away as well. Nongshim not giving him anything. Spike on the deck. 2 cages to play with. Danby spots him out. Just playing with his food. Bucky in hand. Picking into the aftershock though. Not going to work out for him. Thrifty picked up by Nongshim. Incredible shots hit on the Sheriffs. Interesting how this current iteration of Nongshim looks so much like the team that won Ascension over in Jakarta. That was the kind of team where Bucky, bought by Danby, plus Sheriffs equals a lot of rounds won. And you're seeing the exact same thing here on a comp that they actually played back in that era.
Not really shackled by anything either. I mean, it just gives them the confidence to pull off plays like that on ecos. Now, the next one up, though, KRX will come back in.
And again, you're seeing the same setup here for Nongshim. They want to stop any C-long control early on for KRX. Make sure that they can't get that C-orb. Full breach trap being prepped here.
KRX is somewhat relinquishing it for now. Just happy to keep their eyes trained towards other portions of the map.
Be a drone here, but stun paranoia with Danby running at you could be a recipe for success.
Something that maybe KRX hasn't really quite dealt with yet in this meta. Suddenly, 2 players gone. You hear more footsteps with Freeing trying to reassert himself around this position. Will take down Danby, but Nongshim have already seized control over Long. The Hunter's Fury as well, just to keep them on their toes. Spots them out by the end of the cage though, and KRX look to strike back. Finding header after header, it's just Hyunmin left. RB chucks himself into the corner and finds a headshot to pick up the round for Nongshim.
I mean, Freeing and Hyunmin keep that very competitive, but you have to really question KRX in a round like that. Like you just saw them do that on round 2. It's not like you don't know that they're gonna run a trap off of that Killjoy turret contact. And they get completely caught by it. Probably going to be a bit of a facepalm from the coaching staff of KRX. And the team now needs to approach the C side of the map with a lot more caution as they move their way through the rest of this attacking side. It is a half buy plus a gun round, which completely breaks KRX's economy. And after a great start winning the bonus, we're staring down the barrel of a very different looking game. Ivy starts off very well. Entry down for the count.
straight disrespect against Freeing's Neon. Still though, Yeonin picks up the mantle and tries to complete the site control, but it's not quite going well because Nongshim already have this red. Players all across the sites still trying to complete the kills as Bane finds a shot down out from behind. We're tied up 3-3.
Yeah, you're never really quite ready for those fast Neon flanks at times. An immediate recovery. It feels like in a matter of minutes. Nongshim are straight back on top of them.
Targets destroyed.
Damage brought through though for KRX in that round, taking a couple of guns away. Doesn't find his mark on the lurk there.
Timeout.
See which one of these teams wants to reply. Will be KRX.
Okay.
Coaching staff going to get a couple of words in. Definitely have to consider some of these kind of trap plays that Nongshim can run, which you've got to be on top of, because let's be honest, if there's a team that invented breach stun into a duelist running down at you with flashes in support, it is KRX.
It would be, except most of their previous members are not here anymore.
He's like, Marco, remember 5 years ago?
He gets all the flashbacks. Yes, I do remember. Also, a lot of ultimates coming online in the next round as well. Should be quite an explosive one.
See what KRX are able to put together. Decent start on this attacking side, but now it's going to be gun rounds on gun rounds for a Nongshim that has done a decent job of building up their money. Rolling Thunder and the Overdrive can be quite a deadly combo coming back in on one of these retakes, and I'd be getting quite close to the lockdown, but it's just ults on ults for KRX. Not a comp where the ults have huge impact though. The run it back being the most impactful of those. Marco comes a big shock dart there, already down to 75. KRX walk their way into lobby. Trap in the middle of the map for Nongshim off the back of the flashpoint, clears out all of middle, and now you're going to get an A stack in here.
Oh my. Still step by step. Just a bit of clearing out from Nongshim as well. KRX have other ideas.
Wow, Freeing's just going to be sent in by himself here.
No, surely not. Lonesome, just to try to draw and keep Nongshim invested towards the site. He's baited out the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, that is so beautiful. KRX have really caught them there. Rolling Thunder wasted, and Francis loses his life. Now they run it back straight through the middle of the map. Hyunmin applying pressure to the rotations. Great space for Marco to get that plant down on B. KRX have completely out-rotated them.
Now control over B site. They just have to hold the post-plant positions. Down B still in the fight. He's going to jump to his death out towards back Gong. And suddenly it's Hot Hands as well that continues to block off the chokes. Ivy steps forward, eats a shot, and then RB goes down. An entire round masterminded by Termi himself.
Oh, what a beautiful timeout for KRX. They were 3 steps ahead of Nongshim in that round. Just running circles around them. Does a good job hanging on from the backside of the site.
Rolling Thunder Hunter's Fury though.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful exchange. Yamin with another 2 kills after investing his run it back. Working his way closer to another one. Into round 8 now though. Nongshim do have another buy here. Lockdown has been earned by Ivy. Hotline trying to wrestle control of A main, secured by the dark cover, but Cam invested by Young nonetheless.
A bit of an insert. Maybe to check other portions of the map now. Nongshim has shifted their attention back towards this B and A portion of the map.
Yeah, quite a centralized setup. Expecting the same A lobby pressure into a speed up towards B from KRX, but it's a drone back through A. Clears out all of this space. Full retake setup.
Whoa.
Ivy just trusting the lockdown. KRX did a masterful job playing around the ults with the help of the input from the coaches. But can they figure this round out on their own this time?
They just might be able to, using the cam to allow for Nongshim to think that it's a lurk. Meanwhile, it's Young who's now spotted outside of B. He smoked off around C as well, so just a free A site for now, but Nongshim are close by. Could there be a fast retake?
Just try walk their way in there. Plant going down. Young in the middle of the map. Runs into Danby. That's the Cypher dealt with. Out comes the lockdown in response. How do KRX play around that? They can't play in hell. They got to get off the site.
They try to do damage to the lockout.
Oh, they
They've
broke
got
it with the shocks.
Shocks plus the little curve wall of the blaze. But now, you still need to fend off the incoming waterfall of Dambi and Gang. He slides through, Freeing makes it a strike back, but Francis and Extros completely swarm it. Just Mako left. Might have a bit of time, but no. Smoked off despite that. Nongshim and Extros just anticipate the spot. It's 4-4 tied up neck and neck again.
A little bit easier to tackle that retake when Yong goes down in the middle of the map before you even end up in the post plant. You cannot lose your Cypher this early on in the round. He needs to even just stay alive and be a little bit of a threat. See some of the more elite lurkers in the world understand that even just their life is worth enough to apply pressure to the rotation sometimes.
Could chalk it up to being a rookie or not, but from DRX Academy, I mean, I guess it's a bit of an adjustment period. Still though, you need players like him to show up.
I mean, you back the confidence. I like that he's taking that fight, but it's a double-edged sword, right? You win it, you win the round a lot harder than you would have potentially. But when you go down, it's a lot easier for Nongshim to navigate around like that. This time they take full lobby control. Once again, KRX are shoving their way through the middle of the map. Freeing over towards the Gong. TP onto the site. The plant goes the way of Bane. He only has a bandit and armor.
Young hears the drone and everything as well, so should be calling out the team. A-lane control being taken, suddenly seeing nobody there. And all the footsteps coming out from window. KRX have quite a bit to do, as it's Dambi with overdrive pushing all the way up front into B, now already onto the spike. Bane trying to deal with it with utility, but still, the shot's not going right. Nongshim will take back control.
Just Armageddon dropped on Young's head. There's not even a Teo in the server. He's double blinded and Dambi's just running circles around him. I'm just not even sure what you do from under window there. Like the attempt of KRX to flip the map. They pivot into A-Link and try to play the post plant from there, but doesn't really help them too much. Great combo. Dambi diving in off the back of Francis's util. Like watching a Nongshim of yesteryear before Francis became so duelist pilled.
Yes. Back to the initiator. But you're absolutely right as well. I mean, the desk was talking about it. Yong has to stand up to the challenge, but right now he's being dunked on. After that fact, it's back to a slight half by KRX. Just trying to explore other sides, maybe a bit of garage this time.
Dambi pushed off the info line. Outlaw deals with the drone. KRX once again grouped up in the middle of the map. Made their way into garage. There's the paranoia in response. Not an easy retake on the cards. Francis blinded in the back of the site. Jumped on by Freeing. What a whiff on the Bucky though.
And maybe a little bit more as well. Fortunate attempts going southways for KRX. Yeoman will be able to sneak through, but runs out of ammo. Still clean, still simple. Nongshim regain control.
Yeah, it feels like Nongshim is starting to kind of get into that groove. Round 7 was a big win for KRX, but it feels like majority of that success came off of a fantastic plan from the coaching staff. When it's come down to just KRX themselves to kind of figure things out, feels like it's all going the way of Nongshim. Great pistol win, great bonus, and great timeout call, but when, again, similar to the last series, when it comes to the gun rounds, it feels like Nongshim is just running away with the game right now. Xross 11-4 with a Hunter's Fury in hand. KRX been pretty successful in the rounds where they do have to run it back though. So once again, we turn our attention to Hyunmin and what kind of impact he'll be able to conjure for the team.
Otherwise, for now, it's already Nongshim once again. Quick control, A lobby.
Yeah, refresh on the dark cover. Wow. So Bane will wait to deploy the drone. Flashpoint into the middle of the map, just to try to add a bit of pressure and maybe push KRX towards A lobby a little bit more. Make it look like there was actually a setup towards B. Hunter's Fury cancels the drone.
Okay. Bit of a connection, but evaded nonetheless.
Hyunmin looking for a pick in the middle of the map. If he goes down here, that's going to be the run it back gone.
You have to be ever so cautious, but at the same time, it's a call from the team to regress back in the lobby. Dambi still giving them their money's worth. Couple players getting taken down, and at this point, I don't know how effective the run it back could be. Neural Theft invested. They've spotted them out. Hyunmin wants to take the duel. He goes in, takes down Danby, but RB and X-Ross just have it under lock and key.
The round is over before KRX can even get their ults off.
Round
Just couldn't find a clean enough execution. Take a look at the replay here. This is the biggest Neon diff I've seen in quite a while. Look at how Danby sidesteps through the fast lane here. He lets Freeing in, and then he peeks straight into him. That is the difference in mastery on an agent.
That's all there is.
They are cooking him. The pot is well and truly boiling at this point. Ramyun's almost ready.
Get ready to slurp it all up. Potentially end the first half 8-4. No, surely not.
Not with these ults. GP into short, looking for some information. RB all the way on the other side of the map. Doesn't spot anyone out in short. Is that a false sense of security for a Nongshim who are about to have some A pressure on their hands, but they are well and truly ready to deal with it. Look at this setup.
It's over. You're dead.
KRX trying to rethink it a little bit as well. Just some false pushes. Run it back with the judge. Not too much gone. Meanwhile, it's a Hunter's Fury on one side as well. Bane being able to take down the opposing Sova. Now, though, suddenly it's a spike ending up on B.
Yeah, nice open B plant. This has been a recipe for success for KRX, pulling once again the rotations away from the middle of the map. Marco gets out with the ultimate. Nongshim trying to bust their way back in.
Just trying to do a bit of early recon work, but this time, Young, he wants to knock this out. He wants a bit more, but maybe a bit more than he could chew. Hyunmin will come back in to provide support, so no 8-4. It's KRX coming back in with 5-7.
Switching sides.
16-8 for Hyunmin. Another star performance on the Phoenix, but he needs a little bit more help, I think, in the second half. KRX, it's okay. Like, 5 rounds is pretty good, but given the fact that they win pistol and bonus and convert the timeout from their coaches, only 1 round outside of that makes things feel a little bit flatter than they might have. If you look at the brass tacks of the scoreline, though, moving back onto the defense, KRX have a nice plan on this defensive side. They should be good for it. And well and truly hanging in the balance. It's to see Nongshim go back to their roots, though. I mean, they're putting the Francis back on the flashy unit. Really looks like exactly how they used to play.
Well, I'm a little bit curious, Billy, because you mentioned, KRX's plan on the defense. What's that going to look like, especially with Hyung on this Cypher?
Yeah, I mean, they kind of highlighted it on the desk. Cypher versus Neon is probably the best Sentinel matchup that you're looking for, as opposed to the Killjoy that kind of just lets you run around wherever you please. If the trip placement is good, then could have a good time of things. But when you look at Nongshim's comp, I mean, things like Aftershock, the shock darts of the Sova can definitely help to clear the way. And I think truly elite teams like Nongshim, who really understand how to play the Neon, they're not going to be taking any liberties. Their executes are going to be well drilled. X-Ross is going to understand exactly how he can help Danby to successfully path his way into the sites.
That's definitely always going to be a little bit tricky for KRX to play around, but at the end of the day, this is what they need, given the fact that they are down by 2. So despite all the kills that Hyunmin might have gotten, you still need to see more effort from the rest of the team now. Nongshim, early A main control.
Darts exchanged, dealt with on the side of Nongshim. No information for Bane on the Sova, who opts to hang around. It's ballsy, but it's definitely helping the information game here for KRX. Cam spotted from Ivy, well aware that the Cypher is over on that C side of the map. Turret dealt with on grass side, speed up towards the A side of the map. Bane has crept up, and he's being caught. Danby runs him down.
And now he's continuing to run it down into the A side as well. That's an ankle breaker if I've ever seen one. We'll see if Freeing has other things to say about it. It's not needed for now, though, as he just slides across your screen. Francis, hello, or goodbye. Just Ivy left with a Sheriff and 4 targets on the other side. Past that threshold, the spike not within reach as well.
I mean, this would be a massive misplay or something phenomenal from Ivy to turn around a pistol round such as this. Young already eyes on the flank. Playing the off angle, Ivy quite low. Easy tap for the rookie. 9-9, not too bad of a performance here as he picks up the Sheriff. And KRX 5-1 in pistols so far in this stage, as opposed to Nongshim, who I think are staring down the barrel after their PRX game of like a 30% win rate on the pistols. So, not too surprising to see KRX start this half so well. But again, once the gun rounds get rolling, can they keep it going?
It's all up in the air at that point. Always need to wonder and predict how this Nongshim squad is going to play. Might be a comp that KRX are used to, but Danby in the fold. Oh my god.
Reach done on the left side. Shoving their way through the middle of the map, TP into the smoke as well. Nongshim are out for bloody here.
Whoa! Okay, but still, KRX just fully anticipated. They were prepared. They had a flash and everything popped up as well. It's the Spectres raining bullets, 9mm all across the ceiling. Flawless picked up.
Nice anti-eco for KRX. I mean, Nongshim clearly with a cheeky little plan. Doesn't end up working out for them, but you got to credit the depth that they're showing. Got to put something like that together. Oh, that's beautiful. Hot hands for Hyunmin. He's all over that. I mean, that is the strength of the Phoenix, really. Something that you see a lot from elite Phoenix players. You know, in this game, these smokes act as little bunkers and give you little pockets of play. But when you have something like a Phoenix that can run into his own molly, you throw your molly down inside that smoke and you can clear it and take that space for yourself.
Exactly what we just witnessed. Oh, Nongshim trying to slow things down, though.
Bit of a slow game from some of the heavy hitters on both sides. Marco not hitting his stride on the Omen yet, and Ivy, who was fantastic against PaperX, is having a slower day on the Killjoy. Trying into garage here. Wow. Hot hands in response for Hyunmin. Oh, Xros gets his toes tickled.
Go, go, go.
I like toes.
Thanks for sharing.
Blaze wall back up as well, but as soon as it drops, oh, there he goes. Despite the curveball.
So unlucky. He caught all of them blind.
Just the full force of Nongshim to be reckoned with. Back end of garage entrance as well.
Won't be winning 2 from 2 bonuses this game. That would be a little bit egregious. Much better looking gun round in the second half of things, and Nongshim need to take the lead. Beckoning them in. Just really wants somebody to run into him with the judge.
Nongshim's like, we're good.
No, they want to keep all the guns up possible. There's absolutely no reason to go into defense spawn here.
Otherwise, though, I mean, just quick hit and a take.
Yeah, it's a round that looks a little unlucky for Hyunmin. We'll have to see if on the replay Xros was blind, because I would expect Nongshim to be good enough, especially playing against the Phoenix, after seeing the hot hands, for someone to be anti-flash. I'm assuming it was Xros, but on the POV there, it really did look like all of them were blind, and Hyunmin just got a little bit unlucky there. Freeing not feeling like he wants to hold on to the judge into the next round. Interesting. Okay. Xros, yeah, fully blind.
Wow,
that's unlucky.
Just one spot. I mean, they all kind of already knew, and that kind of feels like the game plan right now as well. Just recognizing already that Hyunmin's such a big factor for KRX.
You're not going to get lucky like that too many times against Hyunmin. Not saying that would have defined the round or anything, but you wouldn't have come through it with 5 guns for Nongshim nice and clean like you want to. It's the gun round in response for KRX though. Quick pacing, straight out A long. Bane was already caught here on the pistol, so he's playing things a little bit safer this time around. A trip committed to the A side of the map, as well as over to C. Couple of kill trips invested. Marco playing the off angle to Sewer.
But Nongshim will give up map control for just a bit more force into sights.
This setup is completely designed to deal with exactly this fast lane.
Okay. Hands tossed out as well. I think Nongshim are just waiting it out. Here comes the flash and dash into the kill trip. Bane walks away with a couple. The rest of KRX now just set up, waiting for their opponents to walk into their crosshairs. Hyunmin with an off angle to finish it. Now the gap closed up, and KRX look to take back control over the second half.
I mean, that setup is just chef's kiss, really. Like, that is one of the things that you expect with the Neon. And Nongshim even do their due diligence, throwing up the fast lane with the initial pump. But the trip wasn't dealt with. He had a hot hands over the top. from A-Link. And then you're flooding back in as Hyunmin, throwing the Blaze Wall there, up onto short, and multiple curveballs straight through it that don't blind your teammates. I mean, it's just impossible to break that setup into A there for Nongshim. That is just such a sick setup on the defense for KRX.
Trying to prevent KRX from set it up again.
I think a lot of teams are going to be copying that. If KRX did indeed invent that. I don't know if I've seen that. I mean, a lot of Phoenix being played in other regions as well. Maybe they pinched that from someone, but that is a crazy good setup.
Actually, well, not going to matter too much if Nongshim ends up on B, though. Just drone, not seeing too much. Suddenly, RB getting taken down. Smokes would have been lovely, but otherwise now just trying to rely on the fast lane. Players play around it, but fully blinded. Mako makes a sneaky move. Hyunmin being able to reaggress as well. The entire team from KRX just surround Nongshim and execute them.
This is very high-level defense from KRX. You love to see that. Even having a bit of a rough game, Marco's looking to take some cheeky timings off the back of the paranoia. Bane deals with the lurk. You get the paranoia, TP in, curveball follow-up from Hyunmin. In the meantime, you see Freeing is just testing, jiggling over on garage door, and he crunches with the rest of the team. Nongshim just completely caught in the middle of the map.
Timeout.
This is Nongshim's map pick, but on the defense, KRX are kind of outplaying them right now. These are some very nicely designed setups.
Both teams seemingly doing a little bit better on the defensive side, but you would think a team like Nongshim would have, I don't know, plans up their sleeve or something on the second half, but the retakes, I mean the holds, the setups that you're talking about, just working wonders.
Yeah. KRX coming into this one with a good game plan.
That's cute.
Not love RB. Did they bring the trophy today? Because it would be.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think I'd be bringing the trophy when Marco's there. That would be bad taste.
Yeah. The kind of, you know, I'll let him touch it after they bring it back to Korea. Just like, yeah, this is inspiration for you, motivation for you, Mako.
He's looking like he might be needing a little bit on this game in particular.
I must wait a moment.
Breaking all the Cypher utility. Flashpoint. As well as a Sova Dart. Shock Dart doesn't find the trip though. Young's been pretty cheeky. All of his trips have been placed in very strange positions. You know, you can even see it here. It's not the standard trips in the middle of the map that get broken for free. It's got deep trips to kind of try to catch the Neon on the slide through. Maybe Marco is feeling a bit more motivated. Ivy dealt with in the middle of the map. His rough game of Haven continues.
Just continuing to make things difficult. If Nongshim wants space, they're going to have to earn it. Just like how you have to earn everything here in Pacific. Oh, a little bit of spacing outside of garage now. But still, everyone from KRX starting to rotate around this spot. Rifles against SMGs and a pistol. RP trying to see if he can find a sneaky one through long. Not quite, though.
It's only against the eco, but Young's positioning is very good there. He's playing around the cage, and his teammate Smokes very nicely tapping away from platform. Being very comfortable in these Cypher setups. This is, again, a nicely drilled defense for KRX. Starting to run away with this game now. Nongshim, how do they reply?
They have the timeout. But otherwise, yeah, just like you mentioned, Young's trips, I mean, maybe not able to find the best lurk timings in the first half, but down to the second, he's definitely making things just a little bit more tricky for Nongshim.
This is where you get another layer to the defense, though. Hunter's Fury and Runner Pack on the retake can be quite difficult to deal with. Freeing one off of the overdrive as well. A-Lobby control wrestled, courtesy of the hot hands and a dark cover. Relay bolt from Freeing. Here's the pivot over towards garage, though. Marco hears all of these footsteps. Pressure wound once again onto Yong.
And quickly right over onto the C site. Smokes and a little survival smokes already set up onto the site itself, but getting a little bit too investigative. He's going to get punished. But then the Hunter's Fury in response will connect. Not quite enough, though, because X-Frost, the rest of the gang, are starting to set up.
Ivy in the pole position to punish the rotations. The flank is there from Freeing though. He's just waiting in the wings, expecting a trip in this position, but RB catches him.
Then you just got to worry about C-Link. Smokes and everything all set up as well. Everyone's enforcing the corners around it. Maybe a little bit of anti as well as Hyunmin expected, tosses out the flash. There go those kills.
I mean, that's a duelist position for Francis. He's like, I've done my job, I've thrown all of my util. Can I go kill now? RB says yes. This was a beautiful round for Nongshim. Punish Young on the peak on flat, despite how patient he was, and then dealt very well with the run it back Hunter's Fury. Both of those ultimates invested with very little recourse. Nongshim play around that so nicely. Shove their way into garage and then just wait patiently for KRX to overcook things.
For the upcoming round now, ult's starting to build up as well. Nongshim start to explore their options back in towards A, but then it's... Oh! B-Peak denied! Freeing coming back in to reassert.
Yeah, quick on the trade. Grass retaken back by the defense. Here's the movements back over towards A long. Moving into their own dark cover. One thrown up by the defense now. Marco from up on high. Aftershock into the close position. Double shocks on towards A there. They do not want to run into that trip setup again. You can tell that Nongshim are trembling at the thought of speeding up into that A site too quickly. In the meantime, over on the other side of the map, KRX re-aggressing, clearing all of this space without the Killjoy alive. Nongshim could get caught by this flank.
It all comes down to the slight margins of timing. Freeing will just avoid RB for now. Nongshim still trying to set up some kind of an execute in towards A while Mako's in an elevated position.
The longer that they take, though, the flank is coming sooner rather than later.
Information slowly starting to go dirty with the neural theft now confirming. Trying to go for a dirty peek though, but Bane gets punished. Then it's Hunter's Fury trying to come back through to allow entry. The flank has shown itself.
Nongshim planting for spawn side, looking to flick the map back on towards the defender's side of things. Cage should create a little bit more space for Yong as Freeing joins him in sewer.
Concuss to try to buy a little bit of time as well, but Overdrive popped, and that will quickly run away with it. KRX coming back in just to extend the gap.
Rounds up to 11 now. Nongshim caught by the neural theft. Good movements in the mid-round for KRX. They don't sit idly by. Freeing and Yong taking all of that map control after that Killjoy goes down. They felt like they had space to play with, and they were correct. Trade from Freeing. It's an exchange that doesn't go too poorly. Marco picking up Danby there might have been the difference maker, really. It's a shot that he probably shouldn't have been picking up. He was scared by the dart, getting Hunter's Fury with a Neon sliding under him, and he still comes away with one.
That's why, despite even, Danby's kill count and everything, just being shut down on a push still really hampers Nongshim's advances. Now though, suddenly, just a full dump into C site. Look at Yong.
Yeah, unfortunately won't be able to play off the kill trap. Broken very nicely by Xross. Lockdown is in play for the afterplan here from Nongshim. KRX taking garage control and prepping themselves for the retake.
Just all into it. There's no real retake ultimate, just a regular utility from KRX, but they will still make it a good go anyway. For now though, Aftershocks and spams just being able to block it off. And that's the lockdown fully to completion. Final kill confirmed.
I mean, Nongshim just waltz into that C site for free. Get the plant, throw down the lockdown, and just dump every piece of utility into the chokes. Paranoia, relay bolt, Aftershock. Don't know if they threw the fault line in there, but I really wouldn't be surprised. Just watch KRX trying to come back into this site. I'm running into an arm bot. There's an Aftershock. Here's a relay bolt. Good luck getting back in, boys. I'm surprised they even got that many kills coming back in there. Tried to flood onto the site and break the lockdown. It was a ballsy play, but it doesn't work this time.
This is where now you have to wonder about how the economy begins to look for KRX.
RB takes a little bit of damage trying to break the cam there. Nongshim have made their way up A long once again. Bane considering the scam, but opting to hold the dart.
And side of the smoke as well. You can still see though, Nongshim still trying to clear the corners, and that gives a bit of time for Freeing to find one kill.
TP into hell there from RB. He's joined the rest of the team on the site. Paranoia in hand. You still have the fault line and the rolling thunder. It's going to be quite a difficult retake for KRX here.
Just trying to bait out more utility from Nongshim. Play the long game instead. Francis, unfortunately not maybe in the best position to send it. He's just going to tuck himself deep with his teammate. Guns at the ready to gun down KRX as they push through. Instant kills, but ultimately still being surrounded at the waterfall out from Mako to find a couple of kills.
Yeah, KRX, really good flood timing there. You saw all of the utility that Nongshim had ready for the post plant, but then we're just, exactly like you said, never in good enough positions to actually get those pieces of util off.
Match point.
The fault line, the rolling thunder, the paranoia all die in the hands of players that are just forced to take aim duels before they can get comfortable. So much pressure applied by the drone. Hot hands. That's a beautiful floater smoke there from Marco to bait them into a peak. That's perfection on the Omen. Bit of a slow start for him, but he's starting to get warmed up on the defense.
No way. I can't believe it, but I actually think there's a chance that Vic might be right. Termi might have just figured out the other Korean teams.
I mean, she predicted Zeta as well. Let's not get carried away.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Well, we are here either way with a timeout now being called out by Nongshim. They're not going to have, you know, the full kit and caboodle out for what could be the final round.
See what they come up with. Dabby on a Bucky here. Not too many ults to play with outside of the Rolling Thunder that they couldn't get off cleanly enough in the last round. This has just been a great defense from KRX. Right, from start to finish on their opponent's map pick. Haven's looking good for them. It's the reason a lot of teams are playing, you know, Neon Sky, Neon Phoenix in this meta. Feels like one of the most potent combinations in this current meta. And I know everyone's going on about like Neon Waylay, but I'm looking at the Neon Phoenix and I'm thinking, ooh, this is pretty nice.
We've seen quite a few instances already. Other regions, you talked about it, but what's the counter to that? Certainly Young's Cypher doing quite a bit against Nongshim. Now though, back into A, clear flash, and instantly KRX reacting.
Bane forced off the line, one off his Hunter's Fury, doesn't want to go down in this round before he can have an option. 2 kill trips invested on this A side of the map. And Yong going towards Heaven to try to play off of them. One of them already broken as Nongshim forced their way up A long.
Yeah, fast lane, allowed entry, but at the same time, just positions out for KRX already nearby. The drone coming back through and Bane hunkers down for the kill. Dambi still putting up a door against Link. Suddenly though, it's up from the top of Heaven and it's Hyunmin with a Spectre. Mako shooting back as well. But now, despite Spike planted, all Nongshim have is just A short. Hot hands, possibly players flushed out of position, not deep enough. No, it's Young. Just trying to work alongside Hyunmin, jumping bit by bit to try to flush players out, but they're not biting the bait. Instead, they find the headshots to bring Nongshim up to an 11th.
It's a very messy situation for Nongshim to navigate. KRX had their feet on the ground inside of the A site for so long. How long were Hyunmin and Yong sitting out on A? Like, this is such a messy situation. Ivy and RB inside of Shore, it was just a little bit of a standoff. But Nongshim hold on for long enough and force KRX to tap the spike.
Timeout.
Okay.
It's going to take all 24 rounds to separate these two teams. The KRX ripping another timeout. Weaker looking buy for them. 3 Stingers purchased up. But the man that you'd want to have the rifle in this round has it. Run it back for Hyunmin. And the Hunter's Fury. That's a very nice ult combo that could give Nongshim some serious problems in this following round. And I'm just looking at Francis.
Yeah.
Sitting with this Rolling Thunder that he just hasn't really been able to get off on this A side of the map. Like, these A finishes are so annoying to try and pull that ult.
Just about to bring that up as well. I mean, this...
it might be duelist brain as well, by the way. Like, I feel like a lot of these rounds, he's dumping his breach util and then he's like running at it.
I want it, yeah.
He's like, all right, my job's done. We're on the site. Let me go get in these guys' face.
But that's why, I mean, even with timeouts like these, even though Termi's the one who might have called it, Silkanon might have something to say to Francis that might just turn the tides of things.
Well, as mentioned before, it's Hunter's Fury and a run it back versus a Rolling Thunder. Nongshim 1 away from pushing this into OT. KRX looking to cause the upset. Hunter's Fury ripped off straight away. Bane, almost removes that Rolling Thunder. Hunter's, run it back straight through the middle of the map. He's just run it straight down grass.
And now you're starting off what could be the final round against the back for 3v5. You don't have numbers. You don't have smokes. How are you going to find entry? Another one falling down by the dirt, and it's just KRX starting to unleash the hunt. The hounds, the dogs of war are sniffing. Where are these players? Spotted out by the edge of his feet, and then Hyunmin out from behind. KRX continue to dominate on Haven.
What a ballsy play to close out the map. That is another coaching staff masterclass from KRX. The Hunter's Fury obscuring all of the footsteps straight through the middle of the map on the run it back. They were not ready for Hyunmin to be running at them.
Just ridiculous. Both timeouts after Termi, and then he pulls
very,
off something.
Very nice looking rounds after both of those timeouts. I think Termi's just won them that game.
Insane macro. Well, still 11-13. We still see a lot of signs of life for Nongshim. We're gonna have to wonder what that's gonna look like for the next map. But for now, I believe we're gonna toss it back to our very premium skin, ostentatious looking desk.
Oh man, that was a really fun map 1 to start the day. I'm gloating a bit, which is why I'm laughing here.
Yeah. It's not over yet.
It's not over yet.
How could you doubt Termi though? I mean, come on. This guy is, like Pilsky said, coaching masterclass here.
I really was on a knife's edge to go for KRX in this series, but obviously still a map to be played, but this has got to be a big, I think, sigh of relief for KRX to come out here. And I mean, off the rip, great start for Young in particular.
Yes, I feel like this was a really good performance from him. We spoke a lot about can you stop Dambi, and I feel like he was holding his own on these sites. I mean, I think half these highlights when we're watching them, it's Hyunmin on this Phoenix is looking even more electric, and I think this KRX team slowly starting to heat up, and it's getting even scarier now. This was Nongshim's map pick, not able to get it across the line, so I think it's a little bit dire now for Nongshim. I do think it's a long series. I think they can turn it around. We've seen them win on Fracture already, but to go down 0-1 again, it's just your back is always against the wall now.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is going to be a long road today for this match 2. But Nongshim has played well on both map 2 and map 3 of today, the last being Lotus. But KRX pull it through, and I think we're going to break this down a little bit later, but a large part, I mean, like Nongshim is trying to use stuff against KRX that is from Termi's own playbook.
Yeah, it's a clash of styles for sure. I think for Nongshim, I really respect them changing back to this Breach Sova. We know how great Francis has been on Breach in the past, and Haven is historically the Breach map. So I can see why you're willing to give it a try, and I don't think it's a failed experiment by any means. You know, this game was really as close as it gets, and it's only a couple little rounds that need to change for it to go the other way, and it's especially tough when Hyunmin is just putting up these massive, massive numbers.
He was monstrous.
I mean, he's fantastic in the game, but I mean, you can see the effort still being put in here by Dami. Those 6 first kills coming through, but unfortunately, it was just fewer and further in between where Nongshim were able to capitalize off of those. And I feel like they're going to be kicking themselves not being able to extend this one into that overtime to be able to try to get away that win. Just critical timings on the timeouts here for Termi, getting, I think, double conversion off of those into round wins.
Yeah, that's right. And this, I mean, paid off in the end, but we did almost go into an overtime here. So a lot of really good planning and ideas from KRX definitely paid off on Nongshim's map pick. But is it going to be enough to close everything out? We do have questions for Fracture, but first let's talk a bit about Haven and what went wrong for Nongshim. I think, like we were saying, Termi is a little bit familiar with some of these tactics.
I mean,
he's been around for a long time.
I don't think what they was doing was bad by any means, but it's old school. Take a look at the minimap here. Look towards C. Now, I bet you've seen this setup before. Turret contact into the breach stun, with Dambi sending it all the way forward. And what I like really about this is that they set up this second layer. They hold this space, control the spike, and you see how RB moves, gets them into position for the paranoia, and it's just layer after layer. I love the way this breach util works, and you can see another strategy. We've seen this many times. I remember Foxy9 doing this turret in particular, just holding that whole of the C site. They've stacked heavily towards A. KRX have to run into it, so they did clearly think a lot about this comp. They put a lot of work into it, but I think it's the raw firepower. It's Hyunmin who's able to get it across the line time after time.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good start in the end, I guess, when it comes down to that first half for Nongshim. A rocky start, have the bonus conversion, but then they managed to go in. They pull off, an effective Thrifty, and then they really start to snowball from there. I thought that was just going to be the map done and dusted from that point, but good on KRX to be able to steady the ship and end up coming up with a win.
Yeah, I do like it, because I think if you're having to adapt, you're having to change a lot of things in a short space of time, relying on those things you've used in the past, those kind of older strategies, is a good way to do it, especially those kind of set-piece, turret contact type setups. They're easier to run, but KRX were able to dismantle it as the half went on, especially into that second half, because they're embracing this newer meta. They're playing Phoenix, they're playing it with the Neon, where Freeing's making all of this space. He can be the one to trigger those traps, and then Hyunmin just gets to run in and get all the kills.
Termi is like, you dare use your spells against me, Potter. Speaking of the new meta with Phoenix, I'm sorry, you kind of look like Harry Potter. I don't know if the chat agree. Like, we might have heard this before.
You've got the accent too, oh my god.
Oh my god, it's kind of crazy. But you know what's crazy?
Was she wicked?
Yum was crazy.
Yeah.
Hyunmin was crazy on the Phoenix. Let's take a look at him. We can't get enough of his highlights. We highlight him every week.
I am loving this man on the Phoenix. It was great last week, and it's looking great now. I feel like this agent suits him down to the ground. I want to see this even more.
Yeah, I mean, it was a little bit of a rougher go of it for Freeing on the Neon, but it didn't really matter because Hyunmin, any slack that was there, he was absolutely picking it up. So, even throughout the beginnings of this map where, like, Baka was on Struggle Street, Hyunmin was there to just kind of be the guiding light for the team. So this is another massive performance for him on this Phoenix. He continues to show that when it comes down to playing Duelist, he is still one of the best that we have in the region, that he is incredibly flexible.
Oh, definitely. And I think this is one of those examples. This is what we're talking about at the start of this match, that Termi really has an eye for scouting really good players. And Hyunmin was one of them, pulled him over from Hawaii and brought him back to this side of the continent of the planet, and he's been showing up really well, and I'm glad to see this is a consistent performance for him. We've seen a lot of star players kind of drop off due to meta changes or all sorts of reasons, so this is good to see. Now, Fracture is going to be the next map. KRX did end up picking this, and okay, there's a lot to break down for both of these teams on this map.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the question is on Nongshim, where it was a very close map against PRX, but they did manage to get it across the line. I think what's interesting about this is both teams will have seen each other play this map, right? So I think this map really comes down to preparation, but we've already seen how great KRX are at that.
Yeah, I mean, the tenacity as well to not let that map slip away from them to start things off. But we know that Nongshim, they can dig deep. I don't think they're one of these teams that's going to have, a close performance, fail to make it into overtime, and then kind of crumble on that second map. But this is going to come down to being a prep diff, and Termi has often excelled in that regard. So it's looking a bit dicey here for Nongshim, who kind of need to be hoping that they've over-prepared for this map pick rather than investing a ton of time into that Haven where they fall short.
Yeah, that's absolutely going to have to be the way. But like you guys said, this is not something that Nongshim's new to. They've run through lots of best of fives when we had question marks about that. They've often overcome the odds. But, they had their first loss for the first time in, I think, almost a year. Right? Like, you had to scroll down the page to see the last time they lost.
Well, through Ascension and then into Santiago, so...
So I don't know. That can affect some teams as well.
Yeah.
Facing a loss for the very first time. We've seen this happen to teams before.
I do worry, especially if this Nongshim team drops down 0-2. When you go from such a dominant run, all of a sudden you're losing twice back-to-back. And we keep speaking about how insane this group is. We know it's going to be tough to make it out regardless. But falling to 0-2, it kind of means you need to start getting those wins on the board fast. But the momentum is against you. And it's only good teams. It's teams that you're going to have to to really dig deep to try and beat. So I think Nongshim, I need to see a recovery in this map, or stage 1 could start to look ropey for them.
Yeah, this would put them in such a precarious spot. So
Yes.
they need to be able to get this win to have any kind of breathing room, because I mean, we've seen from Global Esports they look incredible. Obviously Gen G as well as Team Secret suffering some losses in the the start of their series here in stage 1, but could see that growth come through from them. So I mean, any team could challenge at any given moment. So the more buffer you give yourself, the better off you're going to be. And this would be a very slim margin that Nongshim will be working with if they have that 0-2 start.
And of course, it begs the question of recent Masters winners. You know, there's so little time to prepare for the next stage, and we all usually see a little bit of a drop-off at that point. Can Nongshim be that team that defies those odds?
Well, if that's going to be the case, it has to start here on Fracture. We know they can play this map. We've seen them run it before. Both teams sticking with the agent compositions that we would expect here. No changes, so that means the prep is all the more important.
Yeah, it's basically a mirror outside of the duelists. You've got come in there on that waylay. The Neon's going to be there for downbeat, of course, but does mean that as far as DRX is concerned, you have that waylay to try to circumnavigate some of these Cypher setups that Ivy's going to be bringing to bear. So if he is going to be able to continue his performance moving over to the waylay now, then this is going to be, I think, a bit scary for Nongshim Red Force.
Yeah, absolutely. Ivy has a lot of pressure to trying to be able to hold these sites with the waylay being in his face, up and around, and Ivy did not have a great map 1. I want to see him bounce back more than anyone.
Yes.
Yes, and if there's anyone who can do it, it would be him, and it would be Nongshim. So I'm quite excited to see how Fracture ends up panning out as we send it back to our casters, Quack and Pilsky.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, this whole entire matchup feels kind of topsy-turvy. You know, normally we'll be focusing on the duelists, but it feels like this one, because of how dominating the duelists can be, the Sentinels are the ones that come into the spotlight.
Yeah, I think, we'll see how Young does go versus Ivy. Ivy was phenomenal against Paper X. He really dragged them kicking and screaming Nongshim across the line in that map pick to upset Paper X on their map pick. Definitely a game they could have lost though, and I think KRX has seen some weakness. On the flip side of things though, the game against Team Secret was anything but clean for KRX. Both of these teams having a Fracture as a map that goes to OT in their first series of Stage 1. A good win rate for KRX there, undefeated on Fracture, and Nongshim, up until the game against Paper X, had never won on Fracture. Their first win, their opening game of Stage 1. And as mentioned before, only one agent difference between these two teams. Danby on his patented Neon versus Hyunmin on the Waylay, who just went ballistic on Phoenix.
A lot of options to kind of play around with the refract, but at the same time, a lot of forward space being given up by KRX.
Yeah, they're just playing flood heavy in from spawn side. Teo drone does go through and Danby dives into the site.
Oh, straight through with the fault line, but it doesn't fully connect enough though for Bane, Young, everyone just fanning out. Suddenly, X-Rust, despite the utility, he's caught out in the open. Where could Ivy be though?
Could be another vintage clutch for him. Young is very low. Ivy was heroic in the game against Paper X and came up clutch more times than you could count. But with the spike dropped in the middle of the site, KRX are just waiting for him to make the next move, and it's a good peak timing for Young. 3K for the rookie, and he's looking much more comfortable against a much scarier team here today.
Trying to be careful around the position, but yeah, just absolutely with the game plan and everything. I mean, talk about the map veto as well, just picking this map twice despite, kind of letting it go to overtime against Team Secret, KRX.
Yeah, I felt like that doesn't really tell the whole story though. Team Secret, I felt, played quite a solid game on Fracture. I think Team Secret has a bit of a notorious reputation in Pacific at the moment, but I honestly felt like that Fracture game was one of their better games I've seen from them in a while, really pushing KRX to the brink, earning every bit of it.
True that. Respect where it's due. For now, though, just spotting out Nongshim. Once again, trying to end up on the B site, but that judge, the spread.
At that range, that is illegal.
What a disgusting weapon.
RB just caught through the smoke as well. I don't think anybody on Nongshim saw their opponent that round. And it's just down to Ivy again. At least he's got himself, the judge, he's got himself a bandit. He's got a weapon for every occasion, Quack, but that doesn't mean that he's going to be winning this round.
Not too sure about this occasion. Well, maybe he's going to get the spike down at least.
I mean, if he gets down on A, we've got a trip. We've got a cam for topside. Can help you read. Bye-bye, Judge.
Aw. No, yeah. Put that down.
Yeah, throw that in the hole with Boom Esports.
Huh? Okay. Well, Nongshim had that happen last week.
Another nice pick for Ivy. Drops Bane.
Time.
Yeah, Hyunmin can feel the bonk, 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 bonk all the way through, eh, mate?
Bonk, bonk.
Look, I'm Australian, I can say it. Bang.
Okay.
Put him on the cross. Nice and easy. Young's got himself a neural theft heading into the bonus round. But decent damage done by Nongshim, especially given the way that round started. We're going to have to watch it again.
Yeah. No, come on, that was one shot.
It's unfair. Yeah, and there you go. RB gets caught on the cross as well by his former teammate. Starting to get a certain sense from Yong today. He seems like he's in a good mood and comfortable playing on the stage. His debut wasn't phenomenal, wasn't terrible. Maybe today could be the day he steps up. Marco spotting out the push on arcade side from Nongshim. Ivy on the other side of the map, trying to punish Bane for picking up the orb, but pushed away by the fault line.
Just to reposition as well. Maybe a little bit more information for KRX, but...
Door opening on A main with the courtesy of the salvo is going to tell them around about where the Teo is on the map right now. Another salvo over towards the B side. Nongshim really trying to play with KRX's rotations, but with the Teo drone coming through the top side of the map and clearing out all of arcade, that may allow KRX to respond to this A push a little quicker.
It is Hyunmin on the A side, though, for now. First one to receive contact. The trip will buy him a bit more time as he tries to reposition towards the bottom with light speed. The team has arrived and, now in position, now ready, but also burnt down. X-Ross being able to fight back.
It's a tentative situation. Hyunmin's still alive on the site. Marco gets caught in A main, though, and that could be the kill that changes things here.
30 seconds.
Well, Young just got caught by position of the trip, and also Hyunmin going down because Ivy with the flank. It's fractured.
I mean, yeah, absolutely classic, isn't it? I thought that Nongshim were about to get bonus there, though. Bane does a good job running onto the site, draws enough aggro away from Hyunmin to get himself another kill. Freeing didn't see him dive up into the caterpillar smokes across the side of the site. Unfortunate timing for Young. Patience in the mid round yet again. The best friend of Nongshim so far in this series. Ivy pushed away on the cage over on arcade side. Young lucky to be alive, going to dive back into the site with the rest of the boys.
Oh, and also Molly is just trying to delay as much as possible. The cage is all being set up, but with Nongshim hovering around, you can never feel too safe. Relay bolt, and it absolutely connects. Young trying to tuck himself in the corner with some support from Mako.
Such an awkward standoff between both of these teams. Nongshim just kind of waiting for KRX to overcook things here a little bit. RB caught in the corner.
No, now they're starting to cook as well. The aftershock being sent through, but X-Rush from behind. And then suddenly for Ivy to find a double to end it all.
Everyone died in 4 seconds. This is just such an awkward exchange of utility. Neither one of the teams wanting to be the one to make the next move and potentially make the wrong one. And everyone just goes down in an instant before the spike even gets on the site. RB gets caught. You get Francis and Bane. The fast lane across spawn side creates passage for Nongshim to dive in there. Oh, that's unlucky for Hyunmin. He probably should have just got that round done for Top Gen and Ivy. What a transfer to close it out.
Ridiculous. The mechanics and the positioning to boot, but for now, back towards KRX trying to go for some early presence.
Freeing on the off angle towards Dish. Easily dealt with by Ivy. He is really in his element on this map. You saw exactly the same thing against Paper X. Neural Theft active allows them to read the rotation. Young caught in transition, never even had a chance. Poor boy, he's so young.
Oh well. Previously, I guess, some of rookies or Ascension winners. Now it's Nongshim Okay, getting caught. Flank on flank. Once again, Fracture, but still with the spike down now. More normalcy across the B side while KRX just maybe thinks to save the Vandal or Mako trying to fish for whatever he can find.
Yeah, I mean, Bane's already got his ult, so he's probably just going to save it. And as mentioned, Mako, 1 kill and a death or 2 kills here would get him the orbital. Looking for some exits towards Arcade. Doesn't really want to give up the ult to RP or Xros into the next round, though. So I don't think either one of these teams is really that incentivized to hunt. If anything, it would be Nongshim to do so, but also their money's so fragile, they don't want to lose extra guns. Mako will go down to the spike. Yeah, another nice round from Nongshim, simplified by Ivy's pick on Dish, followed up by the neural theft.
Such a tense situation as well, but
this next round's about to get messy, though, I'll tell you what.
For sure.
Rolling Thunder, Armageddon, and Nongshim close to a lot of ultimates that they don't have going into the round. Those are sometimes the hardest situations to deal with because you're not really sure what player on the other team is going to get a kill when. And if it's in the middle of the post plant that you see, for example, Xros get his Armageddon or RB get his Orbital, that can completely change your game plan. That's where you just need to be adaptable. Young has had some real dirty trips this game, man. He's been in the practice server with KRX's coaching staff.
Love to see it. Oh my god.
Ivy pushed away, demanding respect. Freeing, zoning him with the special delivery. KRX all the way through tree.
Cage triggered.
And yeah, possibly back up towards tower. Oh my god! Straight into the cage.
Dabby couldn't go up any further. There was a trip above his head. He was waiting for someone to break it. Oh, Young!
No!
I was just praising you!
Well, it's utility for utility. Now the molly being spent just to possibly buy a bit more time or delay. But you still got to worry about both north and south side. Ivy, the flank now being spotted out. Bane wants to dispatch of him. Finally does so with the help of Mako.
Francis has ripped the Rolling Thunder without a whole lot to show for it and caught in the back by Hyunmin. Convergent pass secured and 3 up for KRX.
Take a minute. Focus on your breathing. Helps with your aim.
Someone all being boxed in towards the B site, but still being able to fight their way out of it.
Nice start. Let's just skip that next part. Great. Thanks, replays guy. It's a lot to clear out Ivy on bottom side there, but good moves in the mid round from KRX. Feels like similar to over on the Phoenix, at least on this defense, Hyunmin's exactly where he wants to be. I feel like everybody else is in the thick of things, and he is just able to take these rounds at his own pace and get the multi-cracks he needs.
Very true. Just like the saturate. Oh, refracted back, and he wants more. A bit of support for Freeing as well, but suddenly it's Xros.
They've overcooked that one a little bit. Xros was the standout over on Haven. It's crazy to see how good he's become on this info initiator role.
Just piercing through into the site, but Bane trying to slow them down as well. Gets caught mid-transition. And then for Ivy to catch Young on the rotate again. Just Mako left, and despite the utility, despite the guns, I don't think he's going to be able to make too much of a dent in this round.
It's Groundhog Day for Young. He's been caught in that same position by Ivy multiple times now, just B-hopping his way through north side.
At some point you're gonna
Ivy's
catch
giving
on.
him a couple of Cypher lessons this game. Like, come on, bro, you can't just freely run up on top side like that. Wake up, buddy.
Now's a good time to learn.
Yeah, you've already got 1 win in the group stage as KRX, but I think if you beat Nongshim here, you are feeling very confident about your prospects of playoffs, which would be the minimum expectation, even bringing on a rookie for a team like KRX.
Especially for the group that they're in as well.
Yeah. I mean, even without necessarily much success from their previous rookie brought on in the extremely short notice.
Kickoff,
Talking about Hermes, they still did fine. Finished right in the middle of the pack here in Pacific. That's rough from Dabby. 2 and 6 for him.
For both duelists, I feel like, but Hyunmin definitely. Well, I don't want to say that, but then I remember Xros killing him.
Yeah, Xros breaks that round wide open. KRX looking to dominate A main control after finding the opening pick onto Danby. They could have just slowed that one down, but they went looking for a little bit more. And Xeros punishes us nicely. As I said, the standout over there on Haven. Once again, Ivy is putting on a clinic on Fracture. Said it multiple times, but he really did win them that game against KRX. Without him, I think all hope is lost. A couple of big clutches for him.
That's why the positioning is so key. The timeouts from the previous map from Termi have been wonderful, but
I mean, with a bye like this, you're not expecting a win, though.
yeah.
I mean, if they convert this one as well, I'm willing to just
like
glaze Termi.
yeah,
Which is not a particularly popular thing to do for some reason.
Well, especially not against their upcoming opponents. KRX against GE in the upcoming week. But for now, all 5 vaults online. They've come up with...
Can you dive into that in a little bit more detail? You're just going to move on.
We're going to move on. I mean, I'm going to dodge your fist bump as well, but got a huge alt potential round. Nongshim, Ivy just going to mark the spots. Danby with the Outlaw as well, and despite the Armageddon going through off towards south side spawn, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, another neural theft. Ivy can read their positions so perfectly. It's already leveraged Nongshim a round win previously. And the rest of them will just group up with him. Smoke deployed to the other side of the map over on A main to provide freeing a little bit more confidence. He's already burned through his Armageddon. It's a 2-man setup on the site, but this really hinges on Yong and Mako to hold.
My eyes are down.
Especially Mako. Potential orbital. Oh, he just goes down. Yong still trying to hold on to the corners, trying to sidestep all the utility, but a bit of movement inaccuracy perhaps. The rifle shots whizzing right past the top of the head.
Yeah, he thought he was on for one there. Especially with the Phantom at close range. Freeing now in an untenable situation. 2 salvos still in play, and he knows exactly where Francis is, but not a comfortable enough position to flash him out with the missiles. So instead he will fall away and opt to hold onto the rifle going forward. Thought that was going to be a save around a saved weapon there for KRX, but they actually take the timeout into a force buy, which doesn't work out too well for them, despite bringing a lot of ultimates into that round, ripping the Armageddon. They walk away with very little.
Really makes you wonder. I mean, why, like, picking a map like Fracture, it just feels kind of chaotic sometimes. And Nongshim just really have a great way to play around it.
Yeah.
Either getting the opening kill.
And I think the pass mark is that Nongshim beat KRX on this map. Like,
That's true.
KRX are very good at Fracture. You've seen Nongshim be able to beat them, although I don't know if they necessarily... They did play very well, but it took some crazy whiffs and some crazy clutch plays. I mean, crutch, you could say, it still works.
Yeah.
But Nongshim to get through that map, but they still did beat KRX, so... Against KRX, you're thinking to yourselves like, okay, we could do just as well as PRX on this map and take down Nongshim. I don't know if that's necessarily panning out.
RX. We'll see. I mean, maybe for the upcoming round. This one, though, just him in on the hero weapon. Everyone from Nongshim already in position, just in case anyone peeks out.
Just ready to rip the fault line off of the orb being tapped. And be creeping up on the line with the Outlaw.
Hyunmin actually collect. The seeds have been planted. At some point, surely you reap and sow your rewards. Oh, but it's Danby instead. Everything going south.
Well, didn't even get a picture of him at the end of the day. Marco goes down for all of that trouble. Young on the other side of things was the man whose cam did lapse long enough, diving in door side with the Bandit, trying to make something happen, but Freeing's been cleared out on the side, and Yong decent enough on the Bandit, but let's be honest, Nongshim clear out the rest of KRX with ease. 6 up for them on this attacking side, still plenty of ultimates to play with on both sides. This attacking side is picking up more and more momentum now.
If there's ever a time in this first half for DRX to get involved, it would be this.
See what they come up with. Nongshim being quite a prickly team to deal with. They've got active lurks on certain parts of the map. Danby quite happy to be by himself or joined up with the rest of the boys, just poking and prodding with the Outlaw. Ivy is often walking somewhere by himself as well. Main control secured by the Sky Smoke and the Salvos, and the aforementioned man once again having a little bit of a walk towards their side. Young jiggling the line. Doesn't know that Ivy's crossed yet. Surely Marco doesn't go down for Young's sins yet again.
No, Marco's just sitting still.
Ivy can hear the trip here. Going to try to catch somebody on the cross or catch somebody out of position, but not ready for the off angle on Young. The reaction is even better though, and Ivy just waltzes onto the side. He's like, okay, thank you very much.
Does Marco have a response? Waiting for the case to fall. I don't think neither one has spotted them out. Meanwhile, it's rolling thunder outside of A. He's just trying to buy time. If he can walk away with more kills, that's even better! Oh! A double kill! Meanwhile, B-side is ripped open. Orbital blocks off Mako. And everyone from KRX just scrambling, trying to look for some other semblance of control, but they've all but lost it. 30 seconds, a bit of a smoke. Are Nongshim trying to...
They don't want to force the issue because they know the orbital's there. So they want to try to bait out the orbital at 100% this round. If they try to force things into an orbital, it could go horribly wrong for them. And they're giving time for Danby to clear out that A side of the map, but there's no time to actually pivot away. And now there's a crossfire on the site. Freeing going down though, and Marco very low.
Whoa!
Lines them up nicely, but Francis is there to trade. That would have been a round that goes horrifically wrong for Nongshim if they find a way to lose it.
May have been just another universe where Mako actually got that last one.
That's rough for Young. Ivy's just disrespecting him. And this is what I was saying, like, Ivy and Danby, they don't have any support in that round. That's just a Neon and a Cypher just kind of like hanging around. What are you doing, man? I'm just hanging around.
I'm chill. We're good, man. Well, nearing the end of the first half now, we still have yet to see KRX show us a reason why they picked this map, starting things off in the defense once again. Onto the pistols now. It's the simple fault line peek. But that is clear as day that B-side is not as strongly reinforced. Outlaw everything, sneaking on through, almost taking down Danby, but no, not quite. Look at the taps from Francis!
That's crazy, man. And Young is getting bullied now. Like, he had a good start to this game. Oh, freeing though. Does pick up X-Ross. Back into a 2-on-2 now, may force out some ultimates. RB drops the Sky Smoke to buy himself a little bit more space.
Otherwise still sitting on the utility. Careful peeks coming through. Bane as well. Does have some utility to assist his teammate. The flash going wild. RB just stepping away from it. Nongshim, they want to secure the rounds. They want the lead as much as possible. So all the utility just to buy time. RB for the swing.
No.
But he gets clipped by Bane. It's Francis from the back lines now, and he will just save the day by a hair. Red Bull clutch, quad kill, and it's Nongshim up to 8.
Yeah, critical 4K for Francis. To save Nongshim in a round that goes a little bit pear-shaped. I was talking about how good the Cypher and the Neon have been just poking and prodding around the map, but that's a round where Ivy gets a little bit ahead of himself. I feel like the man has kind of got himself into the mindset where he feels invincible, but made to look a little bit more mortal. Definitely a round that could have gone the way of KRX. A big clutch play from Francis.
Potential 9-3 on the cards now, but come in with the double op setup for Nongshim.
On the attacking side. Not something you're seeing too often. Have left a rifle in reserve. Danby straight through the Sky Smoke. Quick as you'd like. Freeing felt like he could just dominate that A main control. He's caught Ivy there in just the round previous. These are just the small little timings and 1v1s that can completely flip around on his head.
Every single time, man, and already moving pieces. Mako in position alongside Bane, but unbeknownst to them, it's, you know, potential 2v5 that you have to withstand.
Jump spot from Bane. Ivy waiting in the wings over towards Dish side. Nongshim prepping themselves for the execute. Oh, Bane is in a bit of a pickle there, but there's no speed up for Nongshim. They're going to wrap sand instead.
Okay, a little bit more time to work off of. Orbital comes in to try to assist in the pinch, but still Nongshim. Bane, he's trying to fend them off despite getting Valoranted. Full utility on Convergent Pass being sent through as well, and he will kind of survive long enough. Hyunmin comes through with the shorty now, but then it's a 1v2, and he's got an op. will silence off X-Ross. And RP onto the plant. Will be pinned down in this position due to time. Oh! Reaction off the jumping shot! Hyunmin! What a monster!
Just so quick with it, isn't he? A 4th round picked up by KRX. What a messy exchange in that round. Nongshim running into A main, trying to force out utility by throwing up the fast lane across the A site. There's patience with the orbital. You can tell that Nongshim is really trying to play around that ultimate in multiple rounds. Another Red Bull clutch. These rounds really coming down to small margins. And a lot of very fast operator shots from both Danby as well as Hyunmin in that round. It was a big question now that the Yoru is out of the equation for Nongshim, who will build the operator, and on this map at least, it definitely has been Danby. He's not looking too shabby.
Starting to come back into his own. But other than that, now swapping sides. I mean, 4-8, still a slight chance. But either way, I mean, just by sheer nature of how Nongshim have been playing, the confidence coming back in.
Translate, Quack.
I can't.
Fraud!
Why am I wrong?
Ivy. Good game from him, but I think it's an effort done by committee there for Nongshim. KRX. A defense that was not as fruitful as what you saw over on Haven. What can they put up on the attacking side now that it's a bit of a role reversal? That was a really good half of Valorant. A lot of clutches, a lot of very impressive shots, and a lot of depth, as you would expect from a Breach Teo comp interacting with one another. See both teams, you know, from a spectator's and an observer's perspective, you know, there's a lot of rounds where it looks like one team can just freely walk onto the site, but when you consider all of the utility and the way that these teams trying to interact with each other, it's why they tend to just fake pump one side or throw up the fast lane somewhere and then pivot back somewhere else. They're trying to draw out the utility from the other comp. Breach Teo is an execution-based comp where you need to place your utility in the right positions, and if you're not able to, or the other team kind of outplays you in that regard, can end up in an unfavorable scenario.
Just like this one. Oh, opening shot from Hyunmin. Gets clipped by X-Ross as well. And then suddenly a different approach from KRX, trying to rotate off somewhere else.
Yeah, X-Ross caught on the cross. KRX with a man advantage. Just trying to get a little bit of a cheeky right click through the smoke there. Of territory to hold. Zabi has claimed tower control. Francis not feeling so peckish now, falling back away from Canteen. Danby has firmly got his foot planted on the ground of that A site. KRX anything but decided about where they want to finish this round. I think Bane is just going to apply a little bit of util pressure, maybe play with the door, similar to what you see over on Lotus. Yep. There's the flash out, trying to draw a rotation. There was already two players there for Nongshim, so it's not really going to change too much in this round. In fact, Nongshim are reading this. Double rotation straight to B.
Yeah, that might have been, unfortunately, a slight overcook. What great recognition from Nongshim. Oh my god, the shots though still. And suddenly, around that, seemed like it was KRX's. Okay, still going back in control with Mako pushing up.
That was just a perfect example of like, I have no idea what's happening. One player gets completely caught by util and they just win the aim doors. Like, what is going on, man? That wasn't the case for Ivy, unfortunately, though. Fault line dumped on his head with a Waylay dashing up on him. That is just unreal shot from Yong. Very fortunate. Great shooting from Marco, though.
And so far, KRX winning every single pistol.
Yeah. Which, if they lose this game, will be a little bit illegal. I think it's going to be looking like DFM versus T1. Similar kind of circumstances. It's of teams that are amazing at winning pistols. Okay, Danby. Oh my god. No way! Oh my god!
It just came back in the right second. It's still just the pistols for Nongshim, so we'll kind of write that one off, but either way, funny circumstance. Another player getting shot. Everyone scrambling to try to maybe reinforce the A site. For KRX, I like, look, maybe more coming through the zip line. Let's just hang on for a second.
I've missed this map so much. You would not get to see this kind of chaos on any other map.
Never take this out of the pool.
Yeah.
Especially in this meta.
Couldn't agree with what Stack said earlier. Fracture Lotus in for Abyss and Garrode. Come on now.
All right, now the execute at the side. Clear as day. Hyunmin just pot shots through the Caterpillar smokes as well. RB trying to not get hit by anything whatsoever.
He adds his own smoke to the execute. Okay, guys, I'm still on the team. Throw this one for you.
Slowly creeping through. He wants to try to get on the spike somewhere, but not to be found, especially when everything dissipates. Mako on the Bulldog. Flawless for KRX.
Yeah, pistol and anti-eco.
Carry those guns over to the next round.
It's crazy that Young's the one to check that.
That's a good point.
Come on, meant to be the new guy.
He's learning from that.
Yeah, true. Already been taught a few lessons. A little bit more invested in this bonus here for KRX. The Ghost upgraded to a rifle, 2 Bulldogs, and 3 rifles. Quick molly from Marco. Lands in tower. It's a bit of a fake over towards this B side of the map. Hyunmin trying to sell it as best he can.
God, it's just Dambi here. Of course it is the Dambi. He's getting hit by all the utility, still swinging out into 3. Suddenly KRX with a lot more control over space and timing. They're trying to push into the A side, but Francis, alongside X-Ross and Gang, are still hovering close by.
Big rotation back across. Stealth drone dealt with inside of A main. Bane has made his way into Dish. This could be a difficult position to navigate. Nongshim are kind of out in the open. Cannot afford to get caught in transition here. 1 for 1.
And just a bit of Overwatch. Trying to complete this ambush to fruition as well. Francis cannot tap for the life of him. And suddenly it's just X-Ross feeling too much heat.
In the meantime, on the other side of the map, RB noted on the flank as Young gets that spike down. Salvo's not positioned to flush the Cypher out of the site. A 1v1 that has to go the way of RB. Freeing just going to fall back to try to crossfire with any of his teammates, but no one's really there to play off of him.
So it's down to this 1v1. Who takes it? Who wins it? KRX possibly up to the 7th now. As the spike continues to tick away, X-Ross suddenly thinking, I'm just going to be a wallflower. I'm out.
Another bonus picked up for KRX. As you mentioned, winning every pistol and then a bonus per map.
Yeah, you're right.
A lot of breaks going their way today. And they are the underdog team in this matchup, so definitely need as many as they can get up against a team of Nongshim's caliber. It's a round where it's an awkward kind of exchange. Like, Dambi could have had the best timing in the world here, but doesn't quite pull it off. And then there's just a lot of awkward positions. Francis is out in the open. X-Ross is kind of out in the open here. It's just one of those tentative setups where no one's really quite in a comfortable position.
And it was like a masterful execute out from KRX as well. Let's not forget.
Yeah, they worked it quite well. Outlaw out for Hyunmin.
Potential to really even out the score. What? Okay. Phantom headshot still. Suddenly everyone from Nongshim just trying to push back up. Maybe regain that Phantom. Hold on to it. Dish out a bit more damage while KRX regroups.
Yeah, Phantom juggled across to Francis. X-Ross with full armor is the one to peek there. Takes the head off the player with the Outlaw. KRX reclaiming space inside of Tree for now. It goes on to Underpass. They don't want the reposition back towards Arcade to catch them off guard. Yong given the neural theft here to allow them to read those rotations.
And if read correctly otherwise, there's just no real instance where Nongshim should be able to retake. Just Francis try to halt the advances, but rotations elsewhere.
I mean, he's just given them an extra 5 seconds to be able to beat the rotations into A. Second scan reveals that Ivy is over here towards spawn side, so they'll smoke him off.
See if Ivy can get away with a little bit
30
more.
seconds left.
X-Ross revealing classic spams, not seeing too much.
Spike planted.
Mako would love a kill here. Orbital into the next round could be very useful. KRX on this streak.
Nongshim. Bit of utility to try to clear out initially, but Brink's got his own as well. KRX are already prepared for this fight. Francis the first to fall. Maybe a neat shot here or there coming out from a Sheriff. Weapon picked up as well for Ivy. But it's the Molly in the positions all the way out from main that will seal the deal for KRX to definitely tie things up.
Yeah, 8 apiece. Nongshim have more than enough time to put some nice defensive rounds together, but they need to get them rolling sooner rather than later. Bad attempt on the half buy there, but it's great reactive utility there from KRX. Bane just pegging the flashpoint forward and opting to fight in front of the salvos, and then a nice no-nonsense post-plant. Set up well by the neural theft off the back of the B orb.
Nonsense really would feel like how KRX gets to play. Just trying to really seize control over it for now. Refracting back. Young on a slight insert, but unfortunately gunned down. The flash, everything.
Feel for the guy. They've got to fit him to the dogs, and then the saturate onto his own team. A bit of a whiff from Hyunmin that somehow still ends in Marco finding 1 kill. That will give him access to the orbital. Still a player down here for KRX. They're going to force their way into sand.
Just trying to break through with as much brute force as possible. Flashes, no peeks. KRX not trying to give up too much here.
Falling back away now, Bane. 1 off of the Rolling Thunder, down beyond this deep A main line. This could be a freebie for him that secures the round for Nongshim. It's one of the only maps where we see him actually wielding the op. Jump spot from Marco, and he's not fast enough this time.
I don't think you want to be peeking that anytime soon. Still checking just in case anyone's around sands or the top, but nothing spotted.
Still double trips set up on this B side of the map, but no one to play off of them for Nongshim.
30 seconds
surely the
left.
rotation soon now. They should be kind of getting a read for it. Hyunmin sticking around just to see if he can, once again, fish for a little bit more, keep some players invested.
RB in position now. Molly at the ready, 15 seconds. Cage trip. I don't think they're getting in here.
No, sir. What timing. What a read.
10 seconds left.
You'll run across at the last second, perhaps, but you might just get caught by RB. Bane still trying to position around to try to find whatever he can get, but otherwise dying. He'll still get the Rolling Thunder, so 8-9, but KRX keep things competitive.
Bit of an awkward exchange inside of A main. KRX usually very solid with their execution so far in this series. That's a round that doesn't really go too well for them. Francis does a really good job being the player to kind of play around all the utility. He was sitting inside a tower when the fault line caught the rest of his team. He dives out of the smoke playing anti-flash, and he's the one to turn from the second flash as well and catch Yong as he tries to come out of the cage. Great positioning from Francis really makes the difference in that round, and they're going to run it back, I guess?
Yeah, I'll try it again. Not a Phoenix, but the strat all the way through the refract as well. SX Ross in a different position this time, trying to slow them down with the stuns. The whole team trying to push on, but this time, Young just able to sidestep, find more kills. Mako coming through, Ivy trying to pick his targets, Dabby as well, but they're all whiffing until KRX comes through with the final one to put another 9 on the board.
Just a 5v5 in the sand. It's like watching a wrestling match. Just scrapping around. 9-9 now. Crazy that that round goes so disastrously for KRX, and they just go, let's run it back. Let's send Yong in on the entry again. Got his head banged off in the last round. See how he goes this time.
Dodge the flashes, Mako as well.
I mean, this is just the perfect example of what defines Valorant as attack FPS compared to some other titles. Is like, sometimes we really are kind of playing a MOBA where it's just 10 people in the same part of the map, and it's really just about execution and how you play around each other's util. KRX in that case just does it a little bit better. None of that breach util really hit as effectively as he wanted to, and it didn't really feel like Nongshim were quite in the same positions. I felt like they were a little bit caught off guard by the fact that KRX just did the exact same thing again. They're just like, oh, you just got rolled doing that. You're really doing that. Oh my god, they are. Oh my god, Young killed 2 of us.
And this time out, I mean, surely at some point it's like, seriously, the same thing? Well, hopefully for the next one up now. I mean, that's why the IGL as a coaching staff, it's definitely a bit of a chess match here.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
I mean, Tommy's been playing some 4D chess today. Doing a really good job for the boys. And let's be honest, KRX are on the verge of upsetting Nongshim in this group and putting them down 0-2 to go up 2-0 for themselves.
Oh.
That would really change up the hierarchy back to its natural order in Pacific.
Not all done off of Silkanon's timeout. Suddenly pushing out. KRX had the right call to kind of sit back and wait, but unfortunately Mako gets absolutely dunked on as well.
Ivy on his lonesome over towards Dish, going unchecked. Yong is hot on his tail, but he could cancel this plan. It barely goes down. Ural's left rips. How is he still alive?
He dropped down. Not sure if it was intentional or not, but it keeps him alive just for another second. Enough for the Rolling Thunder come in now, and suddenly it's Nongshim out from A main. We flipped sides, but with the utility, even despite the guns, they've picked up quite enough just to give them an edge in this fight. Young, though, has other things to say. He wants the round for DRX, but it's not happening quite just yet. Nongshim able to push them back off.
Great timeout to win things on the half bite. This could really change things up for Nongshim. They beat KRX to double digits off the back of their own timeout, but KRX will have the money to recover from that. Wait, how did Danby get up there? I didn't even know you could get on that box as a Neon. Am I crazy? It must have gone on the little jump up thing and then schmovemented, as you've been saying today, back across. Just a bit of a tentative situation. I mean, Yong, he's had a pretty solid game so far. I actually thought he was on for a multi-frag there. And Nongshim gonna run it back.
Beacon down. Once again at it, this time with guns. KRX immediately back off, trying to pick their fights. Well, Hillman continues to hold outside of A-main. Now some assistance coming through, but Dabby sliding forward. He finds double, looking for the third as well. Will get gunned down through spams, Bane, a bit more assistance, and then ultimates and everything all collapsing onto South Spawn. Trying to push on through now, but still low HP. Mako has just absolutely abandoned this spot as well. Just trying to find other bits of spacing, but at what cost?
This is just a mess. Everyone's dead on the bottom side of the map. Marco barely clinging to life. RB, say much the same for him on the other side of things with the Brimstone. Drops the smoke behind him. Who will catch who in transition here? It's RB one step ahead. 11 up for Nongshim. Masterful utility on the bottom side of the map. The same approach initially, but with just a little bit of a different flavor to it. Instead of Danby jumping up on the box, this time he goes up close and off the back of the fault line from Francis. Beautifully set up. Dumps the relay ball, forces Yong out of his cage, and from there it really felt like it fell apart for KRX. Convergent paths and orbitals get traded.
Jesus.
And it's another cosmetic stun.
Oh, the second was a tap too?
That's gorgeous from Francis.
All right, enough of that.
Refract active. Yeonmin walks his way into A main to bait out a trap. Now the refract is inactive. Needs to be careful not to get caught here. Baits out the sky smoke. And the rest of KRX walking into tree.
Smoke's down.
Maybe going to sell a little bit of a fake on sand. Unfortunately, that smoke not really obscuring anyone's vision because X-Ross is already licking the door.
Yeah, the drone definitely confirms it now as well. Well, at least they've managed to find a bit more space out towards B, but then you got to deal with the trips, the cams. Ivy is the one with the trap.
And Francis playing in tandem off of Ivy's trips. As mentioned, Yeonmin diving into the side, avoids those trips nicely and has got a little bit of space now.
Okay, but Spike not fully committed just yet, though. Everyone from Nongshim, quick rotations across, and everyone all set up for it. KRX are the ones with ults.
Yeah, Orbital Armageddon could make things very spicy here for Nongshim, but they're going to dive back in regardless.
Oh, the timing of it all. Dabby this time getting caught out in the open tag, down by bits, but Ivy, what positioning! He finds a quick double, continues to push through, and he's looking to hunt down even more heads. Mako finds a bit of a scalp, and then the ultimate comes back in just to stabilize. Still though, it's so imposing with just a sheer tap, and for KRX, off of the positions and contacts, they will find more kills. to bring themselves back on the board.
Yeah, Hyunmin buying them just enough space to get comfortable inside of the site. Don't get caught on the cross. They don't get caught by the trips. Despite the fact that Francis is the player on over there, the reactive orbital on Gen's side was everything for KRX there. That was a big difference maker. And as the smoke to be able to cross fades for Nongshim, it's kind of the perfect storm for KRX. Even despite such a favorable play set up well by Marco, it still comes down to a 2-on-2. This is just such a tight game right now.
Oh my god, speaking of, they're just trying, but then this time, Nongshim, they get ahead.
I mean, Hyunmin Refract active once again, tries to go looking for something in A main, but Nongshim are not done just yet here, Quack.
Onward and forward with the drone. Spring trying to shoot and scoop, and unfortunately, definitely getting everything tagged up, and Dambi just lapping away, kill after kill, overdrive ripped, surely anticipating the off angle. It's Francis! Dambi! Everything going foobar for KRX.
I mean, they just clear the smoke so nicely. Ready for Young in other underpass as well. It's map point for Nongshim.
Match point.
A game of very tight margins here on Fracture. Undoubtedly, you've had some phenomenal rounds for KRX, but it feels like at the nth hour, Nongshim are showing their class yet again. Just seem to come out ahead in some of these very tight kind of util tradey situations. And that small detail is the perfect example of what Nongshim do so well. Despite the fact that Francis is no longer on the Yoru, he still fundamentally understands that Dambi is going to dive into that smoke and he needs to clear the right side of it. Just instinctually playing so well off of each other. It's what won Nongshim a championship over in Santiago.
Just the utmost synergy, trust, and understanding. Well, out for KRX now. A timeout call, but a slight half buy coming through. I'm not entirely sure if they actually have what it takes to extend the duration of this map. Bane's close to Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. A bit more of a vanilla gun round until the breaches get a bit of a multi-frag on. Hyunmin's been a bit hit or miss inside of A main so far this game. What have KRX come up with? Pretty good on the timeouts in the first map. I think actually the post-timeout, Nongshim have been the more successful team on Fracture thus far. KRX reorganizing the setup a little bit better after the timeout. Camera gets moved to the top side of the map. KRX will contest tree early on. Nongshim will go towards arcades, so we could get a cheeky little exchange in underpass this round.
Okay, cams and trips. Just KRX already having a good fundamental read of this. Pick his targets, Mako. Oh! 1 by 1 into the full hat trick! Francis on the site though.
You saw it coming together right at the start of the round. One team going one way. Francis has lost his mind. He's running through the util.
Planted.
Caught out in the open. Just a bit of pressure. Now RB the only one left. Let's not give Mako his full ace as Bane robs it away at the last second, but he will get the ult. Everyone with ult slowly coming online.
That's just a classic scissors, paper, rock kind of round. And unfortunately in this case, Mako was the scissors and Nongshim with a paper. He just cuts them up. Nice and easy.
What an analogy. So clean.
It's optimistic from Francis. Through a smoke, salvo, and a molly. You don't make big plays by not taking risks, though.
Yeah. Either way, though, now both maps having gone the full distance. Nongshim trying to play a little bit more defensive this time, but getting hit by the collat. Oh, hey, refract back into freeing now. Orbital gets dumped in, and it was just kind of put both teams in a bit of a stalemate, staring contest, while the Rolling Thunder now gets sent out. Francis, another Rolling Thunder right back at you.
I know. This is just a crazy exchange of util in this game so far.
Are you not entertained?
It's just breaches yelling at each other. Oh, Marco is on one right now. He is yearning for the overtime.
Ivy just tries to skulk forward, spots out Young. The rest of KRX kind of have the other position now because of Tunnel. But at the same time, RB trying to sneak forward. Okay, getting a couple more kills now. The assault going huge for Nongshim, but still numbers in spades for KRX as they look to compel Nongshim into an overtime. 12 to 12.
All 24 rounds, both maps. Very tight game that we have. Different to double duelist meta that you've been seeing. This is a classic game of Breach Teo from a meta of yesteryear. Down to little pieces of util. Both teams with big ults, both teams were just throwing fault lines at each other, missiles flying everywhere. This is a nerd's game of Valorant.
It takes a bit of creativity and innovation to be able to play around the chaos of those situations, but now we're back over onto KRX on the defense. Starting out with an early peek around tree, they've spotted out quite a bit, now instantly backing off the more defensive spots.
Reset up, they're going to speed off the stealth drone.
Oh, quick in with the fast lane as well. A bit of salvos just to provide extra cover, but the aftershock, Bane, oh, absolutely beheads Dambi. Now RB coming back through, but Bane has an off angle, tries to get a spree transfer, he's gonna get all three. Francis tries to stay alive, but flash tossed over, and it's Ivy out from behind at the last second.
Oh, if you earn yourself a Rolling Thunder in overtime, the temptation to rip it is immense. And it just backfires for Bane. You really got to feel for him. He was doing everything for KRX in that round.
Starting with that.
Yeah. That was a three-player setup on that B side of the map for KRX. I thought it was going to come together for them, but Nongshim does such a good job fighting as hard as ever. Francis dead in the middle of the pack on the breach.
Well, now we go again. This time Nongshim are the ones trying to gain some control outside of A, but blocked out by their own smoke.
Gonna fall back.
Want to push us to Lotus. Yeonmin speeding straight up into the site. Door is wide open.
Oh, turns things over into the full flip. Young with the information. Well, let's see if he's able to stand tall to the task. Sudden zipline though.
Oh, look at this push into spawn side. Ivy needs to hold his nerve. That's a ridiculous reaction from Freeing. Francis has found Young in the meanwhile though.
All the way side towards Arcade. They hear the movement out from Dambi. Hyunmin tries to get ahead. Oh! And he's just playing whack-a-mole! 2 down, Mako with the peek! It's just next Ross left.
Oh, what do you even do? Caught on the flank, 1v4. Series deserving of multiple overtimes. Best his counterpart, but that's where it will end. 13 apiece. Game just continues to deliver. It's just an illegal shot for Freeing. A little unlucky for Young. I felt like he had a decent timing in the underpass there, but Hyunmin saw his mechanics over on the Phoenix. The very finest duelist inside of Pacific, and you have to say inside the world as well, given his performance over at Champs. Francis has just speedrun 1,000 kills. His second season in Pacific.
Go, go, go.
I dare say that Yoru helped him with a fair few of those, but he's doing a pretty good job on the breach as well.
You can chain up a lot more as well.
Yeonmin on the line. Refak no longer active.
Flash going off as well. Gonna have to reposition suddenly now. Ivy getting caught by Freeing.
He's gone for that same timing, walking up behind the trip a couple of times. Forward goes the salvos and the breach utility. KRX very comfortable now.
And all the smokes quickly deployed, but then the spams through them as well. Just the position around it. KRX still trying to enforce position around the smokes, watching for them to possibly dissipate. But suddenly it's Nongshim kicking down the doors. Dambi, of course, the tip of the spear. Mako coming back through the shield for KRX.
Nongshim getting comfortable inside of the site now. Mako spotted out. Out comes the Armageddon. That will zone him into the fight. Francis takes his head off and it all falls to the rookie.
Suddenly, you've been absolutely Ill-equipped, just young. The door already heard. Trying to play around the timing of it to see if anyone actually tries to peek up against him, but no. Nongshim are just sitting on top of that spike. Young has to make the move. He's got a camera, but slowly running out of time as well. You could surely think that this might be a high-low as well, but as soon as they all peek out, the headshot right through the skull. It's Nongshim once again in the lead.
Forcing out map point yet again here. Was a decent opening dealing with Ivy on the lurk, but dealing with the lurker doesn't guarantee that you can win the round. Nice spam through from Xpros. Danby does what Danby does best. Dives into the site to create enough space for the boys to trade. It was beautiful spacing for Nongshim. The Armageddon really the cherry on top there to secure the round.
Watch and learn.
And then it's back to KRX on the attack. Nongshim not really aggressing too much this time.
Yeah, playing in the middle of the map. It's fast flood. Danby securing control of A main. He's got a nice info line. Over on the other side of things, Ivy with the info cam, playing off double trips inside of the site. He set up a kill zone.
Oh, okay, I see it now. If Hyunmin lands just wrong.
He's dashed there every time.
Yeah.
Ivy is over it.
The rest of the team from KRX, though, and of course with time elapsing as well, Nongshim now pushed in towards A main. They're starting to maybe piece things together. Oh, either way, there goes Hyunmin.
And he doesn't hit either of them. That is outrageous.
Oh, he's avoided. He spots them out now, just trying to break them bit by bit. Ivy's still into the corner. But this whole round possibly shaping up to the full 5v5 retake. The trip's not coming through. Aftershock, Smalley's all tossed in. And at the same time, Danby wanting a piece of the pie as well. Asserts himself up front. And suddenly, maybe things going a little bit more catastrophic. Just up towards tower, kill confirmed. Xross pushing through. Onto the spike, Danby sticking it all the way, finally. After chaotic rounds, Nongshim complete the entire map run, pushing us into a third map of Lotus.
It's just a bloodbath, but Nongshim emerges from it victorious on Fracture there. KRX, it's another map pick for them that goes all the way to overtime. But at this point, I think Nongshim are kind of questioning, we just won the Masters final with ease. Why is Pacific so hard?
Every team watching, waiting, studying. But off the Fracture, I mean, with the way that these rounds are playing out, certainly towards the end of it, Nongshim are back. We're going to toss it back over to the desk.
Well, that was exciting.
Yeah.
We were here at the desk waiting for it to come to us, but we were very excited, shouting a lot throughout the ways, and yeah, like you were saying, Achilleos, this is going to be a very exciting third map.
Yeah, I mean, Lotus to decide it all. This was a neck-and-neck fight here between these two squads. I mean, good on KRX to be able to persevere, to push it into that overtime, but Nongshim just kind of finding their footing there at the end. I mean, some big heroics on both sides.
Yeah, I mean, huge individual plays. I mean, Mako really came alive on the side of KRX, but it just wasn't enough. I think this Nongshim team kind of going from strength to strength on Fracture here. They'll be feeling good, but it's Lotus map 3. Once again, somebody check Chobra's pulse. He's probably dying over there. I think you can't get more stressed than this when the games keep going this close.
Oh man, if he's a stress eater, I think Nongshim's got his back there. There's so many snaps from that
Shoveling
brand.
the noodles in.
I think so. Now, it's been really interesting watching Nongshim, especially in the second half as we inch towards that overtime, seeing the spawn crunch. They got a lot more aggressive. We really like that sort of energy coming from Nongshim. And this is where, you know, that's the bread and butter.
Yeah, I mean, I think Danby does this so well, and this is why he'll always kind of be on the Neon, or at least he should be in my mind. He's so good at bringing that pace up. I think that's something he did very well in this, and I think especially looking forward to Lotus, that's what I want to see there, because he had an uncharacteristically poor performance on that map. So I think it's really nice to see him step up here on Fracture. You see KRX there taking the lead in terms of first kills, but I don't think it was anything crazy. I think this map felt very close the whole way, and I think if anything, KRX going to be kicking themselves that they didn't get it done in 2.
I mean, it's the same exact story, just inverted from that opening map.
Yeah.
It's just both teams kind of go in the extra little mile on their opponent's map picks to be able to scrape by with those wins. So I'm hoping that this back and forthness between the teams continues going into Lotus, because at this point, the worst thing that could happen is to go into a third map and then have one team show up flat.
Yeah, that's right. I think this has been really interesting. Like Pilsky was saying, you know, Nongshim ended up strolling through Masters and then coming back into Pacific, facing these kind of monsters, the 2 RXs, frankly speaking, but KRX has really showed up. I don't know in terms of predictions how this is going to go, because both teams look fantastic right now. And KRX, it looks like Young is settling into the team, but there are moments still. You can see that sort of rookiness come through, that self-doubt.
Yeah, you can see him start to heat up, and then just cast your mind back to that last clutch he's in the OT. He's slow, he's hesitant. You see these little moments where he's not quite bloomed into the full player that he will be, but I do think this was a solid map for him. I feel like he had moments where I was very impressed, where he's able to hold down the sides quite well. He's putting up those multi-kills, so I'm hoping now he's had two maps on stage here today. Long maps, lots of rounds. Nothing's going to surprise you anymore, so I want to see a big map 3 from Young.
I mean, I think that if this is your jumping off point for your second series, and he was already steady enough in the first one, but to be playing against a team that just lifted a trophy at Master Santiago and to put up numbers like this, we can excuse the shakiness. We can excuse that little bit of hesitancy that he's putting on display, because he's already doing well beyond what my expectations would have been.
Oh, 100%. Now, Danby is a guy that we do have high expectations on. We did see him on the zip line, a little bit of a scary moment.
It was Mission Impossible.
Almost
for a
an incident.
It was, but overall, in this particular portion of the map, we saw a lot of action.
This is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. They are at their best when it's scrappy, aggressive. Danby's going in, he's playing that tank role that they talked about, and he's getting set up by excellent util across the board for the team.
Yeah, it was just a really good decision to go for this outside crunch. It's something that they hadn't really been going for all throughout the course of this map, but they decided to just go ahead, up the pace, be the ones that are dictating it, rather than having a bit more of that laid-back, sight-sitting passivity that we were seeing from them. They decided to turn things up, and they completely catch DRX off guard, and then they were able to run it back again near the, closer to the end of that map. So just really good decision. Just go ahead and flip that switch.
I love that it's when the times get tough, when the scoreline is closer towards the end, they immediately are okay to go, okay, let's run at them. Now is the time to send it, and they're so good when they manage to do that. So I love that they're finding that confidence, even in the new meta, even on a map like Fracture that they haven't played in some time.
Yeah, that's right, and it completely paid off. And another guy, we were a little worried about him in map 1. He completely stepped up in map 2, and that's Ivy.
Yeah, it was an uncharacteristic performance from Ivy on that Haven. He was not having a good time. He couldn't really get the lurks off. He was having a very hard time trying to anchor those sights, particularly around C. But here, you start to see, okay, took that first map, took it as a little bit of a warm-up, and then really roared back into form. This wasn't quite the, Master Santiago, I'm dropping aces across the board play from Ivy, but it was a big step up in his impact.
I do feel like they can't afford for Ivy to slow down. They really can't. We saw it on Haven. They're just not able to get it across the board when his stats look like this on the left. But when he's doing his job, when he's holding down these sites, he's finding those lurks, he's great on his own. He's great on an island, and he's always managing to get those kind of multi-kills, but he wasn't in map 1. So this is the Ivy that we want to see if Nongshim are going to get that win here today.
Yeah, it's a big step up. I mean, both in as far as the ACS, but particularly in the ADR. When you're going over from the KJ, where you actually do have damage dealing util, to the Cypher, where you do not, to be able to really level up in that regard, that's a very good showing for him coming alive throughout the series.
Yes, and he will definitely want to remain consistent or performing the way he normally does as we go into map 3. Now, this is going to be Lotus. We've seen Nongshim play a lot of Lotus back in earlier days when they first entered Pacific, and it's evolved quite a fair bit until this point.
I mean, I think the question is for sure on Nongshim about this Lotus.
Yes.
It didn't look good last week. They got kind of rolled by KRX there. When it was a map through decider, when it's all on the line, they didn't really show up. 13-6, I think it was. Now, I do think KRX had some kind of trickery in a way. They were playing that Vice. It felt designed in a way for what Nongshim were going to be able to bring in the pace. They were great at putting a stop to it. So what are KRX bringing in? Because Nongshim have already shown this map, and they've shown holes in it.
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, you would say favored to KRX because they're coming in. Nongshim don't really know what to anticipate from this squad, what they're going to be running, but there might be a decent, reliable expectation for what they're going to be bringing to the fold here, because I think that we're probably going to see Fring going back over to that Neon, and I think that we could just see Hyunmin sticking with that Waylay.
Yeah.
So in all lot, you know, I think that that's probably the best thing to bank on if you're Nongshim Red Force. The question is, can you have that level of performance?
Yeah, and they did have a full week since that match against KRX, so...
And Something was also having a very good day.
He
with
was.
his, you know, second Neon debut, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they too have the same VOD that we watched, which was learning from their mistakes. So surely they have a little bit more to work on. I hope so anyway. They could have also been banking on not needing a map 3.
Yeah.
But KRX definitely came really close. You can see the score lines from map 1 and map 2 really close between these two squads. And I think I'm very impressed either way, and I have no idea which way this is going to be going. And I'm very curious what KRX will be bringing out, as we were giving Termi lots of credit for.
Yeah.
This guy really knows what he's doing. He's one of the most experienced coaches on the stage.
Yeah, I wonder how much they're going to counter. Oh, wait, on the side of Nongshim, we're seeing big changes. Francis, he's not on that Waylay anymore, he's on the breach. And after getting cooked by the Vice, they said, Ivy, I think we need a little bit of this in our life.
Yeah, bring that one out, but it's actually not going to be the Neon Waylay, it's the Neon Rays that's going to be coming through for DRX. It's good to see these teams, you know, kind of shake things up and not play exactly what we anticipate. So I have to ask the question, like, what the hell comp was Frost talking about? Because we've been seeing every team in the region playing different stuff.
I think we have to highlight Young on this chamber as well. I think playing chamber on this map is really fun for the chamber player, especially when they get onto that attack half. He's just going to be walking out A, trying to bait out all of this initiator util. So he has a very important job here. Even if he's not killing, he can really get a lot out of this double initiator, really drag out that util and force Nongshim into a difficult position.
Termi did mention he picked Young for a reason, and this could be the moment where we... but he seemed confident about it, so this could be the map where we really see Young shine, and I would love to see it because we have pretty awesome rookies in Pacific. We're going to send it back to our casters, Pilsky and Quack. You ready to keep going?
We're not entirely sure, to be honest. Well, I mean, jokes aside, for Lotus, definitely some skyscraper tall expectations for Young, but at the same time, I mean, all of this is laid out right now. The vibes coming into the fray, definitely a factor to think about.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just looking for a bag of third map, honestly. Both of the first two maps taking 24 plus rounds to separate these two teams. Last time for Nongshim, they had a bit of a disaster class against KRX, getting completely shut down on this map. They've changed up their comp quite substantially. Seems like double init is the standard for Nongshim, and for KRX, the standard is aggression. Every single map, double duelist chamber for an old KRX that was very double init pilled is a breath of fresh air. But Young on the defense has got big expectations. This is where you want your chamber to be a real problem for the other team. Having that rendezvous. Big high-low setup across this A side of the map. And Young on the other side of things. RB TPs across. To sneak up A without being caught by this big high-low on stairs side, but he's going to peek into it.
Soon enough. Okay, smoking it off.
Oh, he's crept in. Sneaky man.
Singular shots going through, has no idea. It's only a matter of time. Meanwhile, though, there goes Young. Out towards C side, full contact found.
Well, Ivy on front B will be kept in check by the trademark dab. He's gone very deep, maybe a little too deep. Fring puts him down. Francis pilfering the ghost. The spike is not down yet for Nongshim. They want to continue to aggress here.
Just trying. Classic right clicks. Maybe get one.
What?
Two! Xmos, what is that? Dragging his crosshair across the screen and down towards Francis, who still has 50 seconds to run across. No, not quite. He's being definitely corralled, just contained around Mound now. All the work onto Ivy's shoulders as he tries to bait them out into 1v1s. KRX not moving though, and suddenly swinging together at the same time. Bane with a sheriff shot to kick things off.
Yeah, Nongshim, not like they didn't have their opportunities, didn't have their timings in around like that. RP, a little bit of a risky one over towards this A side of the map. When he goes down as the primary smokes though, it can put you in a little bit of a pickle. Worth mentioning, neither one of these comps are running the Viper, so you don't have that wall as a second wave of controller smokes. Play off. Another pistol for KRX, like it just 3 in the pistols for them today. Is that all 5?
All 5 indeed.
And they were 4 and 1, or 3 and 1 rather, going into this game.
Multiple first kills from the previous map as well. Bonuses here and there. Hopefully this time around, similar responses. Smino sidestepped it though, Dambi keeping things interesting, especially with a Bucky of his. Straight on through now, Young will be able to take a chunk of health out of him, but at the same time, Free just trying to spring all the way across with that Spectre of his. Couple of kills going his way now as he swaps over to the Ghost, running out of ammo. Francis coming through with the shot. Mako coming back in the relay forward, but everyone slowly going down. 3 players alive for Nongshim, but not quite the spacing. Young has a bit more to go as he pulls out the Headhunter. Dambi is just trying to make a lot of noise as well, keeping Mako off to the other end, but suddenly Young, newfound courage and confidence, he just walks through, picks heads.
It's just a game of timing. They were back-to-back for so long. Nongshim are so annoying on these pistol rounds, just running around like a bunch of lemmings. Never a clean aim duel that you're able to win. You think about how an anti-eco should be going down, and you're thinking, oh, it should be free. I'm going to get a spray down. Nongshim, so annoying to deal with, but Yong holds his nerve in a key round. It's a round that gets very expensive for KRX, though. Not a particularly threatening looking bonus here, but they are going to seize nade over on Rubble. RB has TP'd into that position a couple of times, but this time TPing back into lobby. Chamber spotted out on that A side of the map, and Young will be left on that info line. Close on front B is freeing, Bucky in hand. Mako pushed off the one-way fault line. Gonna force him to throw out his dark cover towards C. Does that give Nongshim pause for thought? Doesn't look like it.
No, they know there's no delay utility. They can just definitely waltz through, especially fast lane. Suddenly off to the top, perch on top of it. The Guardian shots ringing through. Dambi towards the back lanes. Everyone from KRX just going down by the inches. Mako all the way towards the back line. No clear shot with a Spectre. And Dambi is just on a tear.
It's a bit more like it from him. He had a very quiet game against Paper X on a map he's usually quite phenomenal on. Oh, Young, what a shot from the young rookie. He's looking sharp today. Nongshim giving him a lot of respect. Judge picked up now. No one wants to peek this guy.
Teleport's ready.
He's got a nice little triangle crossfire, and he will at least take one gun away. But Ivy swings out and gets things done. A little bit more laborious than Nongshim would have liked, but it's a first round nonetheless.
Just to be able to buy back as well, you still got to always watch out for that potential judge, but otherwise, all throughout the map, you always got to watch out for these. I mean, if the Seize Nade is already spent, there's not much else that Mako can do.
I mean, it is, you know, double duelist chamber, so there is no Viper Orb. Oh, I got to pump the site like we saw earlier and bait out the util. No,
just
it's very flood heavy. It's very quick comp from KRX.
Right, they really got to think twice before using their utility. This time around, it's just going to be freeing, unfortunately getting all but cut off by Francis.
Yeah, that's a rolling thunder for Francis as well. Taking the Neon out of the equation. A fantastic start in the first gun round here for Nongshim. They'll be well that Yong will be on this info line. Prowler thrown out. Dambi jumping around, but picked nonetheless. Yong is playing very ballsy right now. I'm loving it.
Rookie or not, I mean, this guy definitely has that fire to want to bring KRX the win. Just in another spot as well. Up towards stairs, gets another headshot, but at the same time, Nongshim finds their own. Off to the site and off to the races. It's Ivy. No, but Gunman! Kill confirmed! Just X-Ross left, and with the spike planted, he tries to reposition. Has to watch out for the boom bot, though. Position revealed. Prowler from behind. He cannot see!
Good stuff from Bane, and a 3K for Hyunmin. Showstopper earned off of the defuse. Yong making all the difference for KRX there. They lost freeing in quite unlucky fashion, getting caught on the cross here through the smokes, I would assume. Yeah, I mean, a glimpse of him spotted out there by Francis. He gets caught outside the door, and Yong, despite a Prowler thrown at him, despite some breach util thrown at him, he sticks around and picks Dambi, evening up the numbers and takes one more with him.
Okay, I was not expecting that.
Yeah, look. Yong has got the 2 to force out now. 8-2 on the chamber here, having a fantastic game for himself. You love to see it in a make or break game against Nongshim. In what world were we expecting Nongshim to be 0-2 in this group and KRX to potentially be up 2-0? Definitely a possibility with how this game is unfolding.
Especially with a showstopper for retakes as well, but getting stunned up. You're just gonna let it rip. And then for freeing to play on the other side, the judge fanning all across. Ivy getting some shots in with the Sheriff.
It's already on for 2 here. One off the Steel Garden now. Spike picked up as well as a Stinger. Young still does have the 2 at a force closing in on the flank, and Bane playing things patiently over on Waterfall side. Caught for a second, but doesn't cop any damage as a result. Phantom picked up now.
Get the plant, you get Steel Guard, and maybe bring things back.
That's not going to trouble Young, though. He has the 2 at a force out.
It's a big pointer, which is exactly why Ivy thinks twice about staying towards site. Wants to mark Bane's positioning instead. Young's going to take a little bit more time, but seeks to push up and clean house. Just sweeping angle to angle.
It's a good plant for Ivy. Playing the off angle over towards Spawn side. Haunt there for Bane. If he throws it into Spawn, could definitely narrow down the angles, and that's exactly what he does.
Ivy found. Does he have the double kill? The spray transfer, not quite. Young bringing up KRX to a 4th.
Quick scope to close things out there. 4-1 for KRX. Nongshim was only a half buy for them, though. They'll collect themselves heading into round 5 with a couple of big ults. Steel Guard not thrown into that 1 or 2 clutch. The Rolling Thunder is still in play. It's exactly how you want to play this comp as KRX. Flood into the site, make things very uncomfortable for the other team who are trying to get their execute off. You get the Paranoia, Paint Shells, Relay Bolt. A lot of this quick snapping utility that you can just throw and run in with. It's exactly how you want to play this comp as KRX.
Sit on to the next round now. Buys back up for Nongshim, but 2-1-2 for now. Just trying to wait to see how KRX will assert themselves.
Chamber spotted on this side of the map. RB TPing across, but you cannot mess with Young right now. 10-2.
I'm out of here.
Academy upstart of all things. And suddenly this is his time to shine. Off the kill though. Nongshim trying to regroup, possibly back in towards B, where the trademark has always been round after round.
Ivy trying to activate in the middle of the map. Freen gives him an opportunity, but it's not capitalized on. Now joined up by the rest of the team. Trademark is still in position, but Steel Garden will be invested here. Does Freen reply with the overdrive?
Instantly. Just looking to stall as much as possible, but unfortunately hit shots through from Dambi, and then his own overdrive getting popped as well. Tries to peek on through outside of C-Link. Oh, Hyunmin! Off angle! Young going down all of a sudden. The mid-round calls from Nongshim to try to end up on the A side, especially with Nightfall being sent through now.
Look at Bane though. He's in a critical position. I don't think they're going to be ready for him to be this close. Just backing himself inside of the drop. Marco TPing in on the flank. Bane is holding down the site.
He is the line, all by his lonesome. Ivy though, sneaking through. Mako just trying to set up. Has a smoke to peek off of. Listens for the tap. 10 seconds to go, and Bane makes himself known. Ivy runs and guns. Spike plant, but Mako looking for the safest peek! Just as soon as he reveals and spots him.
Not a pretty untenable 1 or 2 for Ivy. Keeps getting put in these difficult positions by Nongshim. KRX winning every clutch necessary to keep themselves going on the defense right now. Very interesting exchange earlier on in this round. RB's definitely been taking some liberties on this A side of the map that have kind of backfired, but this is the rotation timing that wins the round for KRX. Bane has had a couple of critical multi-frags in this game, but that's just another one of them.
Timeout.
Especially with Bane out towards drop. The timeout though, as buy after buy, Nongshim have been forced to relegate themselves back to the half. It just feels as though they're caught in free fall right now.
It's a timeout for Nongshim, and the concern on the face of the coaches is evident. They're down 1-5, but you're also thinking about just the last game that they played against Paper X. It didn't go much better than this one is going, and they swapped their comp as well. Feels like Nongshim is in free fall on Lotus. Not like it's a map they aren't familiar with. All throughout their Ascension run into Pacific last year, they had one of the longest OT games against RRQ. They should know this map relatively well. but something is just not clicking for them right now. And you can't blame the meta so much. I mean, it is endemic to their playstyle. They were playing a lot of Neon Yoru, but not on this map. They should just fall back on the comps that they're comfortable with on this map, but something is just not clicking for them.
Yeah, definitely not. Meanwhile, for KRX, I mean, just newfound confidence with the Academy rookie coming through, finding frags, going for risky peaks, but also the double duelist, providing so much support factor. Now, Nongshim, off the timeout, back themselves into a C.
Freeing on front B. He's been sitting here for the whole game, and finally he finds his mark. Ivy hits the deck, won't be alive to try to win another unwinnable clutch for Nongshim. Nightfall being prepped here, ready for the fast flood off the tap is KRX all through spawn side.
Nightfall, they're going dark. Relay bumped out for freeing a swell out towards Waterfall, almost getting the kill, but the stinger of all things still proving to be quite the threat for KRX. Off angles being held now, but suddenly out from Waterfall, out from Mound. They're finding all the kills necessary. They will not stop. They will keep on pushing forward.
Yeah, that's the kind of round where you expect Nongshim to get away with a little bit of classic magic. But when Ivy gets cleared up on front B so easily, and the retake just doesn't even look like a problem. Expect Dambi to at least get one with the shotgun, maybe some sheriff shots to be connected. None of the above. Very flat looking Nongshim right now. And for a team known for their aggression, it feels like KRX are the ones that are running at them.
You could definitely tell the mentality is kind of swapped around. Meanwhile, for KRX, they're just having a while.
I think Nongshim recognizing that they're getting into C fairly easily at the moment. Marco, once again on his lonesome, will be pushed off of the line. Over on the A side of the map, KRX has taken full control of Rubble. They're probably just going to play the showstopper. Nongshim well aware of that ult coming into this round. How do they play around it?
Just quickly reading it, trying to push further up front, prevent it from really setting up the Prowler and everything. Oh, just sidestepped on by Dambi. He didn't even slide. C's now continuing to fend off incoming KRX assailants. They might have a bit of an angle out from Waterfall, but that's about it. Maybe a Prowler and everything to check, but look at Francis. Sharp as ever. Final player Young. He's got naught but an angle, has to back off.
I mean, that's the difference between getting the clean execution that you were looking for as KRX and just not quite hitting the mark. After the showstopper gets burnt, and they use a lot of their utilities securing control of Rubble, they don't really have anything left to break that spawn line. Once Dambi dodges the rocket, they didn't have Prowlers, they didn't have a relay, an extra like satchel or anything like that, a paranoia. It was quite a dry approach back in through spawn side, and that's why it looks so easy for Francis to kind of, in that high-low crossfire, just pluck their heads off, because there's no util that really dissuades him from taking that fight there. Nice opener from Dambi. Robs Marco of the ability to use the paranoia. Bane is second on the train there. But as mentioned, it's just two guys from Guns running with Guns running into a high-low. It's not going to work for KRX.
We'll kind of adjust around it for the upcoming round, perhaps. Op now being pulled out by Young towards A.
Again, Marco on his lonesome. Going to be forced off the line. Progression smoke, but this time it is a slower approach for Nongshim. They're just trying to draw out a bit of a rotation. That's exactly what they've gotten. Free and Bane, both inside Waterfall. Young on the other side of the map with the operator in hand, looking to play off his rendezvous.
Shifted into a 3-1-1. If he gets a shot, that would be huge. But otherwise, the rendezvous to allow him to escape. Tries to track it on towards Dambi.
Oh!
He swaps to the Headhunter! And then for Ivy to swing out! The lure coming good for Nongshim. This KRX backs everything onto Young and more.
He's fearless right now. Marco left to pick up the pieces. Beautiful peak timing. Paranoia looking to be jumped on Francis. Dodged well by Xros, who pins him into the corner. Nongshim, despite not a great start, losing RB at the start of the round. Looking good in this round, Young in hot pursuit. They dodge the Headhunter bullet, and Nongshim will secure control of C.
Hot is the right word, but suddenly the call to save onto, I guess what would be the op, or?
Yeah, the op over on that A side of the map, so it's going to go recycle that. You know, it's nice to see these young kids be so eco-conscious, Quack.
Okay.
Definitely not something that I was thinking about at that time. Could be a good tool for KRX to bring into the next round. Slowly but surely, despite the rough start, Nongshim are scrapping their way into a couple of nice attacking rounds and trying to square themselves up for a much better half here. And the formula is quite simple, really. It's run at Marco on C as much as you can. I mean, that was a pivot back towards C, to be fair, but another C side after plant that goes well for Nongshim. RB is getting bullied on this A side of the map, but Ivy, the big 2 picks in the middle of the map for him.
It feels like both Omens having a rough time.
They've thrown so much at him. Flashpoint, Prowler, fast lane. RB's the second person to swing through the fast lane. He's already heard the op shot. He's thinking, I'm good. He's rendezvoused off. Absolutely not. And Yong, it's one of the biggest factors to being an elite chamber is just having massive balls. No matter how much util is flying at you, you still try to take one.
Really do have to admire it. Look at him going at it again. This time he's going to get caught.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword. Get the dark cover. Bane will continue to recycle the operator. He's back away with it.
And meanwhile, freeing as well into position. But with the op gone, or picked up by Bane now, Nongshim have to kind of reassess the situation.
Bring them down.
Crowder to re-clear front B. Try to retake all of this territory that was lost earlier on. Fade is just such a good initiator on this map, so flexible. Fade on the other side of things. This is just rough from RB. I think we should ban him from Rubble. I'm willing to vote on that. What do you think, Quack?
I want to vote to keep freeing into this position. Aftershock will flush him out. On towards Mount as he just hangs back towards C. 40 seconds left to go. Nongshim still have some options. I mean, with KRX split.
With the dark cover on C, you're feeling very nervous about diving into that site, given the fact that you know that Freeing's just sitting there with the shotgun.
Well, still a chance for Nongshim to let rip some of these ultimates. They will just face check, though. Slight jiggles, and Hyunmin will be the one with the op this time. Freeing. Just a trap card waiting to activate. Not quite the range, though. And suddenly it's Nightfall, just trying to secure it. No op shot found. Bane out from behind as well, just trying to keep more players invested while the spike gets planted. Mako diving through, hopping across, gets a Bucky shot, but out into the open with a TP. Where is Hyunmin? Does he have a line, or does X-Ross have an ace? All the way towards the back of stairs now, and Hyunmin just keeps the crosshair trained. Straight through into position. And X-Ross will just mark the spot!
Just so many small things that Nongshim does there to win themselves a round that was looking like it was falling apart. I mean, the highlight is the fact that X-Ross has come up with an ace there. Denying the chamber aggression, but even just backing away from the judge there. The little jiggle up onto the site so you don't get caught by Hyunmin's op. You could have easily wide swung that line at any point in this round. But it's perfect movement. And X-Ross, I mean, the newest addition to this Nongshim team, a player that we never even expected to be playing this info init role, has become one of the very best in the world.
Just quickly turning things around, big factor, but we're nearing the end of the first half now. KRX have had some cushioning, but not sure how long more this will last.
Anything but Nongshim's finest game. But regardless, the scoreline is remarkably close. Some clutch plays from some of the individuals really keeping them in this game, despite a couple of the boys going missing. Another slow game on the Neon from Danby. I think he might have gone triple negative against KRX, and it's looking like this game is heading in the same direction. It's just his signature agent on a map that he's played a lot of in the past, but something is not clicking right now.
It's definitely getting challenged, a lot of the pressure as well, but either way, still just trying to put that best foot forward. You've got some ults, potentially. Quick burst on through, straight into B. KRX just trying to avoid as much as possible, and all of a sudden Danby snaps onto targets, but then Free coming up from behind. The spike has been dropped!
Yong waiting for his opportunity here. RB kind of tentatively sitting. Waiting for someone on KRX to make a mistake. There's a lot of little timings that could go every which way. Freeing still with his hands on the spike as Marco's in transition over on Heaven side. Ivy climbing closer.
I think Ivy's the one, though. He's going to spot out Young, which definitely makes things a lot more troublesome for KRX. It's just freeing to try to hold on to the spike as much as possible. Mako cannot afford to give up his life.
Oh, that's a big steel garden. Freeing once again has the overdrive, though.
All right, pops it. Just trying to play around the corners now. Such a tough target to hit that Noxian will just get absolutely contained. The paranoia flushed into it. Freeing just Noxian thunderstruck.
Last round in the house.
7-4 now.
I mean, every single time the steel garden's gone out, Freeing has had the overdrive. It's the worst possible scenario for those ults to line up. Even in a round previous when you had Ivy in that 1-on-2 is when X-Ross had his tour de force out. Gorgeous timing, just patience from Marco, waiting for a time to swing out, and then the paranoia to set up Freeing for a 3K.
I cannot believe that. Well, next round up, and Nongshim just continues to pick up the pace. More flashes, more pushes, but it's Young into an off angle. When you cut corners like this, though, you don't check them! And Young just spraying all over the place. Will at least collect onto one kill. The rest of the team now trying to play around it. Nongshim trying to spam onto his rendezvous spot. He will stay alive, though, while Danby continues sprinting all the way past spawn. Just trying to fend off KRX.
Yeah, Relay Bolt will zone them away, at least for the time being. KRX turning their attention back towards the door, trying to re-angle this retake back through Waterfall side.
Their own Relay Bolt sending through, but no one's really pushing past it just yet. Ivy still such a lethal shot. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just trying to angle closer and closer. They've run out of utility, so this all comes down to the gunfights. The spike tapping away, but still KRX trying to find every shot necessary. They found those kills. Nongshim not able to withstand the push. The assault coming up from KRX to 8-4.
Another patient retake, well organized by KRX. They lose spawn control, but pivot straight back through front B. Start tapping that door, start taking duels towards Waterfall side. Make or break, third map here. We were looking at Young on the chamber coming into defense. Could have even done better than one kill there if he was a little bit cleaner with it, but 14-5 is still not a bad scoreline to be looking at. With how bold he is looking on this chamber right now, I wouldn't be surprised to see him take a couple of liberties on the attacking side and try to find some kills. That is a half where Nongshim are limping through the attacking side. Every single round picked up by big plays. An ace for X-Ross, a clutch from Ivy here or there. But outside of that, there's a little bit of the spark that's just not quite there on Lotus. Like something is not clicking on this map for them. And I'm getting extremely concerned they're about to be down 0-2 in this group.
It's quite possible. I mean, we start to see a bit of a reignition towards the end of this first half, but at the same time, just given how the rounds have all played out, given how KRX have managed to retake, even running out of utility, it just feels as though something in the post plants or whatever it might be, Nongshim aren't quite able to hold on.
My Hungle's pretty bad, but that might be Young's dad in the audience. Not
that
sure.
could be, yes.
Either
Or
way.
an uncle, you never know. But yeah, the next half though, with Nongshim over onto the defense, with the Vines now coming in, do you feel like that could give them a bit of a lifeline?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, against this kind of very divey comp, they have a lot of different movement that could get up over the top of the wall potentially. This is exactly what we wanted to see from Young though. Spotted out by the Horn, he's undeterred! Takes Danby's head off, and his woes continue.
Of all players, I had Danby in my build div, man.
He's also taken a chunk out of Francis, by the way. And I'm thinking he's just going to keep pushing A. I don't see any reason to stop. Marco spotted on the cross though by Ivy. Shima grouped in the middle of the map here.
Just trying to control as much as possible.
Oh,
you don't see much else towards A. Thinking KRX probably going to end up towards C, but you never quite know what Young's about to do.
You could definitely catch Francis here if he finds a nice timing to peek out from door side. Freeing may trigger this wall on front B and cause a little bit of a rotation. Bane is still hanging around towards Mount as another smoke goes out onto that C side. Information denied on A, but it's a close smoke. This is the kind of smoke that on the defense you're reading as info denial, if anything, rather than a stairs smoke. Prowler dealt with, so this is definitely a false sense of security that may keep Nongshim on this C side stack.
Just going to give KRX the initiative of getting spike plant, maybe set up further, observational post deeper towards the back as well.
Yeah, they're reading this round so well, KRX. This is fantastic calling. Paint shells still in the back pocket, paranoia. You've got all of the little pieces of util that are going to make this retake a nightmare for Nongshim. They're already so far out of position.
You know what though, Billy? All of that began with a shot from Yong. Now onto the A site. One-way smokes all set up outside a drop. Paint shells prepared while the timer has been ticking for like the past 10 seconds. Nongshim just trying to dive head first. But at this point, you're slowly running out of time as well, and Young is just continuing to tap away.
3K from him. Starts the round off and closes it to boot. A masterclass from the rookie. Where the Young Doubters at? I was not expecting anything like this from him.
Hi, I'm Young Doubter.
I was a young, wasn't a doubter, I just wasn't a lover.
From last week, yeah, but this.
얘들아,
my
모두
God.
어땠어 진짜로? 야 하빈아 멋졌어. 형 멋지지?
Might have flashback V2 in the server.
Every pistol has gone for KRX as well.
Yep. Yep. Is this the pistol? Are we in the replays?
No, but RB has a judge.
Yeah. Might have picked that up off of Damby's corpse at this point. The round has started in the exact same fashion. And after finding this pick on the A side of the map, KRX working their way back through Mound, trying to pull and push the rotations yet again, freeing slotting into front B. Just looking a little bit too easy for him right now. RB is looking stressed in the player cam, man.
Oh, Young's just locked in off the Prowler. They hear that it's a judge. They're going to head off somewhere else.
I was about to say, surely you get the headhunter out and start wallbanging him when he sees, but couldn't quite find the right angle. Tippy away from RP. As KRX organized themselves for the B here, potentially. Could always pivot to C as well.
And RB's way too far off to make that judge effective.
Yeah, I mean, what's his showstopper here? He's on the active lurk towards C.
Slowly picking the right timing to push through. Unfortunately, freeing is going to be the first to fall. It's a bit of first blood here in the retake already, but Young again. If any time you start to wonder why Termi says, like, there's a reason why this guy's picked. This is exactly why. Mako now, and Hyunmin out from behind. Just everything all completely surrounded. Nongshim up to surrender. It's 4-10, and it feels as though, well, this might be the time where KRX finds their bonus. They had that in past 2 maps.
Yeah, they've been great at winning these bonuses today. Yong won off his 2 of the force heading into said bonus round, so he's going to feel bold enough to just buy a Vandal. He's going to have an operator one way or another. Flank for Hyunmin, he was on that active lurk towards the front side of C for quite a while. First gun round from Nongshim, and it's going to be a big biff on A.
And with the Neon as well, though, suddenly you're feeling like you need to back off, and whoa, what is that? Hyunmin up through the air, Dabi just going in for a couple of spams, trying to see if he can fish anything, but Francis has gone down. All of a sudden, it's a pivot towards the B site, and nobody's really that much close by. Just Dabi just trying to sidestep paint shells, gets the first frag. Paranoia flushes Mako away as well. Suddenly, KRX pinned down, sandwiched up around side baby door.
Phantom picked up for RB. He's got no more utility. He just has to hold this down with the Phantom. Complete pause for KRX. Expecting Nongshim to go looking for some information, but with Ivy firmly planted in Mound, they have no real reason to rotate here.
No recourse for KRX. I mean, it feels like they just might have to dump everything through against RB. Straight into the smokes they go, possibly together as a squad! And that's how they take him down! Instantly, the moving pieces out from Nongshim across the map.
Patience rewarded for KRX. Really milking this round as much as possible. Trademark. Dealt with by Ivy. Now pressure on the flank for KRX. 2 players on the A site. Still winnable for Nongshim.
They're not seeing anything else elsewhere, but wanting to clear as much as possible. They do it together as a team, bit by bit. Down B, though, coming back in. Oh! More assertions through, but Young, he is unstoppable. Low HP, though, with a fully healthy Ivy. There's a chance for a clutch. Pushes up front, spots out the first target. Freeing with absolutely low HP, but the spike planted for him. A single judge shot, not even to the head, could end it all. Does Ivy have it? He's got thorns, he's got flashes. Surely. Up around the corner. Just trying to figure out where Freeing could be. Doesn't exactly want to tap on the spike just yet. Goes up the clear, but Freeing! Reactions! Rapid trigger, get the shot. KRX up to 11!
Just not Nongshim's day, is it? Another bonus going the way of KRX. Another round where Young delivers the most brutal shot at the worst possible time. This should have been free for Danby. Perfect position to trade out X-Ross, sliding straight into Young, and the crosshair placement couldn't be better. And Freeing one pumps him at close range to add insult to injury.
It's also now at Nongshim down to weaker buys. Look at Young!
Yep. Port thrown at him. C's thrown at him. Fault line thrown at him. He does not budge it in. She still finds a pick. Throw as much utility as you want at this man. He does not care.
Off to the C site now. It's just Ivy here with the sheer wall, but like you mentioned, double dive, there's a lot of potential. It's going to be Freeing the first to fall.
Nice wall, big impact there. Completely halts his push in its tracks. Francis, close range with the Guardian. Not where you'd necessarily want that gun, but regardless, C site door has been closed for now. KRX once again in the 4-on-4, just slowing things down in the mid-round.
Full minute to work off of it.
Another smoke towards the front side of C. Ivy crosses into the back side of the site. A reposition. Does have the arc rose at the ready. RB on the jump spot. Spotted out by Bane. They know that A should be the weak side, or just off the back of seeing that omen. And all of the C pressure in this round thus far.
Just forced KRX into the C engagement. At this point, you're running out of time, so just walking through now. It flashes all across. Decent shots coming out from Yunmin, but Ivy's got it a lot better. Holding on to the off angle as well with 10 seconds left. This is now a save.
Yeah. KRX not quite finding the execution that they were looking for in that round. A round that definitely hung in the balance if you didn't get a couple of nice shots delivered from Ivy in the backside of the C site. The Vice has had exactly the impact that it was designed to. You've dug yourself quite a hole to crawl out of as Nongshim. Trailing 6 rounds now. And Young is just a impenetrable force at the moment. Nothing more dangerous than a sharp young prospect who's really feeling himself.
He's got Twitter force as well. Pull it out in this round.
He's going to go out A into 4 again.
Surely at some point, Nongshim's able to flush him back. Tries to get the shot onto Danby this time, though. Not quite able to come through. Showstopper straight on towards Ivy, but manages to avoid it for now.
Yeah, this is a round that starts a lot better for Nongshim. They have the Steel Garden as well. They need to make sure they close it. Steel Garden gets ripped early, but most of KRX are outside of the range of that, and they will put down the spike.
Everyone from Nongshim just tries to set up towards the back of spawn. They're going to be pushing through soon enough. Angle's being held, Flash is being tossed, but at the same time, it's just Hyunmin suddenly able to spin around. Francis, fully healthy, up against Freeing again. He had the clutch from before, he's got the clutch again! Freeing sends KRX up to map and series point!
That's the kind of retake that Nongshim wins every day of the week, but today is just not their day. Just ridiculous stuff. The round starts out in vintage Nongshim fashion. Danby, despite having a horrific game, still disrespecting that A lurker who's got the best of him multiple times in a row, but this is just individual brilliance. Hyunmin and Freeing tucking themselves back into the only spot on the entire site that doesn't have util dumped on it. just shooting Nongshim as they try to come back in for that retake. Last time out here for Nongshim. 7 rounds needed to even bring this into yet another overtime, and I'm just not feeling it.
Neither am I can't say the same.
You can hear it in the player comms, you can see it from the expression on the faces of the coaches. It feels like this series is done.
It's one of those where you just try whatever you have and see what comes up with it. If you start to find the rounds, then you start to research, you start to find that inspiration. But that's why this Valorant feels so brutal. That's why Pacific is one where everything has to be earned. Out from Masters, come back into stage 1, perhaps a slight curse hampering against you. You might have the ult in this round, but you're not entirely sure if you actually have what it takes to send it all the way through to OT.
Cheeky TP play gonna be attempted here by Marco. Young challenging out with him. Horn dealt with. Dambi's made it across in towards Rubble. Forces the rendezvous away. Paranoia shuts the door.
Just the dust settling for now.
Gotta go.
Pass lane's being set up as well. Soprano comes back in very clear.
Disengagement at the time for Nongshim. They clear out front B though, and they may still look to fight here.
Shocks off of it too. The Nightfall, everything all collapsing into KRX. X-Ross once again starting to bring things back for the previous Masters winners.
That's the beautiful depth on defense there for Nongshim. They had an initial plan to dominate Rubble control, and they have a follow-up plan for if KRX retakes that. Nightfall with the overdrive is a really nice combo. All of those players tagged up and easier to finish off with that Neon ultimate. Reach util straight through the tree door as well. It's just a perfect shot. Just classic of Lotus play, isn't it?
Penetrable wall outside of A, but what happens if KRX decides to go somewhere else?
I mean, you're seeing it. Full armor there. Dambi tagging people, bagging people.
Down, C.
Young deciding to join back in on this fight, but not able to dissuade against Dambi on an outlaw, bringing out the movement onto the classic to complete the ace, the predator of Lotus.
How is Dambi dead even in a game where I feel like he's had the worst possible time? He's been bullied for the majority of this game, but he's starting to warm up.
I mean, I've got to remind you about SVG versus Boom. That was a hell of a series, but they never once bowed out.
Yeah.
The resilience of this team, this guy.
I think Dambi's too swayed by the anti-eco ace. I'm not going to lie, didn't even get a smile from the man. Dambi, impressive. It's a big play straight up the guts of C Mount, but complete disengage. Nice fast lane and reactive utility from KRX to shut down any aggression from Nongshim in the earlier parts of this round. In the meantime, they have taken a lobby, or a Rubble rather. Yong hand in hand with Marco.
Nongshim moving towards B pillar.
They may try to catch them in transition here.
Feels like KRX might be aware as well, just keeping the crosshairs trained. Flashes dodge, but not fully. And suddenly there's blood in the water and Dambi smells it.
Yeah, Nongshim is starting to get warmed up. That's a very nice flash timing. Yong triggers the wall. He just wants this 1v1 with Ivy. Caught in the thorns now. That's where Ivy is most deadly.
Sit down. I've got the thorns. Meanwhile, Mako and Hyunmin just probably trying to figure out a way to save, hold on to their weapons while all 5 of Nongshim could be invited to start going hunting.
They're starting to get warmed up. Not outside the realms of possibility that they put 4 more rounds together on defense and we go another OT here.
All 3? Yeah, why not?
Send off the day with a bang.
I believe that's what everyone would want to see. Mako still trying to keep things interesting with a smoke out towards A heaven.
I'm not sure you want to save here as the unmin. Like, you probably want to get the rocket.
Dambi as well.
A orb is on offer. But neither one of these teams feeling bold enough to go for it. So Nongshim, another round one with some really nice mid-rounding. You saw their A-trap in the round previous to that. The re-aggression on front B. It's not like KRX isn't ready for it. You can see two players kind of hanging around front B after the C-mount trap. It's a very common kind of mid-round transition for the defense. But regardless, it's really all a game of timing. The flashpoint just catches two players full blind, and from there, this kind of irredeemable for KRX caught in spawn.
I'm just going to get a little bit nervous about the upcoming round as well, because all of them close away from the ultimates, and KRX still has a damn good chance at just sending this all the way off.
Last timeout. Been a bit hit or miss. Very good on the first map, not so great on the second map for KRX at converting these timeouts, but Termi has come up with some pretty nice setups, and he's quite vocal in the comms. Back and forth between the IGL and the coach.
And you gotta imagine it's you know, Bane with the Nightfall, Hyunmin Showstopper, there's a lot of potential to really turn things around.
Yeah. Nightfall from the Shadows, a very nice combo to be considering here for KRX as well. Freen's got the overdrive. This is the kind of round where on the attacking side, like a fast C hit would be gorgeous. Get the Nightfall in, TP behind, send the Neon in on the overdrive. It can be a very pacey round that if you're not ready for it, can completely catch the other team off guard. In considering that though, as Ivy, this is a round where just no brain, you throw down. What I was gonna say is should be the Vice Wall on C, but in this case it's actually the Omen solo on C.
Oh my goodness. Might leave things a little bit open as well, a little bit closer towards B, as KRX tries to send Nongshim some kind of a bait. RB though able to hold, finds the double necessary to bring the advantage for Nongshim.
Still big ults in play though for KRX. Yum into zone with his utility, sees up over the top, dodged well by Dambi.
Suddenly Nongshim just backing off the safer spot, trying to set up the Rolling Thunder all the way through. Fast lanes as well. Prowler to check, suddenly you know exactly where KRX are positioned. Triangulated, confirmed, backed off into a corner. It's Bane in a cage. He's trying to keep himself alive as well. Dambi though! Just full-on air assassination off the top of the boxes with a shorty.
The movement is just so gorgeous. 4 in a row for Nongshim, 3 more needed to secure overtime, and you talk about all those ultimates, but none of that matters if RB just holds onto mount control, doubles down, and before you can even get into an afterplant, Nongshim just rip the Rolling Thunder and run at you. Now you're starting to hear it.
Now you believe.
Zero reaction to the anti-eco ace, but Dambi knows that that is a big round. Money broken now for KRX. Nongshim on the verge of double digits.
Sending all the way through. Outside of A, trying to end up somewhere, but the Stinger's not fully connecting. Overdrive absolutely stopped and halted as well. Teleport's heard. Everyone from Nongshim hurting KRX into corners now as the final 2 players get spotted out.
Okay. Don't know where Young's going. Dambi's taking him back to school in this case. Bane alone with a bandit. Completely surrounded by Nongshim, who are looking hungry for double digits at this point. A round that is not even close to competitive. Overdrive ripped. Perfect flank timing for Ivy. It's easy as you like for Nongshim. 1 off the steel garden for him now. A flawless anti-eco. And you're starting to feel some rumblings now for Nongshim. 5 rounds in a row. They're getting loud in the player comms. You heard that reaction to winning the round previous. Could be a phenomenal comeback.
Very much so within the realms of possibility. Ivy is close to Steel Garden as well, could keep things going. But at the same time, you've got to think about KRX and their ults. Everything all set up outside of the 8 contest. And both teams just wanting to send it through. Nongshim though, trying to hang back. Suddenly it's a showstopper, ripped off. It's a slight trade, but all of a sudden, Francis popping outside from Baby Door as well. KRX are forced to sit back.
Bane doesn't make it into the door. They're still worried about someone being up on top of rubble. You saw RB with a TP inside of tree. KRX paranoid that he could be on top of rubble. Finally, the smoke collapsing though. And as the dust clears, we end up in a 3-on-3. Jump spot from Ivy. Movements in the middle of the map for Francis. The trip down, the flank potential is real, and Francis is going to back himself to deal with the B pivot. There's the TP confirming that there's still players outside of A. He only saw one though, RB.
There's a lot of time. The smoke's gonna help.
RB could be the overcooking this one.
Whoa. And there goes Mako as well. And you are absolutely right, Billy. Young, once again, coming back into the fold.
All clears out drop, Rendezvous in position now. Ivy next up to bat, one off of his steel guard and looking to once again save the game for Nongshim. He's been in so many clutch positions. Plant goes down now. Fault line and aftershock at the ready.
Planted.
Tries to hang back. Francis might just need to set up for Ivy. A check onto the top of the box, but KRX undeterred. Mako goes down, and suddenly the fault line pushes through, but Young just steps back up again. He's the one with the steel bat. He's the one with the dream. Up for KRX, a singular tap. Nongshim come in saying, we might have been the Masters winners, but KRX are saying, this is now our turn.
What is really harder at this point? I'm starting to question if Pacific is more stacked than Masters, because the current reigning champions are 0-2 in this group, and KRX, off the back of picking up another brand new rookie who just had an all-time game on Lotus to close out the series, are up 2-0. Struggled against Team Secret. I didn't think there was any way they'd put together a dub over Nongshim today. Really got put through the paces at the end of Lotus, but a very deserving win. They played a fantastic game. But Nongshim, giving limited prep time into this stage, still seems like they're figuring things out. We can still, despite the fact that they're 0-2, expect them in the playoff, but it's going to be a lot harder to get there now.
Yeah, I mean, this group, it's just so insane to think about the upcoming opponents that they have to face as well. I mean, talk about Gen.G, Global Esports at the end of it, Team Secret in between. For now, though, it's just KRX, the new rookie, the new squad, and all the glory that comes with it.
I'm just mad that Victoria got her prediction correct.
Oh, you're absolutely right. We're going to toss it over onto the stage for the victory interview.
Well, it's KRX taking that win against Nongshim Red Force, and voila! I am going to be interviewed by Young. 오, 인터뷰 함께 저와 함께 무대에서 해보시죠. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
안녕하세요. KRX의 용 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Well, 3 maps. The score was 2-1, but the numbers don't do it justice. Every single round carried its weight. And I want to talk to you about what's your take playing against such a wonderful match against the Masters Santiago champions. 오늘 3맵 승리는 2대1이긴 한데 이게 라운드 하나하나가 정말 팽팽했거든요. 오늘 산티아고 챔피언과 이렇게 경기를 해보신 소감과 승리까지 한 소감도 들어보고 싶습니다.
확실히 최근에 우승하고 온 팀이라서 그런지 한 명 한 명 다 잘한다고 느껴가지고 두 번째 맵 때 좀 힘들었었는데 세 번째 맵 때 운 좋게도 잘 풀려가지고 승리할 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
I mean, as the champions, every player on Nongshim Red Force definitely showed up, and all the members really proved themselves that they are worthy of their title. And we had a little bit of a rough time for the second map, but we were able to bounce back with a little bit of luck on our last one and close it out. But you say you call it luck, but I think Young, you have blended in so seamlessly. This is technically your second match day here at Pacific. Tell me, what's that been like for you? Has it, been different to your expectations? What's that like working with KRX? 이제 좀 운이라고 얘기를 하셨는데 운이라고 하기에는 오늘 경기력 상당하셨거든요. 이제 사실 경기 수는 2일차이긴 하신데 좀 KRX 합류하고 퍼시픽에 합류하면서 적응기에 대해서도 좀 들어보고 싶어요.
처음 대회 때 대회장이 익숙치 않아가지고 제가 생각했던 퍼포먼스보다 좀 안 나온 게 저도 느껴져서 슬펐었는데 이번 두 번째라 가지고 대회 적응이 좀 돼서인지 총이 좀 잘 맞더라고요.
I mean, first day here, I wasn't really used to the venue, the setup, and the crowd, so I wasn't satisfied with how I performed on that very day. But you know, second time, it's gotten better. I think I'm used to it here already, and it really reflected on my gameplay today. Well, you are definitely an adapter. You're very good at that. We can see that. But next up, you'll be facing Global Esports, who have been adapting to the meta change very well as well. Tell me, as the new face on KRX, what's your take on that, and what are you expecting from them? 이제 또 적응력이 뛰어난 용 선수에 못지않게 이 메타에 새롭게 적응하고 있는 글로벌 e스포츠를 다음에 만나게 됐습니다. 용 선수가 퍼시픽의 이제 신인이잖아요.
네.
글로벌 e스포츠는 좀 어떻게 보시는지, 그때 경기 예상하시는 그런 점수라도 있을까요?
일단 G 상대가 그쪽도 다 총을 좀 잘 쏘는 분들인 걸로 알고 있어가지고 저희는 좀 조직적으로 좀 같이 픽을 하거나 좀 팀콜을 더 많이 하는 식으로 대처를 해야 될 것 같아요.
I mean, all the players on GE, they're known for their aim. They're very good shooters. So I think maybe our stance should be that we should be working as a team to take them down one by one. All right, that was my first interview and Yong's first interview here at Pacific. That is all from us on the stage. 용 선수 인터뷰 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
네, 이렇게 해서 KRX의 용 선수 만나봤습니다. 인사하고 가세요. 안녕.
감사합니다.
Well, KRX should be giving a huge 감사합니다 to Young. What a showing on the chamber. This is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see why Termi picked Young to join this roster. And yes, he was a little quiet on the Cypher, but put him on the chamber on Lotus. My God.
It's like I was watching Prime Yay. It's like a re-round the clock. He was doing everything right this map. So great to see that from a rookie. Only his second match here on the stage, and he put up an electric performance here on Lotus.
I mean, I said it coming into this map. If that's going to be the performances that we see from Young on his second day of competing on the big stage in Tier 1. The sky is going to be the limit for this guy, and he just went even more above and beyond what we could have anticipated. He played the Chamber in their first series last week, and again, middling results looked steady, but didn't look excellent. This was excellence on display.
Oh, it was so fun to watch him just absolutely rock it and be on fire. And this is going to be really good for KRX as they move along through stage 1. You need your rookie to catch up to the rest of the squad in terms of that mental confidence. And I think after this kind of performance against Nongshim, of all people, you should be really proud of yourself.
I mean, they'll be feeling sky high right now. 2-0 there in Group Alpha. Nongshim, of course, it's the reverse. They're 0-2. They went perfect the whole way through, ran all the way through Masters. Now they're back on home soil. They can't buy a win. These maps, they go so close, but they're just not getting it across the line. I think alarm bells are ringing in that Nongshim Red Force camp.
I mean, they really need to be. You can see here coming ahead in those first kills department, not by too significant of a margin, but still, it is a concern when you're able to get those early advantages and then not convert off of those. Unfortunately for Nongshim, it felt like there was just so much poured into that second map that it took them a while to really find their footing again on Lotus. It looked, I'd say, a hell of a lot better than the last outing versus KRX. So I think that there have been improvements there, but that slow start ended up costing them so dearly. We saw them have that last little bit, that burst of energy to try to push it into an overtime, but so much damage had been dealt.
Now, on the other side for Nongshim, for stage 1, how are you feeling about this, Morgan, for Nongshim? Are you a little worried about them as we go through, or do you think, this is better than last week, like Seth was saying, but
it is better, but it's not an easy road for them. They've got Gen G, we know how good they can be at their peak. They've got Global Esports and Team Secret, so really, I kind of need to see them win out if they're going to be feeling good moving through this group stage.
Yeah, that's right. And I think this is, do you agree, Seth? Do you think Nongshim should be a little bit, like Nongshim supporters, do you think Chobra should be a little worried for this team? Or do you think, it's okay, they still need a bit more time?
I mean, you have to start being concerned. Because, yes, these are two historically very strong opponents. DRX themselves lifting a trophy here in Pacific last year with the win on kickoff. KRX able to win at Toronto, then closing things out in stage 2. Like, these are not easy opponents. And there's no shame in losing to these teams. But there's a hell of a lot of stress.
Yeah.
Because while Gen G and maybe Secret look like they are, a little bit rougher around the edges at the moment, there's always a world where they can improve, that they can outpace you. And then you also have such stiff opponents still remaining in that group. Global Esports is nothing to shake a stick at. So previously coming into this, you would anticipate that they're going to be favorites to lock up a spot in playoffs. Now they're on the outskirts.
Yes, that's right. So I think this is going to be, no matter what, it's always really exciting. I mean, Stack said it last week about Pacific, that Pacific sometimes is more fun to watch than internationals, and you can see why. And it's not the case where, you know, so a team wins a Masters trophy and then they just drop it after that. We see Nongshim is still really good, but oh my god, again, this is a young highlights moment, okay? We would just once again want to highlight how fantastic this new rookie is. So we heard from Young earlier on the stage, but now we have Bane who's going to be joining us, and we want to ask him what he feels about Young joining the squad. And of course, we've got Bella here to help translate. Hello and welcome, Bane.
Hello, hello.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Did you know I picked KRX today?
Really?
I did.
Oh.
Why do you seem shocked? Of course I did. He didn't, but I believed.
No.
I believed in you. Now I want to ask, how has things been with, you know, now a new rookie coming in? How's it been with Young?
용 선수 합류하고 나서 좀 어떻게 체감하고 있는지 얘기 좀 해주세요.
일단 용 선수가 확실히 좀 새내기라서 제 옛날 모습 보는 것 같기도 하고 게임적으로 부족한 부분 많지만 총은 또 진짜 잘 쏘거든요. 로터스 때 보신 것처럼. 그래서 더 알려준다면 더 잘할 수 있는 선수라고 생각합니다.
You know, Young is the new face, and it's like looking at when I first started. So, as you saw on Lotus, he is still new to the game, but he has really sharp aim. So I think the more we feed him, then you know he's just gonna take it all in, soak it in, everything that we hand to him.
Yeah, actually, we've seen DRX and then KRX kind of add new rookies every single time, yourself included. Do you guys have any tips that you've been giving him? Who's the big brother? Who's kind of helping him out? And what are some of the things that he's struggling with right now and that you think we haven't seen the best of yet?
이제 새 선수가 합류하고 나서 적응해 가는데 이제 형들의 이끌음이 되게 중요하잖아요. 어떠한 이야기를, 어떠한 조언을 해주고 있는지, 그리고 용 선수가 지금 체감하는 조금 어려운 부분들은 뭔지 궁금합니다.
일단 아무래도 팀이 이제 합류하다 보니까 팀 플레이나 쿨적으로도 부족할 게 많은데 물론 감독 코치님도 도움 주시지만 이제 좀 게임적으로는 저희의 든든한 맏형이 마코 선수가 많이 도와주고 있고 저는 좀 여기서도 서브적으로 게임적으로도 도와주고 저희 팀 내 적응을 잘할 수 있도록 인간적으로도 좀 챙겨주고 있습니다.
I mean, he is playing on a team, so that's a new experience for him overall. But I mean, apart from our coaching staff who have been helping him out on a day-to-day basis, of course, it's our oldest member on the team, Mako, that's showing him the ropes. But I myself am giving him more of a personal guidance in and outside of the game.
I want to ask you, Bane. So we see these big meta shifts, and everybody talks a lot about the duelist players. Dambi and Hyunmin get a lot of praise, but how do you find playing Initiator in this meta? Do you feel more pressure now with the cooldown changes? Do you feel like you have to be smarter than you used to be?
이제 메타가 변하고 나서 타격대 선수들한테 관심이 많이 모였잖아요. 근데 척후대를 메인으로 하는 베인 선수의 입장에서는 조금 더 부담감을 느끼는지 어떻게 느끼고 계신지에 대해서 얘기해 주세요.
부담감은 없고 지금 좀 엔트리 게임이 다 된 것 같아서 척후대 입장으로서 좀 힘들지만 뭐 어떻게 하면 뭐 힘들다고 질 수는 없고요. 그래서 엔트리 때 저 네온 담비의 무빙이나 어떻게든 잡아내려고 열심히 노력하고 있고 또 엔트리들이 못한 척후대만의 플레이도 있잖아요. 정보 수집이나 이런 쪽으로 제가 더 적극적으로 하려고 하고 있습니다.
I mean, it is definitely an entry-based game now, and I mean, I guess the pressure is more on the duelist players on our team, but you know, it sucks to suck. We gotta win. You can't make that excuse, and you know, they're out there fighting their forefront, out on the front lines, so I'm doing my best as the initiator to, you know, do something that the duelist agents can't do, get the info, and be the best support that they can have.
Now, it's been really interesting. So the reason why I also mentioned the predictions, it wasn't only Big Time who predicted Nongshim. It was actually all of the talents. But it's not just to gloat. It's not just to gloat. The point is, everyone expected Nongshim to win, including Achilleos, who's got... He did. He was heartbroken. He was like, oh, I should have just picked KRX. He felt it too, like there was a chance. But still, Nongshim is really good. They did just win a trophy, and I don't think it's just because they're tired from, you know, after Master Santiago. They're still very good. Did you guys prepare in any special way for Nongshim today?
이제 오늘 출연진 분들의 그 예측도 그렇고 정말 농심이 워낙 잘하고 강해진 모습을 보여준 팀이기 때문에 많은 분들이 KRX가 좀 어려움을 느낄 수도 있을 것 같다라고 얘기를 하셨는데 오늘 농심전에 좀 어떻게 대비했는지에 대해서 얘기 좀 해주세요.
딱히 산티아고 우승 온 거는 맞지만 그래도 크게 의식하려 하지 않는 게 제일 컸던 것 같고요. 그냥 뭐 단비 네온 무빙 좋다 하지만 어쨌든 잡아야 되기 때문에 그냥 단비로 안 보고 네온 하나로 보면서 게임을 했던 것 같고, 그리고 또 이제 프레딕션이 농심이 많았던 거 충분히 인정하고요. 근데 저희는 좀 뭔가 저런 식으로 역배를 좀 좋아하거든요. 오히려 사람들이 저희를 예측을 안 했을 때 이겨서 그런 반응 보는 걸 좀 좋아해서 상관없습니다.
I mean, we know that Nongshim is really strong, and I understand the predictions. But as our team, we know we like to be the underdogs and then prove everyone wrong. I think we like that more for our team. And as for the Nongshim counter strats, we didn't really try to let the champion title get in the way of our prep. We didn't want to see the Dambi's Neon as the Dambi Neon. We just wanted to see Neon as a Neon, and I think the way that we prepped has actually benefited us like that.
So speaking of champions, next week you'll be playing against Gen G. You know, Lakia is on the other side of that as that initiator you'll be going head to head with. We've seen him lift that trophy. How are you feeling about this Gen G matchup? Are you feeling just as confident as you were today?
이해하셨나요? 이제 다음 경기 상대가 젠지인데 라키아 선수가 같이 있었을 때 트로피를 한번 또 올렸지 않습니까? 그 느낌을 아는데 라키아 선수와 척후대 대결을 어떻게 보시는지 궁금합니다.
그래도 어쨌든 제가 가는 길을 먼저 걸었던 형들 라인이 저는 스택스, 라키아라 생각하거든요. 그래서 어쨌든 그 형들보다 옛날엔 못했지만 지금은 저도 성장했기 때문에 척후대 대 척후대로서 붙어보는 것도 저는 좀 재밌어서 그 형들이랑 붙는 거 항상 재밌는 것 같아요. 재밌게 임하는 것 같습니다.
Well, the players that have walked the path that I'm walking on right now would be Stax and Lakia, and I know that they've been there, done that. I used to think that they were better players, but now, like me, Bane, now I'm a different one. I've grown and I've, collected my share of experience, and I always have fun playing against them. So yeah, it's gonna be a fun match.
Oh, I love that attitude. And, to wrap things up, I want to get your early predictions. Who do you think the three teams are who are going to go to Masters London?
런던 갈 팀이요?
세 팀 골라주시죠.
KRX can be one of them. Or not.
I'd hope so.
Yeah.
KRX는 가겠고요. 그리고 퍼시픽에서 현재 좀 강한 슛을 보이고 있는 T1과 페이퍼X를 뽑겠습니다.
I would say KRX, we will go, and of course T1 and PaperX with the way that they have showed up for their matches.
All right, that's fair. These are very fair, very logical predictions here. But congratulations on today, Bane. Fantastic performance. You gave us a really good match today against Nongshim. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to Bane and Young, I look like a genius.
Yeah, that's unfortunate,
I don't know what you guys were thinking. You guys know I'm the worst winner. I will rub it in your face until next week.
True. I would rather anyone else get the prediction right. But this is the world we unfortunately have to live in. Young has done you a massive favor. He will be the match MVP today. What a performance from this rookie.
Yes.
I mean, map 1 and 2, he did his job. He was rock solid, which is a task enough when you're fresh to the league. Then map 3, he just takes over. What a performance from this young man.
And it just felt like it kind of came out of left field, especially in that last map. I mean, again, like, very good. Like, we saw the improvement on those first 2 maps. He was looking incredible there. But then he just went absolutely nuclear on that Lotus. So big ups to him. Great performance. And this is one of those things where it's just like, okay, don't let this just be, a peak, a little bit of a lightning in a bottle moment. Carry this forward. Continue to put up these numbers.
Yeah, and I'm so excited for KRX now at the top of Group Alpha. Of course, this is just the start of week 2, but this is a very good sign for this team who definitely want to go back to Masters. They want to go back to Champions and make the same showing that they did at the end of last year. But this is going to be very exciting again, leading into week 2. We want to see a better performance from Gen G. You were just asking about them, Morgan, and a couple other teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Now is not the time to start slacking. If you want to make it to Masters London, you got to start by getting yourself out of this group. And it's going to be a tough ride for those teams down there at the bottom. But it's still early days. This is only the first day of the week. This table is going to change. It's going to move as we move through. But realistically, it's time to hit that panic button. It's time to really step up now.
When you're a team in that position with a 0-2 start, it just feels like you have to win every single series from then on out. And again, there are still tough opponents waiting for them in this group, so that is not going to be an easy feat.
And the problem is, every time you lose, you get more and more desperate for the win.
That's
You're
right.
chasing that win even harder, which can be even more detrimental.
Can make you make more mistakes.
Exactly.
Exactly, which is why I saw Seth absolutely panicking today, as he is currently on the bottom of our build diff, and I saw him so invested in today's
Oh, it's been a
build
bad day
diff.
for me. I think this has been a horrendous day.
I think Achilles has, you know, he might not be at the bottom, actually.
So I feel okay. I mean, I don't think I'm first by any metric, but I feel like I did pretty well. Honestly, Pilsky might be up there alongside you, Vic.
I mean,
Pilsky's up there. I think Seth is up there. Quack might be the bottom today.
I didn't even realize that Paper Thin and I had the same exact team.
Oh, you do?
This man's just copying my homework.
I think he might be doing it.
Wow.
It's been a great day here in Pacific.
See, look, I don't even care. I don't need the win. I just need to not be at the bottom. There is a
Wait,
there is
it's
a
my moment.
deficit. Okay, sorry.
Are you at the bottom though?
No.
Okay, you're in the middle.
Oh, we haven't gotten the full
Fine,
thing yet.
we haven't. But I just,
You're gonna win the
I
laptop.
think we just need to acknowledge
I'm
that I
in
am
the clear by 1.8.
It's close down there.
Oh God, there is a colossal fall off. It goes from Paper Thin and then
1, 2, 3,
drops
4.
by 12 plus
Look at
points.
these 4 frauds at the bottom, big time.
Yeah.
Why are they even playing this
I mean,
game?
At least I'm still in the running.
You
I'm,
are.
I'm okay with third for now. I can hang on.
It's always me, you, Pilsky. That's just
There is
the
still
way
time.
it is.
There is still time to
Plenty
turn
of time.
this ship around. All right.
Deskers,
I'm
no.
gonna be working my ass off to make this happen.
This is what we're talking about. People who are 0-2, they get a little like, oh my God, I need to get my stuff together. And I'm glad to see that you're shaping up. I don't know who's coaching you, but good job. And yeah, it's great.
See if I can do it again tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll see. And then we'll have Paper Thin on Sunday to, you know,
Come in and
talk
crash
about
it.
that.
Live.
No.
Yeah, so tomorrow's going to be exciting. We got Team Secret versus Global Esports. Of course, we got the Filipino face-off between those two rosters there. And then our RQ facing off against Varel. So I think tomorrow is going to be hard for Bill Diff, to be honest. It's one of those days.
It is, because you've got two of the teams that have suffered losses so far in Varel and Team Secret, so trying to assess like who you're going to take from there and which slot you put them into is going to be difficult, but it's also a red light week for Global Esports.
That's true. That's true. Frost is due a loss tomorrow. Tune in to see if he gets it live. I will say it's a game with clear favorites, I would say, across both of those games, but that means there is massive underdog potential.
Yeah,
There is. Are you going to be doing any hot take predictions tomorrow?
I mean, potentially.
Are you?
I
No?
don't know.
You don't want to say? Your
no,
early
wait.
preds?
I know what my
But you're not that
predictions
kind of guy.
Not really. I'd like to win. I'd like to try my
Yeah.
best where possible. So I think we'll leave the fishy predictions to Paper Thin, because I know he's been trying to cook up some wild stuff this week.
Is he? Okay. Okay. And you? Any wild predictions for tomorrow?
Not really.
Okay.
I
That's
think
fine.
I think that both the games overall are fairly straightforward, but
Okay.
I'm hoping to be surprised.
I want to see 3 maps, ideally,
Sure.
across both of those series.
Yeah.
I think that would be the kind of level of improvement I want to see from those teams.
Well, surprises are definitely something that Pacific is good at doing, so we could get a surprise tomorrow. And of course, scan the QR code, because Ho Chi Minh is the destination, the
tickets are going
final
fast.
destination for Stage 1. And yes, tickets are going really fast. The Vietnamese crowd freaking love Valorant, so they are snapping up tickets. For those of you not in Vietnam, I would say scan that QR code and get on it and get those tickets. It's not far away from wherever you live in Southeast Asia or Asia in general. I'm really excited. I'm really excited for that. But it's been good. It's been fantastic. I love winning on this desk. I end the show in such a good mood and get to rub it in your face for the
I want
next hour.
anyone else to win, but you gloat more than anyone. It's unbelievable.
I do enjoy hosting VCT Pacific, but I also love joining you guys. Big time. Kilios, thank you for joining me. Everyone, have a very good night. We'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
This is VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
In a down position. Once again, someone unsuspecting and looks to reposition as well. The button's already passed.
Controlled off Hunter's Fury. Activates pass. There it is, coming in from May. Kaida is found Buzz, forced to rendezvous away, and now Meteor will take his...
It's just Meteor towards the back of sight, but he's still attention away onto the spike. Meteor just looks for the tightest sliver up for a Red Bull clutch.
Into B, Meteor doesn't have time to put the pin down. He's playing inside of the fast lane, and that backfires for him.
Just full VALORANT it, but Buzz! Overdrive rip for May, he's looking to explode. Just pushing on through while Yatsuka provides assistance towards the top stacks.
Got to seize.
Tries to bait out the T1 that streams forward with win after win here.
Play Bane, almost removes that Rolling Thunder. Hutchins run it back straight through the middle of the map.
You don't have smokes. How are you going to find entry? Where are these players? Spotted out by the edge of his feet, and then the unman out from behind. KRX continue to dominate on Haven.
Such a tight game right now.
Oh my god, speaking of, unfortunately, definitely getting everything tagged up. Overdrive ripped, surely anticipating the off angle. It's Francis, Deppy! KRX.
I mean, they just clear the smoke so nicely.
Look at him going at it again. Reed. Shove the trap card, waiting to activate. The spike gets planted. Mako diving through. Hopping across, gets a bucky shot, but on where is Hyunmin? She keeps the crosshair trained. Straight through into position. And X-Ross will just mark the spot.
Armor there. Dabby tagging people.
Going back to the spike, but not able to dissuade against Dabby on an outlaw. Bringing out the movement onto the classic to complete the ace. And back suddenly it's a showstopper, ripped off. It's a slight trade, but all of a sudden, and there goes Mako as well. The fault line pushed through, but Young! He's the one with the steel bat. He's the one with the dream. Up for KRX. KRX are saying, this is now our turn.
We've got two esports endemic brands coming together to create a series of products for esports, for the biggest stages.
퍼포먼스랑 컴페티션이 주요 키워드다 보니까 레이싱이라는 테마를 잡고 거기서 이제 영감받은 그래픽 요소들이나 다이나믹하고 날렵한 그런 실루엣 같은 것들을 저희 FS1 마우스에 적용을 해봤고요.
我们希望可以协助 POSA 成为电竞圈的顶尖品牌，而 VOXY 是其中一个助力。
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings.